Loser.
And that's cool too. You can see though, I did some clocking. It looks like once your stream's
We're
in
live,
about
brother.
All right.
Hi, I'm Eagle. Eagle Gardens. Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. And this is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle. This is episode number 81. I hope you guys had a great Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. Hope you've had a great Saturday. Mine's just blown by so fast. I actually just forgot it was Saturday. So, without further ado, we're hanging out with every gentleman you've seen in chat many nights. Majestic Marks, how you doing? Mystic Marks, I can't believe. Even live, I even told myself before I even started this, I was like, I'm not gonna mess this up. I'm not gonna mess this up. There it is. There it is. Mystic Marks, not Majestic, but I guess he could be Majestic if he wanted to be.
You're an eagle. You're supposed to be majestic.
I try, I guess, but that's funny. How you doing tonight? Tell everybody where they can find you first and foremost. And
you can't find me. I'm totally invisible. My wife's been trying to find me for years, and if you find me, she finds me, and that wouldn't be good for anybody. No, I'm just kidding. It's Instagram. You can find me on there, Mystic Marks. But yeah, man. So where you want to start with your questions? I assume this interrogation, I don't need an attorney present, so you know.
Well, first things first, I want to give a couple shout outs to people I see in chat already. CJ, Purple Thumb, and Aldridge, Chris Mertz are already hanging out in chat. How you guys doing? I'm curious to know what in the heck are all the periods for? Is that short
it's gonna crack you up, but when they first made that Instagram, I got on it and made an account, but the account was tied to Facebook, and I keep my Facebook personal family, and the Instagram wasn't something that I was really into when they first did it. Now that I've seen that this community uses it, I got back into it, and I had to have my account separate from that, just because you don't mix business and pleasure, as they say. So
I can understand that. I can understand that for sure. Oh man, that one got a little bite on me. Good when they do that though, right?
Yeah. The other thing is, yeah, that should work. I'm gonna try and beat the feedback loop here. I'll stay on push to talk for this conference so we can kind of not have feedback.
Sometimes I mark mic'd off there, but yeah, it's different looking at that window like that. You got me watching so much stuff happen there. I'm like, what's going on?
You're a time traveler now, so now you get to see what you look like just a few seconds ago. But now you can actually see live chat timing and what they're saying there when we're actually seeing it, so you can see the lag time. That'll help so you can see the live communications. Also, got the pictures now, so I can share some pictures without having to get up and do silly stuff and try and screw with the stream. We can just do.
Man, I didn't realize until like halfway through last night's episode, because after Smiley jumped off, that I was the only one on camera while everybody else was talking. You know what I mean? I was like, oh shit, I got a camera off, man. I don't want everybody to be the center of attention while everybody else is talking. Shit, so yeah, sometimes I forget, that what's actually going out live there. And like last night, it took me a few seconds to realize, I was the center of attention while somebody else was talking. I was like, oh god, weird. So how you doing tonight? You know the routine where we start this. We start in the beginning. We start at that first time you smoke. That's where we usually start this thing up.
The first time. Yeah, man. The first time I was 14 years old. And I wasn't one of those people that had it pushed or offered to me. I decided after seeing things on TV and hearing other people that I wanted to know. So I hunted down in school the one guy I knew who could get me some, and he got it from a guy that everybody nicknamed Doo-Doo. All right, because Doo-Doo was blacker than shit, and he's a cool motherfucker, but that's what he went by. Force this. Like, that was his name. And yeah, he got me some real Jamaican that fucking blew my mind, because that's what he was getting at the time. I lived in Tampa Bay, so I had access to a lot of stuff early on, and as soon as I had that first bag, I knew I was going to be a smoker for life. I just knew. So, but yeah, man, fucking after that, it just broke out. Started off a little bit here and there through high school, and that kind of stuff. And then I just decided early on that I was going to start saving, so I started collecting out anything that was spectacular along the way, and that turned into 25 years of saving. So a lot of hand-picked seed over 25 years, plants, pluck one or two off a live plant somebody said it could, that type of stuff. Yeah, Chris, the snake is in the box. It just ate 2 days ago, so we're letting it sit. It's got a roommate now. Seeing Chris Mertz had a question in chat.
Oh, no worries. That's how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to. I encourage that. You know that. Give shout outs and address chat.
You guys might hear my wife in the background. She's here laughing too. She watches with me every night. She's just a little more shy in her profession. She can't really be here.
So yeah, snakes, man. That's something. How big is the snake, if you don't mind me asking?
Maybe it's only 2 foot right now. It's a small snake. Maybe a year old at most.
How big's it gonna get?
I had a ball python years ago, and when I had my daughter, I came right out of high school. I was fucking full of dick and no brains when I was in high school. So I fucking had a kid coming right out, and I decided I didn't need to have a snake around my infant. That probably was a good choice. Couldn't risk that. I actually had a high school female friend that had a kid, and she ended up making a sad headline with a pit bull. She had an automatic swing, and the pit bull, she went in the other room to get a drink and stir dinner, and the way the dog was getting swung at, it must have been intimidated, and it tore the infant's face off. And it was a horrible event. So like I take animals real serious around babies. Cats do, But back to the topic at hand. Yeah, so I started smoking, and then it was real bad because it was prohibited state, of course. Florida was, so it was a lot of underground. I did a little bit of grilling down there, and then got a little bad situation and decided not to go there no more for a minute. And then around 2006, decided to come out to California. I had family out in California, and we decided it was a legal state. It was a good migration, and it was right when the recession started hitting the first time, and nurses were making money, and I had a lot of medical people in my family at that time. So the men that were construction that normally carried the family and hurting for work, we, as a group, a whole family, decided to make our way out to the rest of the family and did that. So when we got out here, my mind was blown. Like, don't get me wrong, there was good stuff in Florida, but down there it was graded because it was all underground. It was brickweed, regs, whatever you want to call it, mids or dro, and then it was high grade and or fucking kills. And that was how it was. Then I came out here, got my cannabis, medical card, and first time I went to a shop, my mind was blown. After that, I started networking, got to know quite a few growers, got to know all the strains that were out here, and got more involved where it was legal. And man, that's a big change too. I think you can appreciate it. But the minute you go from illegal to legal, all the paranoias and things, that's gone. So anybody that's living illegal, I still fucking feel for you. Vote, get federal. Fuck this shit. It was just like alcohol. Prohibition's bullshit. Let's get it federal. Get your state, get it federal.
I agree. Get everybody growing. The more the better. The more the better, for sure.
Just bullshit. All it is you keep something black market and it's worth more money. And it's funny how all the illegal drugs make it into the country, and we can all think what we want, but there's a lot of people in powerful places that shake hands with other powerful people in other places, and a lot of money trades hands. It's just like Bayer Drug being the only place in the company in the country that they purchase cocaine for all the drugs that are made in America. But that still means America buys cocaine. right, to make our drugs. Like, it's not like we can just say we can't have cocaine in the world, because the truth of it is those drugs are used in other drugs. So, you know, there's all these catch-22 scenarios they've put upon the people, and it's bullshit that we're all chewing the bit on it.
Yeah, we need to take some examples from some of the other countries that's loosened their drug laws, and rather than put people in prison, you know, take the treatment tag to it all. You know what I mean? Don't punish, treat, and I think we'd be a lot better off on the problems. That's for sure.
The demonization of the user of anything is one that's inhumane, right? Because if I'm going to say I'm a human and I have humanity and I care about people around me, you develop alcoholism or whatever it is, how can I claim to be a humanitarian view person if I wish for your downfall? If I'm going to lock you up, how are you going to pay your fucking bills? If I'm going to charge you a fine, how are you going to pay your fucking bills? Your mortgage and shit, your rent. Most people live check to check. Your life falls apart. You hit the streets. Now you're running in the streets. You know, it's bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit. Hell, I almost think it's just to keep us controlled like cattle, so there's not too many of them. No, we don't need so many poor people. Who knows, though? Maybe that's just in my head. You know, it's just a view.
It's one of the things, too. Once you're in the system, man, they try to keep you in there, man. Some of the people just never get out of the system.
Yeah. And my thing is, I've seen it from all sides, because like I've grew up down low, people in the streets, all the way to, you know, becoming a part of Masonic fraternity and knowing a bunch of officers and judges and seeing that there's good guys. But just like any other job, there's a lot of fucking assholes and bad people in all those jobs too, all the way to the top. You know, and any adult can see that. No. So, and to sit there and sell us bullshit on C-SPAN, nah, I think the American people are about over it. I think the world's about over it. Royalty, all that stuff's just, it's done. It's done.
So what kind of strains did you collect in them 25 years? What did you start after you were able, you know, to open up that collection and get started? What were some of the gems that you dusted off first?
So the big one so far, and I still have.
Did I lose your sound? I can't hear you, Mystic. Again, you're out. Is it me on my end?
All right, are you hearing me now? There we go. Sorry, I'm playing around.
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. But yeah, the Caribbean stuff that I've got right here, this stuff is phenomenal. It is. It's going through. I've done a couple runs already with this. This stuff's going from berries and bananas all over the place. And you know what's ironic and funny is, like, I'm real good about a memory. Like, elephants never forget level memory. And honest to God, I don't remember smoking anything like this back then. I don't even know what the fuck I picked it from. Whatever it was grown like when I got it, it was either a cross of something of that way back, but this is island stuff. I know where it came from when I picked it. So it's just like, you know, some seeds. Here's some seeds out of this stuff in the Caribbean. So, and it's phenomenal. I've been working with it, and I'm working up a cross here shortly, and that's the one I'm going to distribute. I got a couple of you guys and some other people in a breeding group that I'm with, and I'm going to distribute out some of those seeds to get people growing this stuff, because it's just so fucking delicious. Like, man, there's days it almost hits like a Shorts blue smell to it, and today it's like bananas, and every day it's like a rainbow in there. So the goal here, though, is that's what this will get used for. I'm breeding this, and this will be getting crossed with the latest work, which is unicorn breath, which we discussed earlier off stream. But that's these plants right here. And that is a cross initially through another breeder. I got, he had bred French cookies and GMO, or Velveeta breath, I'm sorry, French cookies and Velveeta breath, and came up with his cross. And that's a Bucky Phillips, great guy, good breeder, check him out. That was Bucky's breath, his own little strain he's dubbed, and that was crossed with Slurricane. And that F1 test seed, I immediately went right in and worked it with unicorn poop. So now I'm on unicorn breath, which is what you're looking at here. It only branches when you pull it down. So you can see I ran a bunch of test seed, tied it down at different intervals, played with the plants, and I am 100% positive the genetics doing that behavior, which is interesting because I've never had anything do that. So it behaves like an SOG upright, and then when you tie it down, it branches significantly. So you can see one here branch out. As soon as it uprights, it straightens out, no more branching. It does that on all of them. So this is a shot of a 2 plants I'm keeping that were F1s out of a unicorn poop cross with that Bucky's breath as well. I really liked them. They're strong, sturdy plants. This is that Caribbean stuff. A little bit closer here. This is the unicorn breath. This one right now out of the test seeds I'm running of this has the best scent, and it took me a while to pick it out. It is dead on for a York peppermint patty. So this plant right here. The other one, there's another one that smells a little different, and it's beautiful as well. But this one in particular is phenomenal. I've never had anything quite like it. York peppermint patty, spot on. So here's the Caribbean. This is the top cola on the biggest plant from this clone run. Gorgeous stuff. Here's that other one, that Bucky's. This is that Bucky's Breath Unicorn Poop combo. These are beautiful plants. And this is another one of the Unicorn Breath. This is on one of the main stalks. Just good looking stuff. I'm right in week 5 now. So there's the whole garden. And lights will be on again here in about another hour or 2. So I could go in there with live feed then, but that's about it for now. But yeah, it's really good stuff. Now, the other stuff that I've got though, I got other stuff that I picked up that I haven't popped. I know I got through a guy that brought it down from Kentucky. I believe it was Kentucky bluegrass that I haven't popped, and that I just had wrapped separately, and just memories of things that still are yet to come. And that stuff was amazing. I know you said you like piney stuff. It was almost a piney, but lemony too. To memory, it was very unique, but different stuff. Now I've got some old school Colombian. Like I said, I had a connection coming out of high school. We talked privately about that, but connection through some people that were down from South America, and definitely was getting a lot of different stuff from there. I also got stuff that was coming through Port of Tampa, from Thailand, all over. Funny enough, it's similar. I was in Tampa Bay, but a lot of what Jodri had talked about last week is what happened with me. I just had access, so I constantly had the choice because I had hookups that were in mainstream. I had, people that were involved with street level gangs. I had everybody. So I always had the choice of the litter, and was fortunate enough to have access and smart enough to save a few seeds out of everything that was worth saving a few, to get me to a point where I told myself when my child was old enough to be an adult and out of the house, I'd open them up again. Even though I smoked, I still wanted to wait to grow those as kind of a build up to a point, and then bam, re-release the beast. So that's where we're at with that. And it's gone great, man. This stuff though, I can't let it go. I haven't been able to let it go. I'm not going to let it go. I want to keep it like it is, and going to keep working with it. Next on the lineup, I also did some work with another guy out of check out Pex Peppers in Pueblo, another great breeder as well. He does hot sauces if you're into hot sauces. But
I love hot sauce.
Yeah, he's got really good hot sauces. Support the guy. He's another great guy doing the other side of the deal. And but he has a YouTube, Peppers and Weed. Love that guy too. He's a lot of fun. And I worked on a little project. He sent me some Af Crack times granola funk, which was absolutely phenomenal. And that also was bred as unicorn poop. He's now doing a run of that stock. I have not run any of that yet. So kind of just holding down on some stuff. And, you only can work with what you got, right? And I'm in a 4x8. It's a very small area. I'm not in a large area, so you can only run so much at once. So I usually work around. I hit something, go an F1 or 2 on it, or sell for whatever you're going to do. Jump over, work on some other stuff, and, float around. And then anything that's going to stay up, stays up. So a couple cuts. I tried to put on Instagram just because I have a lot of techniques I haven't seen anybody else really do, because it's just stuff I've always known and done. But, cloning, I really think that it's one of those things that you have as a grower, like you get into discussions, but I really feel like people could benefit by a little bit different methodology, especially if you're starting your first plant. Like, you want to get the clones and get a couple, that makes sense. But once you're at a certain point in a grow, you can start propagating from seed right into flower, and you're going to get your little plants But those little plants, one, you're getting a sample of the nug, so you already know what you're going to be looking at for large quantities, and you can get that within a very short time. Two, as soon as you get presentation of pistils, every calyx on a bud is a potential node for a new shoot. So that means that if you're going to have a small bud and it's the size of your thumb, if it's got 100 calyxes on it and you go back into re-veg and veg that plant, you are going to have it start doing shoot after shoot until it fills out and can fit no more shoots, and it will still shoot out shoots. Clones, whatever you need is going to come from that. So I wanted to show some pictures of before and after that process just to reaffirm, because there's a lot of growers missing out on time they could be saving. If you take a plant and you've got a couple buds and you re-veg it and you get 50 shoots, is that faster to re-veg over 4 to 5 weeks? Because it's 4 to 10 days roughly per strain before they fully start re-vegging. So they kind of hold that pause like they're still in flower before they kick over. Easy way to measure is about how long it takes to start flower is how long it'll take to flip back. So if it take 4 days or they take 10 days, you can plan kind of on that, the other end of things. But then after that, within 4 weeks, you're to a hedge, and then you've got as many cuts as you need. You're getting to sample the bud. So this plant here, right here, you can see there's a beautiful lush plant. On the videos I've got, this thing's hard as broccoli, man. You can kick it, it doesn't care. That plant is from this last on the re-veg. Let me kick back over to these photos. There's some good stuff here, right here. So that plant that was on the re-veg, I hadn't chopped the top off it yet, are these two plants. So you can see these were unicorn poop times that Bucky's breath. And these were different phenos. I grew 4 of them. I had 2 that came out red and colorful, 2 that came out green. These red phenos, and this is from the unicorn poop genetic, so these red phenos would not re-veg. So this is also a breeder share knowledge here. Any of the genetics in that unicorn poop, for whatever reason in its lineage, it does not like to re-veg on anything with the color in it. So these 2 kicked right back up, no problem. This one and the other one, they did not want anything to do with re-veg. So obviously taking a cut beforehand is helpful, but I don't breed stuff that I can't re-veg. It's just I don't want stuff that kicks back over. So in either way, it doesn't matter to me. But just so everybody knows, be aware if you're breeding with that stuff. So these 2, though, you can see where I had them. This was all re-veg stuff. In this garden, you can see in this little tray here, this is just like I take the clones that I took on my last video that you guys saw. This is a tray the same way, 16 little rooted clones off that Caribbean stuff. And that garden is what then turned into this garden over here. And this is some of that slurry breath. This was the mother plant for what is now unicorn breath. So just to give you an idea of the mother stock, this is it. So the, let's see, it's right there. That's that broccoli plant. This plant is just a beast. See, there's some unicorn breath. This one, I don't like this pheno, though. See what I'm talking about, though? I pulled it down. It's the largest plant. But what I don't like about it is you can see that it has nice little inner nodes, but look at these spears. They're pinkies, man. This pheno is just garbage. Brand new F1 stock. This just wasn't really impressive, so I won't do anything with that other than smoke the shit out of it. Let's see here. Okay, so here's those 2 plants. Beautiful, stocky plants. Let's see here. Here's a tray of those clones, and I can show you right now on a live video too as well. I keep those right next to me. They don't get domed, guys. I know you guys do expensive stuff. I really want to show people you don't need to do that. All right, every one of those clones is alive. They're in rapid rooters that were soaked in rooting hormone, and that was it. That's it. I pierce them with a knife to the bottom so I can get the stem deeper, and then I jam them in about week 5. These are all the larvae that most people cut and throw, and they're my clones. I never cut my plant until I get those. And then that's my lollipop, as close as I'm getting anyway. All right, let's get back over to that. Let's see here. Go through a few of these pictures. Sorry, I mutter. Feel free to cut in, Eagle. At any point you want to ask me something or talk about something, bro, I always hear you telling people to talk, but I am a talker, man. I'm a very alpha personality. So you feel free to cut it in. Yeah, my wife's giggling.
I enjoy them nights, though. I enjoy them nights. I get to hear, I get to hear like great stuff about the person.
Yeah, I'm one of those weird people. I'm back and forth. Like I can go super serious, like, time to dominate the world and take a presidency level conversation, then right over to some horrible, perverted joke. I'm just all over the place. But I like to make people laugh more than anything. We're talking serious now, so I'm trying to keep it legit for the show. But, my dirty jokes can be
what type of, that's funny. what
This is the light I'm
what
using. I knew
type
that
of
was something about
flower
people.
time
What's
are
that?
we looking at on that? What type of flower time are we looking at on that strain you're creating there? Do you have a name for it? Have you come up with a name?
Yeah, well, the one that I'm breeding with an actual goal is unicorn breath, because he put genetics in there at the right proportions for what I wanted with this other stuff, and it all worked out. So now I've got exactly what I want, and I can already taste where the terp is now, and it's going to be unbelievable. Everybody's going to want this stuff. It's so good. So I got 2 lines of it I'm looking at for phenos that I'm going to work, and I'm going to keep popping more stock to bring in the next male. I've pulled 2 males pollen already that I like. They're out. So I'll be working them in, and I'm going to back cross and reinforce on the next set. And then from that stock, work forward again. But that's going to be all new, because it'll be that land race stuff in conjunction with a bunch of just top level genetics. And I'm really, really liking the sturdiness of these plants. And that's something that came from the unicorn poop. And that's a thug pug genetic. So I want to throw the names out of people that were involved, because, that's kind of how I play too. But anybody that knows Thug Pug knows that's killer stuff. They sell out quick when he gets his stuff out there. So, I mean, last breeding group I was talking to, he sold out in a minute and 56 or something on everything he was releasing. So, advise you to grow some Thug Pug, man. It's good stuff. If you like the danky, cheesy stank, that's where he's at with it. But let's see. Yeah.
So what time of flower time? We're looking like a 9-weeker.
Sorry.
Like,
I'm
right?
sorry. I didn't even answer your question. So the goal right now with the unicorn breath is to continue breeding that out, and then I've got one final goal that'll get back crossed to that Caribbean, and that I'm going to call something new, and that'll just be called Rainbow Bright, and that'll be once I pick the right pheno and get it where I want, and the taste is what I've got planned now. That'll be what I do for a strain name for that, and that'll be because that'll be stable stock. I'll let that go at F4, so I'll be where I'm happy with it. But that's the next. So I'll be doing like 3/10 before that hits. But I'm going to have some F2s going out next round here when this is done to, like I said, just a couple select people, because those will be the breeder selection. So they can do what they want with it at that point. So I'm going to hook Smiley up. If you want, I'll send you a couple. I want to send a few other people on here that I've talked to some stuff for, especially new growers that haven't really gotten into stuff that are in new areas, so they can get something nobody else has, so. But yeah, so this one, though, this F1 off of that Bucky's breath that I told you about and the unicorn poop, man, let me tell you, this is, I got to be nasty about it. This is like shit, like human fecal matter shit. And it is literally the most appropriate name that it came from unicorn poop and this other stuff that had the garlic and cheese, because that's the only thing I call it. It's fecal matter. So this F1 pheno of that cross has been kept, and that's what I call it. It's fecal matter, because you smell it and it's like, man, you want to wash your hands like you think your fingers broke the toilet paper level shit. It's horrible, and I love it. It's fucking great. It smooths out. But what I found interesting about these 2 phenos is this pheno, when the nugs all dry up, they don't foxtail per se, but they branch out just a little bit like that, and the bud breaks up like it was meant to be rolled. I mean, it was just a perfect rolling plant. And then the other one's a little more resinous and a little bit sweeter, so it's really good for, toking out of a normal piece. So it's like I got the roll-in and the pack-in version of this pheno on that F1 I'm just keeping for fun. But we'll see if I work anything forward with that. The other stuff's the real goal. That's the stuff I want to get out there, just because I know when I opened up my genetics bank that I had been backlogging that whole time, it was that little time capsule. And I know a lot of that stuff is long gone. There's just no way anybody's got it, especially from where I was from, all the growers that were getting busted, all the people that were shipping getting busted. And then the islands started ordering our seed once all the guys West Coast and in Canada. So a lot of the places that had their own land races started just ordering genetics from genetic banks and growing that shit. So then they just let it do whatever, but still then that's not that same stuff no more. So yeah, that is the summation of it. But this right here, here's another thing. Scrogs, you're talking about scrogs, right? So here's another little technique that I do that you'd think, wow, why didn't I do that? But this plant, right? This plant has got huge branches with buds on it. This is an interwoven plant. So I lattice it to itself. You can do a scrog. I've scrogged the plant to itself and never had a problem with it. As long as you got breathing room, no reason you can't do this. See these buds laying through? This is a huge branch out the back. I've done this time and time again. So if you don't want to scrog and you use pots and you don't have sticks and you're not going to tie stuff up, another technique that you can do, you can tie branches off to the main stalk. Give them a support. Tie right to the stalk where it's stable. You can do that. This is all stuff you can do. No reason not to. So I've done all those things to get a grow up and going where I wanted to go. So this is a plant latticed into itself quite happily. And this will probably, like I said, this is a very happy, smelly, good plant right now. What I don't like is I made the mistake of putting it in a 3-gallon container. And it just don't want to stop. It wants 7 like everything else wants. So now I got to water it more often. But, you know, is what it is. But yeah, this is the one. This is the one I'm the most impressed with. And I'm going to continue trying to push this scent. And it'll be, like I said, this is a unicorn breath. And it's just like a York peppermint patty. The chocolate, the dark chocolate, the mint hue, it's all there. So I really want to stabilize it. I hope I can keep it in there because it's going to be tasty, tasty.
What kind of buzz do you expect from that? The chocolate and mint, you know, terps kind of dictate your.
I already tested it. One of the plants was not great. That plant right there is fucking ball buster potent, and it's not lab tested, but I tested it as a smoker, and at week 4, it was better than stuff I've had finished before. Not out of this run stuff. This stuff's all on par, but I've had stuff. It was better than stuff you can get in the store already, so it's good. So that's really why I want to get it stable. So that's the hardest thing. You know, you get so much F1, F2 breeding work. You got to push at least F4 to get something stable enough to hand it off and know it's generally what it should be. F8, if you really want to be kind, like, you know, you're going to have stable stock. But so, yeah, now I'm going to push off to an F2 with some of the stuff, hand that off, and then I'll push on to F4 with my own work. That way I have something I feel comfortable releasing to other people and saying, you'll know what this was from.
So when I think mint, I think uplifting. Is that how the buzz was, or was it more of a couch lock effect?
I got to be honest with you. I like all those different kinds of highs, but I'm purely about the potency hunt. Like, I like the punch. I like with that feeling where you feel the rush between your eyes and you start seeing fucking spots. And if weed will make me take a knee, if it'll make me fucking bow down and pop a knee and say, I need a minute before I hit that again. That right there, 5-star, that's all I want to be growing. And that doesn't matter if it's couch lock or if it's that ethereal head roll. You know when you're hitting the fucking shit. You know when you've cleared that 30% weed. You know, if you've done shatter, dab, smoke bubble, like when you smoke green that hits like that, and you know you're in the golden ticket. That's Willy Wonka factory shit there. So then I've had a few, man. I can speak up on genetics I've seen that are killer in Cali that are hard to find sometimes now because of recreational. Recreational destroyed a lot of Cali growers, and that's fucking bullshit. So I used to have some great cuts all over the place, and just you don't see a lot because not as many people that were growing are growing for legitimate purposes. They can't get it on the shelf. That's too much money. California, it's like $10,000 to become any kind of involvement with commercial cannabis. And you go to Colorado, another place, like $100, or I think Oklahoma's now. Somebody was telling me 2,500. Anything you want, no count, no limit, no measurements, nothing. Oklahoma's like the golden country for cannabis now, and it's just started. So that is what it is. Everybody's got to work with what they got, you know. So,
are you able to utilize your outdoor plants? Can you have outdoor and indoor plants, or is it just a set amount number of plants?
Yeah, it's the same number if you're under recreational, but medical's a little different, and it's still county to county. You know, it's about how they want to enforce it. Because the reality of it is, you can sit there and fight all you want, but everybody knows when your shit gets destroyed, it's too fucking late. Like, it's too late, you know. So, and they've had a lot of people this year that were doing larger than legal grows that were targeted heavily this last year, heavily. And one of them was supposed to, I believe, be a CBD farm though, and they were cheating, and it was THC weed, good stuff, but it was like, I think it was 1 million plants. Like, I think it was that large. It was 1 million plants. I think it was a large enough hit where it impacted smokers. Like, so, you know, when you hear that kind of stuff, and some of it's to make room for people being legitimate, but a lot of it's that good old boy bullshit, man. How it always goes everywhere. You know, you got a bunch of guys in the back room. Listen, Johnny, you're going to fucking do this, and Billy's going to do this, and it's company A, B, and C, and we're in charge now. Fuck that shit, man.
Hopefully
honestly.
we're by that shit sometime soon. That's for sure.
And I don't mind people being legitimate and doing business, but don't be a dick and fuck other people over. They got caught doing that here in Sacramento. They got caught doing that because fucking the cannabis enforcement was again doing good old boy stuff, and it was somebody knew somebody, and everybody in the line was everybody's buddy. And you hold business license A, I hold business license B, and it turns into the fucking political bullshit. And some of the best growers I know don't grow and sell commercial cannabis. Some of them just quit. They just don't even do it. And they were growing, man, they were growing stuff that like, why grow? That guy's giving it to me cheaper and better, and I'm bothered. Fuck that. Get it from him. You know, I mean, it was that level people, they're done. Where they moved to other places, better markets, you know. And then everybody and their mothers moving to California thinking it's the gold rush on cannabis, when it's like, man, don't you see what's happening in Oregon and Washington? We're buying their leftovers because there's just so much shit. And when you get an ounce for $50 and it's rock hard nugs, like, it's kind of hard to sit there and say and justify bothering to get into the competition with those guys. You can't. You know.
I believe we're still a good 2 years out from that dilemma here in Michigan. You know, before the market's completely flooded. Right now, I think, like we were talking a little bit before, the market, it's dry here in Michigan. And so we have to catch up before we can, be overloaded. You know what I mean?
And I don't know how much you've looked into it, Eagle, or how it will work for you guys, but Oregon got clearance to do mail order now for large quantities in their state. So that means if you're medical or a commercial distributor in another state and you can get it to you with those guys in Oregon through the auctions, then you can do it legally. Once you got it, it's yours. So it's the interstate game now where it's like, once it's in the state, it's good. You know, so there's a lot of guys now that are buying large quantities from Oregon auctions and having them brought to where they're having a problem, but they're legit, you know. So that's something you're going to see a lot more happening. And usually the way it goes with anything federal is once you get 2/3 of the states, you're pretty much looking at a federal mandate comes in, and we're almost there. So once we're at 2/3 of the states, you'll see a harder push, and prohibition hopefully gets lifted. I mean, if we had everybody in prison that was in purely for marijuana charges, we wouldn't need any more prisons. We'd have room for one inmate per cell because half the fucking prisons would be clear because all the guys that went in there for fucking grass. You know, this is all deliberate bullshit to rob the people blind for taxes. Any fucking fool can see that as an adult. You know, sorry, it's just the way it is. To play the political bullshit, life is too fucking short to put up with it. And I think that's where we're at, where a lot of people realize that. You know, how many years do you put in before you say, well, pretty soon I'm crippled and old and I don't give a shit anyway, you know?
So what time span did you make it out there to Cali, if you don't mind me asking? Kind of tells us
We
a
left
little
Florida
bit
in
about
2006. 2006 we left Florida. Sorry, my wife's doing the deal. Fucking, that was when we came out here. It was when the recession hit. I do a lot of construction, engineering, architectural design work, and there's just no work for any of the guys. It hit Florida hard when it first hit, and I don't know who remembers now when the recession. Now we have all this other shit going on. You know, the debt ceiling was crawling, and everybody's salaries were falling through the fucking floor because there was too many people working and not enough jobs. Now we're at this place we're at now, so I guess that's all irrelevant. But that was our reason for leaving the state of Florida. Was we had a lot of family smokers, and prohibition was bullshit. That was causing problems, and nobody wanted to have to deal with losing anything. And then the recession hit, and there was just not enough work in the commercial and manufacturing industry to sustain families. If you weren't in medicine or law, you're gonna get fucked. So we came out here, and then of course it hit the whole country, so that kind of became irrelevant. But medicine pays better in Cali for most people, a lot better than other states, almost double. So if you're in medicine, you made good money out here, and that was able to get through the recession with family.
It sounded like you hit in right about the time you were able to watch the heyday of cannabis and the rise and fall of the heyday out there in California.
Yeah. And a lot of these people that are now in the front lines, like West Coast names that are known, they didn't get out in front of the camera. They were known to me just by the circles in the clubs, because everybody at the clubs knew everybody else that was growing and driving around selling this shit. That's what you had to do. You can only sell a pound to a club legally. So, and it was usually, like I said, a lot of clubs had a set rate. It was this club, like one of my clubs, they didn't care what it was, how good or bad it was. You got $1,000 a pound, period. That's what they would pay people. And then it was into the dispensary, but the price on the shelf would be whatever it warranted. And it was drive club to club to club selling a pound, because you weren't required to technically turn in those records, and all kinds of shit had to be done for the guys that were growing on the mountains with hundreds of pounds that legally couldn't sell it all, but they had the good bud. The guys like you're getting interviews, Joddery, all these guys, man. I've smoked a bunch of these guys' nugs through the fucking El Dorado Hills, down in fucking Sac now. I mean, these guys have been around forever, and man, there's some good cuts everywhere. But a lot of that shit disappeared. Like I had one of my boys down from Amador, him and a couple of his buddies, huge grows, beautiful stuff. They ended up going over and getting busted by a neighbor, which was fucking bullshit. But he had given me a cut of Santa Cruz, cut of Blue Dream. And let me tell you, man, I'd had Blue Dream elsewhere. Then it was, you could taste it was the same stuff. There was just, when you get that cut, it's the fucking cut. And let me tell you, that shit was legendary. I could pull up a picture now, but I'd have to go hunt it down. But that is some good bud. Same with like a good cut of GDP. Like the guys that have the real cuts, they know they have the cuts because they've seen the other stuff. And until somebody else hits a good pheno, it just ain't there. Like I had people panic when I jumped right over the fucking slurry breath cut that I went through. It didn't want to re-veg the way I liked. I didn't care. So I'll have to show you that nug. But I mean, that was some really good nug. I mean, that's the thing. You can get stuff and get lucky on a pheno and just be a home grower many, many times. And there's stuff that would have been propagated to commercial level time and time again, and you just pass it up. But that's because most growers aren't looking.
When you talk about having to necessarily re-veg, what's your process in re-vegging, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, there's multiple ways to grow about it. I kind of have a technique as to what to do for breeding and growing in general. One is, if you breed from seed, if you go right into the flower, you get one. We were back at this conversation before, is you'll get to sample the nug, right? So you can check pheno. So if I got a new stock, I don't want to spend 4 months growing it out, training it up, cutting, waiting for tops, cutting, waiting for tops, cutting, waiting for tops. That's fucking bullshit, dude. If I put it in the ground, put it right in flower, that bitch comes up, whether I get a little teeny tree or I get a stretch and I get a little bigger plant, either way, I'm getting a bunch of tester nugs. So I'm going to know the quality I'm looking at. And two, if I decide I already knew I wanted to breed it. So I already know what I have, right? Let's say I already know that. I already know this seed is really stable stock. I don't even give a fuck what it is. I just know I need to cross it with this right now. Okay, so you can do that and pheno hunt right in the process. Flower from seed. As soon as you get presentation and the nugs are large enough to really check for the qualities and traits you're looking for, you're going to see it. And then from that data, you're going to be able to say to yourself, how does it smoke? Right? So now you top them. When you top them, boom, 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 boom. All that tested material, you can take it back. You can pollinate. If you don't want to top and you want to get a large amount of seed and you already knew what you had, you pollinate the whole plant without topping it. And then immediately give it a week of pollination. So you're not going to just pollinate once. You're going to pollinate, wake up, pollinate, wake up. Get you a week in a solid pollination as that plant's developing the buds and make sure everything's pollinated. You're still going to miss a few. And then after the week, you give it one more week of seed set. So a total of the 2. You're doing a week of treatment and then a week more seed set. And so that's a 2-week extension, but then you flip back to veg. When you go to veg, you can do 18 or greater hours. I've had no problems with 18 ever. So as long as you do 18, you're cool. 18 or greater, and then re-veg. Re-veg, like I said, 4 to 10 a strain, roughly. But then it's about 4 weeks is all you need to go from, I'll show you the pictures, to go from nothing, which is, you can see these plants here. Each of these plants, when I topped them, they were cut here where this knuckle is. So I left just this little stuff here, these 2 last buds, and I leave those because there's about 100 to 200 calyxes depending on the material. That's hundreds of shoots. That's all you need, really. And then you try and leave leaf where you can. And I take this for the tester, dry this, smoke it. So I already know what I'm going to be getting out of the plant before I'm even done with it, and I'm already breeding the motherfucker. All right, so now I already got this stuff crossed. So I cut it, I had stock hit, and I was like, after I test it, this and this will get kept. This did not want to re-veg, but they were both good. So if I was going to breed it, this one, like I said, these ones, they were back crossed already. That stock's not grown, but they're cut back and pollinated. If they're going to pollinate and I need a lot of seed, I don't cut them. If I only need a little bit of seed, I leave an extra set of nodes up so I can pollinate one set of buds and not the other if I don't want. You can get the idea where I'm going with that. You just go with what you need. If you need more seed, you need more cuts, that kind of bullshit, you're going to leave yourself what you need. You pollinate heavy, you're going to get a lot of seed. Give your week, get your flip back, your 4 to 10 roughly per strain, and then 4 weeks exactly. And you'll go from those cut to nothing to the trees that you were seeing that I was showing, because that's what those are. Those two plants right there, the left and the right in this picture, this one and this one, those are the two phenos. Those plants on the re-veg, this is all re-veg in this picture here, except for those clones in that little tray. Well, where'd my arrow go? There we go. Let's see, become those. That's these plants right here. You're looking at them both right here. So those were all, those shoots come out. And on Instagram, I put a bunch of the videos and stuff up there that show the internodes and the process for the re-veg. But you can see in this picture here, all these shoots and branches and these spears are coming up out of those two little buds that I had left on these plants at my re-veg. And that's all you got to do. And look, I didn't have to cut any of this stuff. The only thing I cut is what I don't want. So how many times did I cut these plants from birth, right? Once. These plants that you're looking at in this picture each were cut once. They were topped. That was it. When I took them at the re-veg to flip so I could test. So when everybody's sitting there with new seed and they're sweating balls, cutting, trying to train, cutting, and I get it. I understand mainline and building out. I understand all these things. Are you seeing a difference in performance really from all that extra work? No, you're not. And you're also going to look at this picture and realize, wow, those are nice stable stalks. When you do this method, those new shoots, they all behave like a main line because the plant assumes it's growing new shoots that are going to need to be main lines. So you'll see on this plant, they grow like a main stalk from a cutting, and you can see each one has large branches that are main stalks off of each of those shoots as well. So they're behaving like a main trunk, each of the large spears. And that'll happen on all of the plants you do that way. They'll all do that. So if you don't want some of this lower stuff and you decide you're going to hard lollipop and you're just going to leave the upper canopy, go for it. You're still going to get the same result you would normally get with less work. It's less work. And it's like, it's hard because I want so bad to sell to the whole community. Like, guys, you're fucking yourself on time. You're fucking yourself on labor. And ultimately, you're fucking yourself on quick you can turn the plant around. Like, I can re-veg in 5 weeks if I don't seed and continuously have plants that are going into that process. I can breed in the middle of growing a plant and pre-breed. So this is a pre-breeding method. I don't even have to know if the material is good. I can breed a small amount, maybe a batch of 50 to 100 seeds of a plant cross, label it, have it aside with the plant and say this was plant XYZ and this is the seed from that. And then when it grows all the way out and I see it on the re-veg and I see what the mature full plant's going to look like, I can smoke that finished mature bud. And even before, then I might say, man, I want to breed this if I was anybody else. It's really good. Oh, I already did that. It's done, right? I already bred it. It's done. Oh, this plant was shit. I did not want to breed this. Where's that bag of seed? Stomp, stomp, stomp. If I really don't want it. Or, hey, you know what, man? I don't really want these seeds. You might have luck with them. There might be something killer in there, but you only have so much time, right? But these techniques are going to get you there quicker bud, quicker seed, quicker cuts. If you need, I mean, look at those plants. I didn't cut them at all except that once. If I wanted 100 clones, they're there. Even now, they're there. You know, and that for me is somebody saying, here's a secret. Here's a way to get yourself somewhere you want to be easier and quicker. You know, so that's really like, those are things that I myself got into this whole process and talking with you guys and trying to get on the Instagram. I'm not gaining anything myself because there's really nothing for me to gain. I'm okay with life. I love, just not like that. For me, it's about where I see people struggling, seeing the recreational market killing fucking people trying to grow and get stuff done, and seeing a lot of bro science, because I am all about real science and bro science, because honestly, real science has its roots in that, right? I'm an engineering designer by trade. Like everything has a root in a thought. Somebody came up with an idea and explored that. So it's bro science is where a lot of good science comes from. But you also have to recognize at the point that bro science is bullshit, and you finally hit that point where, okay, man, you're not going to sell me that the zebra can fly. It doesn't have any fucking wings. We know it doesn't fly, right? Like, there's points where you have to do that stuff, and this is one of those things. Like, they call, there's different names for everything. I've seen like the guys out there, like was it Kyle Cushman? He's got his names. He gave all his chiropractic and stuff. This is all stuff that you could go find in standard botany anyway, you guys. And these are all the practice of expanding when you knuckle a plant, or you create any pinch in the plant. All that stuff. If you look, there's vascular circulatory systems in the plant that distribute water and gases between the plant and the stalk. When you do shearing action on hemp, because it's been studied in hemp as well, since you're going to go that route, you're getting shearing action. So that space between those capillary tubes in any stalk of that plant, when you shear that material and split that open, that's where it's healing. Ideally, you don't want to split and pinch the capillary tubes, because I've tested that and it slows down flower production. All right. So if you're in flower, you should never pinch, because that shit's not healthy. It's going to slow down time. It's better to do everything in veg as much as possible. Right. And you train down and do all that stuff in flower to expose light. And I understand that if you're scrogging tight space, but like realistically, shearing action is better. So pinching and knuckling, if you've got a knuckle, sometimes you have to knuckle, right? Because you're working in a space and you need to bend. So you're going to give your soften up and you're going to knuckle it. People do that. That's cool. I get doing it. But what I'm saying is that tissue is going to heal, not as its delivery mechanism would be stronger if it was a straight joint where the vascular tubes were never obstructed during that breaking. So that's why cannabis is a wind pollinator, because it usually would be in a windy environment and it gets its shit beat up. But because of the way it moves and sways and beats and twists, the shearing action is what you guys are getting, right? So that is what's going to generally give you the big thick stalk on the whole plant anywhere, is shearing action. So you want to not snap it and pinch it. Really, it's better to do the twisting. If you're twisting the plant, that's more natural simulation of the shearing of those fibers between those plants, and you're going to leave the capillary action intact as much as possible. And you don't want to expose that interior air surface of the plant, right? So like you're in that shearing action, if done right, you're never breaking it open and leaving that open airway inside. You're exposing yourself to a lot of fungus infections, mold, rot, interior of the plant. That is a pressure zone. The plant is healing to close that pressure zone, to keep an amount of pressure internal of its body, kind of like a heart. So you have a gas chamber within the stalk of that plant. It has upward pressure and downward pressure. It's pushing into the plant. So that's a part of the delivery system. When you break that, it takes time to heal. When you break that, you might have something get withered. So these are things you need to think about. The plant has those systems just like the human body. It's just foliage. You have an air system, you have your water delivery, your root system, you have stomata to go both ways. So I mean, all these aspects of the plant could be, I don't know the better way to say this. It's better to simulate nature to get the results you want. I'm doing much less work than any other grower I know and getting the results I want to be getting every time. And that's the best thing I can offer. Say, I'm not lazy. I just like to work smart. I'm not going to hammer a fucking road spike with my bare fist if I have a sledgehammer. So.
I agree with some of the revegging thoughts. I mean, are you actually talking? It sounded like at one point you were talking that you pollinated the female and then took her back to a veg
Correct.
state to finish her out. That you're finishing your seeds out in a veg in an
That's correct.
18.6.
That's correct. I can show you those pictures as well. I'll actually show you that. So the thing is that's why you allow the seed set, right? So, and when the plant gets pollinated, it usually takes only within 24 hours for the DNA to actually move and seeds start to form. But if you start a plant to re-veg immediately during pollination, the seeds will not fully mature. And you can actually see where some seeds will have the start of a serrated leaf on them, where they'll begin to turn back into the shoot that we talked about, where a calyx internal, where it's, so when you have your pistils inside of your calyxes, right, they go down to the ovum. So you're going to get a pollination point. If it starts pollinating and it's too immature, that same ovum is at the tip of the apial shoot of that calyx. so that as it's going to grow into a new shoot under re-veg, if that embryo is not far enough developed, the plant will actually just cannibalize it and just turn back into a shoot anyway and just absorb the material. Or in some cases, and I actually have seeds that I could pull out and show you. I'll do that. I'll send some pictures on IG and stuff of weird stuff that I've figured all this out with. But you can actually see where there's a changeover where some seed is so close to the cusp that you can see leaf that develops and becomes shell on the shell where it'll have the serrations on it, and also others where they don't fully develop. So that's why you want to allow seed set. So I did my time with that to figure this out. If you pollinate for a period of a week, you start when buds are about thumb size. So if you grew a plant right from seed and flower and you're getting a little plant, big plant, doesn't matter. Some plants, I have had stuff that just blew up even within right from seed. Other stuff that was little teeny trees. Just whatever the case, when your nugs are about a thumb, start pollinating if you just want to seed and re-veg. So what are we doing here? So we're skipping cutting the plant and waiting for tops. We're going right to flowers. So we're going to get to scent check it, pheno check if we want. So if we had 100 seeds, we could pheno check every little teeny guy and see who's going to be the winner. We're going to pollinate that. We're going to do a week of pollination on it. We're going to do seed set, and we can do them all if we're really going to be crazy. And we'll do a week of seed set more. So 2 weeks to add it onto the cycle to get the seed set. But at the end of that second week, I checked by the end of week 2, almost 50%, because of that first day pollination work forward, is reasonably well developed. You can tell because the calyxes usually change. You usually get a swell within 3 days. So you can kind of tell, and that's why people panic on a pollination, right? If you get an unexpected pollination, if you don't get your shit harvested within 24 to 48 hours, by 72 hours, you've got enough where it's preemie seed all through your shit, right? So everybody panics, you know that. So that's why, because it's that period of time. So you get yourself that full second week in to allow all of that time you pollinated the seed set. And by the end of that second week, when you start re-veg, we discussed it takes 4 to 10 days to kick back over to flower. That is long enough where as the plant is detecting the light cycle change back into a vegetative state, it says, okay, continue doing what you're doing. Anything that's not a seed, because the plant's going to develop a point where it cuts that seed off from the plant itself, and now it's isolated and being grown, right? Like the plant's growing its own embryos that way. So until it does that, those can be reabsorbed. But if not, it'll just continue to grow those and finish them. So on most re-veges, what'll happen is you'll grow it out, you get all your new shoots, they'll start coming out. It's pretty sporadic. You're going to get a bunch of shoots out of the bottom because buds obviously have round that are going to be fucking useless, right? But right here, now here's where you get into the people who are like, well, what about all my cuttings and clones? So right here, guys, was for those guys. All of those shoots that are coming out of the bottom, I'm cutting and cloning those if I need them, right? Because they're going to come out brand new shoots. They're going to tongue out. All the new shoots will spiral out. You'll get a round, just like a seedling. And then immediately you'll get your first serrated, your triple, your fives, and onward up, right? So then once you do that, you're back into a cut. Well, you don't have to wait that long. As soon as you're on set 3 of one of those little shoots, go ahead and clone it if you want. Take it, cut it off, clone gel right in the thing. And like I said, any of those will grow. This is a tray. Those same 16, I took those on IG, and this is what you get every time. I'm not doming these. I'm not humidifying them. The humidity's coming from the rooters together, right? So the rooters are in the tray, and I'm keeping the tray like a miniature ebb and flow. You can see it. I'll keep them damp, and then every day I give them just a little water. Get them about third high just to keep them wet and let them eat that. I'm not giving them food or nothing. They're going to eat off of themselves for a little bit. You'll see this first one's starting to feed. Once this gets brown, I'll take it off. And then this is probably the funniest thing is these will almost get their own defol. I'll defol my cuts on these, but all of these little shoots from the pistils, those calyxes are going to be all of my fucking branches. I'm not going to do any cutting on this. These are all going to branch, and I'll be removing stuff I don't want, but I'm not cutting to produce shoots. That's out of the game for me. I don't even do that. You see what I'm saying? That's where the time saving comes in. So like you, that pine tar kush, right? You got that. You're like, man. Now here's the catcher though. You if something doesn't re-veg well, you can fuck yourself. That's the one, because there's an exception to every rule, right? That's how it goes. There's exception to every rule. Something doesn't re-veg, showed you one that doesn't. You fuck yourself that way. You'll get the breeding done, but if it's not a re-veg material, and that's very rare, I found that some of the cheese lines way out there have a problem with it. And I don't know if that's maybe being way back bred in with some ruderalis that had some some effect on reflower. So maybe it's got a little bit of that genetic way back that's holding it from doing well. But beyond that, anything at re-veg, you can totally do that. So then what's going to happen
So
is you're get shoots, and those shoots are going to come
the
from
same strains.
Sorry, I was
The
trying to finish
same strain. The same strains root out if they're taken in veg versus in flower. Have you tried the same strains to? Have you tried to clone the same strains that won't re-veg? Yeah.
They'll clone fine.
Veg.
They'll clone. That's correct. They clone fine. Yep, that's right. And that is the one reason
it's
that
just in flower that they won't re-veg.
So that's right. Sometimes you'll have varieties, and where I'm seeing it, that I've seen it the most, is the varieties that are super dense that have the tight trichome clusters. I almost think what's going on is the plant starts internally struggling to have pressures to push itself, and it kind of gives up. I almost think like the trichomes are interlocking, almost like a Velcro, right? Like Velcro, like the bud wants to stretch and it just gives up. It kind of tries and can't. And I can see where they start, and then there's just some plants that just say, nah, fuck you. So, but that's just the way it goes. In general, though, that's super rare. You're not going to really see that in volume. And anything that anybody's got that's in cuts, it's easy enough to check one time, right? So if you've already got cuts, you can check. But here's the beauty of this. This applies to any scale, right? So people that are flowering now that would normally train up cuts for months in advance, they can be taking cuts, 4 or 5 weeks in off of the lower stuff that they're going to trim up for lollipop and immediately root that. You're ahead of the game. You got a bunch more nodes. You've got calyxes that now, once you hit that 1 month of veg, each of those calyxes is giving you a branch. And now you're up to this point where, cool, I took this one cut and it turned into hundreds and hundreds of cuts with hundreds of cuts on them. So it's very similar in the propagation methods that you would pull off with tissue culture, because you're skipping time frames that you would normally think you need to do that you really don't need to do to produce the material. You just need to understand the plant. And the easiest part to understand the plant is that the way it re-veges produces the most amount of shoots. And because you have a certain time frame, you can squeeze in the breeding process to pre-plan for that. So as a breeder, what I'm suggesting for anybody listening that's a breeder is do this. Pre-breed your plants. Grow them out, flower, take 10, flower them out, pick your winners that you like out of what you can see from what you're getting, pollinate them, because they're nice and contained too. Small little plants, you can keep them somewhere tighter too to pollinate. Right, so take them, pollinate them, do a week of pollination, hit them every day consistently. Once you're done with that week, give them 1 more week of seed set, right? Just to let that pollen set in, let the seeds start developing. Go ahead, if you want, take samplers at that point if you want. If you had topped them, top them, leave some bud for the re-veg though. And at the end of that time, re-veg them. In 4 weeks, you're going to have massive fucking hedges with hundreds of cuts each and already covered in massive spears of buds when you're going into flower. So now you got a return on your plant. You're back in the game. You pre-bred the winner, because you don't even need to know the winner. If I bag and tag everything that I collect and label off of these plants, then I'm going to know, right? I'm already going to know. I'm going to know this was a winner because I just smoked it. I don't have to wait to breed it now because I bred it when it was in this other phase, and I already have a bag of seed from that phase. So now, obviously, at production scale for seed, if I was needing 100,000 seeds as that guy, that's not going to work up for the late game, but it works up front for this process that gets you where you want to go to be breeding and selecting much faster, gets you to bud and cuts much faster, and keeps you in the cycle much more often. My veg time is basically, unless I go the pollination and have to kick it up a week and I decide, and more often than not I do, generally speaking, it's 4.5 weeks, right? Because I do that offset for that 4 to 10 day window that I flip back, but roughly a month. So it's a month of veg, 2 to 10, 2 months to 10 weeks of flower, whatever they just come out like. It's, I'm not clocking it because I just know from behavior where I'm at. And I know when I'm ready to harvest from looking at everything, trichomes. I mean, this is the more common stuff everybody would already know. So at that point, you're in the game. But these other shortcuts is the stuff nobody's doing that you should know about and try so that you understand it. And after you do it, if you're going to be happy you tried it.
Well, it sounds like monster cropping, basically. But I mean,
that's the name they call is monster cropping when you take them at 5 weeks. But what isn't being done is from seed, doing this process, pollinating them at seed, and then flipping them back midway through flower once you've decided, hey, yeah, I want to go ahead and do that to produce your cuts. So you're not cutting a plant to get hundreds of shoots until you're ready for them, right? So how many times do you top a photo normally?
I mean, you're getting full-term seeds, correct? That's what I want to know. I mean, after pollination, you're getting full-term seeds in veg. I mean, I understand. I've re-vegged a lot of times. I've actually re-vegged just buds at harvest and done the process. So you're talking about
this all right here. This is all seed from that unicorn breath. This is all my breeding stock on that, and that was all done that same way. It's all done that way.
Never heard of that's just what is throwing me off. I've never heard of anybody finishing off the seed after pollination back in veg hours. That's what's throwing me off. Now I follow the whole monster crop.
That's why the only thing I can give you is it's pre-breeding. That's basically the only way I can describe the technique, because it is about breeding for me. For somebody who was just propagating for cuts, it's still quicker. You're still getting more cuts and finished bud quicker off of your 1 or 10 starting seeds as a grower, getting going, than trying to go 4 months of cutting and cutting and cutting to get up to that one plant to finally get bud. You're still getting there quicker, and you're getting the seed.
Well, the one thing I definitely agree with, in the monster crop process, I agree that it's, if you want a bush, I've done it many times. It's a great way to bush out a plant, and I agree. People naysay about taking clones later in flower, but I've taken them, later in flower just for this purpose, 3 and 4, just to monster crop them out. But I've never thought of trying to do it as far as, seeding and letting the seeds finish out that way. And another thing I want to say about this process is it's a fuck lot quicker to re-veg a plant like this than to let that plant go full term. You've actually harvest your bud off it and then try to re-veg just the carcass with a few buds and branches left on it. Now that process, I mean, you're talking a 5-week flip here with this process. That sounds pretty close. I mean, you got a couple weeks to root.
If you go the full route,
you 4 weeks on top of that to veg out and get that nice bush that you're talking. But if you were trying to re-veg that whole plant, no way, son. No. That thing's got to go 2 months. 2 months before you see them bud sites fucking flipping out. And
all you need is exact math. I broke it down on the plant, looked at everything, I've gone so far. I brought up other stuff too. I'll have to open up some stuff to talk about in a second here. But the reality of it is that's why I'm saying it like I'm saying it. Every calyx, every set of 2 hairs is coming out of 1 calyx, 1 ovum, 1 pistil. Each ovum location is the spot for new potential apial growth, meaning you only need 1 little teeny bud, those 2 last little buds on that first internode of a plant. That's all you need. That's all you need. But you need a little leaf material to feed it to get the veg growing, and you need to make sure that the roots are supported enough too, because what happens is, here's where you can fuck yourself. You have to leave enough to keep the plant alive, right? If you just chop down to those last 2 buds on a larger plant, it's just going to die, right? Because the roots are going to want way more than they're going to be able to get from nothing above. It'll just be a ball of roots and it's going to suffocate itself because it's going to have a leaf to work with. But if you have a modestly sized plant, if you're going from that smaller plant to begin with, that's totally acceptable. So on that little teeny plant that we're talking about, cutting down to that base nug and just having those 2 little nugs and those leaves, that's all you need. That'll get you more shoots so you know what to do with. That'll get you all your clones, that'll get you everything, and you're smoking bud. You got seeds, so you can technically get into triple back crossing within 2 cycles. And I mean, that's kind of stuff that I want people to understand you're doing with this. I'm sure anybody that's got any real good science backgrounds understanding by now how much time this is going to give you, how many cuts you're going to get so much quicker off of new stuff. Because that's the big thing too, as a breeder, you get that new stuff, you got that pine tar kush. How long were you planning on having to veg it before you even considered flower? Well, now fuck that, dude. Put it right in your flower
60
room.
days.
Right, put it right in your flower room.
60 days from seed to flower.
Right, fuck that. I'm going in right away. I'm skipping a 30 days, and that next 30 days, I'm going to be halfway into bud, and then I'm going to know already, hey, do I want to breed? If I don't, That 30 days, now I'm flipping back to veg. That's going to pop all that just like monster crops. Now you're taking that brand new seed, you're getting those little buds. We're not topping it. We didn't breed it. Instead, we're expressing to a larger plant. We're going to say, cool. Normally, if I veg it up, it's going to do a bunch of shoots. It's going to do these behaviors. But if I go right in the flower, it's immediately going to start looking for apial growth. We're going to get these tighter structures. And as soon as you get even a pinky-sized bud and internodes on that thing and flip it back to veg, you're getting 100 shoots. And it's going to be in the same time frame with no cutting. You're still maintaining your top shoot. You can still stress train it down, top shoot it up. You're not, you know what I mean? Like, you're getting more out of it. So that's what I want, you know, for you and for everybody else that have bullshitted and all new growers. Like, try these things. Don't, I don't want you to feel fucked over, but I wouldn't be telling you this on a fucking video if it was bullshit. I wouldn't be doing it and showing you on Instagram and showing you everything that I'm doing if I was a fucking idiot. You know, I'm a huge science guy. I've taken a lot, like, a credential thing shouldn't matter, but just understand science is a thing for me. So, but yeah, that's I'm passionate about it, and that it'll make me feel good to know somebody out there took away from that, extrapolated the data, and said, "Wow, I've been stressing over breeding when all I had to do was take all these cuts, flower these motherfuckers, pollinate the winners, and move on, and I'm still doing everything else without even having to sweat. Now it's not a bunch of bullshit." All right, now hit me up with some questions, Eagle. I'm just sitting here rambling, man. It's the rambling, man. You need to, that's what you need. You need a fucking buzzer with little sounds so you can interrupt, so you can like play the Rambling Man song when somebody just gets going off on a tangent, you know.
Well, no, that wouldn't be fair for one. And the other thing I don't like to cut into is if I think MedFit said it one time. He's like, I argue the point. I argue my point. Well, you know, there's no arguing the point here. I want to hear your tech flat out. You know what I mean? If I'm cutting in and out, asking you shit, you know, it's hard to just hear your tech. You know what I mean? So, you know, I'd rather hear it in full form, and you know.
Yeah. And there's obviously exceptions to everything. You know, like you said, there's exceptions to every rule, and for some people, certain situations, it's just not going to be feasible for them to want to do these things because they're already at scale. Those kinds of things, I wouldn't, you know, sure. I mean, other than teetering to learn the process of the plant, but that's really what I'm showing is these time intervals and these things within the plant that are time frames that people are scared to play in because they don't understand the plant well enough to know, like, you can do these things. This will work. This works fine. Do this. So yes, the seed will continue to develop. You need to allow that second week for seed set, though. You got to get at least 7 days on the seed for it to fully develop, but you're better off at the full 14. So really, that's why I'm telling you to pollinate for a full week to ensure pollination, because the buds are going to continue to develop new pistils and grow during that week still. So you're still hitting new pistils as they're coming up. But because it's developing new pistils, each calyx is a new location for branches. So even if you're hitting it every day, there's still unpollinated pistil locations that will become branches when you flip. So no matter what you do, you're going to get a bunch of shoots. And instead of seeing somebody sweating balls over a plant and dying, being like, man, I hope this thing makes it. Oh, did I chop it too much? Oh, it's getting an infection because I cut it and it's a baby. Instead of just letting it grow and pollinating it if you want to, and then flipping it really quick and tricking it so that you get all your shoots like it's a monster crop. And it works. It works great. Do it. Get yourself seed, breed. And then the beauty of it is you can be disposable with your seed, because then you can already know ahead of time as a breeder. You can even slap them right on the plants as they're regrowing round 2 for the re-veg. Take the bag of seeds that you've collected and label them, get them ready to go. And when you decide you like a plant or you don't like a plant and you already knew your father pollen was a keeper, you're good to go, because you already know you got your seed stock done. And then that round, you could already have had a couple of those seeds going from those test seeds already while those plants are flowering, and do the same thing and be another round ahead selecting out of that pre-selection. So now you're 2 rounds ahead in your breeding and selection for pheno hunts and for lineage determination. Oh, these smells are going this way. That's where I want to go, and start pushing ahead. So for people that are breeding over life cycles that are like, oh man, it's going to take me, I'm only going to have 40 grows left before I'm dead. You know, those guys really, that's not true, bro. I'm going to get triple that on breeding time. And not on the collection of the harvest. You're still going to have real time for that. But in the breeding time, how quick you can cycle through and push genetics. Just tripled it if you try it.
Have you ever seen a cloned bud?
Well, that's what you're doing with monster cropping. You're cloning bud. I mean, you could take the stem right down to the base of the bud.
Pretty much a bud, like, oh shit.
Yeah, because well, you got to remember, cannabis is pretty unique in that it does intersperse leaf within its bud flower, but it's still not the largest producer. So that's where you get into the argument of default, right? And I am not going to shit on any side of that argument, and I'll tell you why. Both work. It is weed. It's a patch plant. It grows well with itself. It tends to drop its own leaf anyway. Yeah, man, it's totally the way to do it. And as soon as those kick into veg, you got hundreds of shoots. I can't do it another way. For me,
that was actually at harvest. It's actually skunk beard right there, and the clone that I took died, and I was like, motherfucker, I gotta save this. So I at harvest took 2 buds, and then cloned them at that. I've actually cloned buds smaller than that with a little bit less material on them. Nice, but and they'll actually come back to that monster crop that you're talking about. And I've actually suggested what you're talking about, like this, to like Med Grower 1, because it's so much faster than trying to re-veg out that mom. Like we're talking, you can do it. It's more, that right there is time saving, a lot more time saving of a re-veg process than just going.
So basically, for me, it just makes sense because I look at everybody that they're constantly having to cut their plants to get to a point that they're like, okay, this plant has enough internodes, all this. And I just don't, dude. I'm not going to do it because a lot of that's just wasted time. I don't need it anymore. That's where I look at it. And it's like the reason not to argue is when you just know what you're doing works for you well, or is working better than anything you've ever seen or done. You just have to do it, right? And that's where I'm at with it. That's why I don't push anybody away, because I got where I got learning on my own, looking at what people were doing, it took years and years and years and years of exposure and understanding. And then also from my own side, reading scholarly journals and articles. Let me pull open a little folder I got here for the Eagle experience, because I want to open a document I've talked about in breeding circles, because I found this document in particular. Are you able to see this right now?
Yes.
This is a really, really interesting write-up that was done in 1978. Now, to give you a scale of time, I was born in 79, right? So this was being done before I was I was still in somebody's nutsack, bro. But this was an interesting write-up because this gets into the discussion of the controls and the sexation of the plant, and a lot of the talks I was having in there before was, people treating the plants with different things, like selfing a plant. You get into the use of colloidal silver or STS. And then, of course, the real one, just to do it with the general hormone to produce a true herm, is gibberellic acid. All right, so gibberellic acid should never be in a bud feedstock. Don't do that, guys. Should not be in your feeding. It shouldn't be getting sprayed on your plants. Female plants herm with gibberellic acid. All right, so let's just clear that up for everybody. Okay, but you get into this discussion here. This was an interesting, because I want to share this with all the breeders out there. This write-up's important because it discusses the use of the different hormones. And one in particular I found through this reading was not being explored as well as it should be in modern usage, and it works. I got it. I used the hormone. It does feminize seed stock heavily. It does do all the things that you would want. So there's a discussion of auxins in this and the ways to control both male and female plant sexes. So now everybody knows how to self a female to get male anthers, which is in the picture here. Your bananas, your anthers. And you can see on this ridge line on an anther, this is where your pollen gets produced. It's like a ridge, and you'll get little drips. Those are the pollen coming out. All right. So you're looking here. This is showing you a male plant that has produced female stigmas. All right. So where that comes from, those in the discussion, this is for breeders, is discussion of kinetin. All right, this is a hormone. It's in all life forms. So one, you need to be aware if you're going to go down this road, you need to read and understand hormones, make sure it's listed as safe. But I'm going to tell you, you have kinetitin in your body. You don't want to just get a bunch of this on you when you work with kinetitin. You need to understand what you're doing. And ethers, so meaning literally grain alcohol. So that is a part of the feminization of plant as well. So in conjunction and alone, the auxins and the auxin class, in particular, kinetitin, is a feminization agent. So it'll if fully dissolved and done in the right conditions, proper treatment from this study, you can take a male plant and get it to produce female anthers or female stigma. And that would be only useful in the scenario that you had a male plant. It was either the only plant of its kind and species left, and you knew that you wanted to be able to grow something with the plant, but you were never going to get its bud. This would allow you to self the plant as a male to produce more plants. Now, the problem with this reading is, and I want people to take time with this also works, this kinetitin, in reading this article, and just to go back up to show people so they can write it down and pause it if they need to. You can Google this, find it in a publicly available resource to find this now, is a hormonal control of sex differentiation in dioecious plants of hemp, cannabis sativa. Okay, so this is specific to cannabis. All right, this was done in Poland. All right, but this is a very good read for higher level reading. Okay, you get in there, they give you all the discussion of what they did, how they treated, but the end result of it is that kinetitin can be used, one, as a seed soak, and it's also in their study shows that the seeds that were soaked came out much higher fem rate, meaning that it's actually changing the seed to fem plants at a much larger percentage. They were getting, like, I think it says 75% somewhere in here. I have to go read through here again. In any case, it's in here. Go read this. It's really good reading. But it will tell you, one, that you can use it as a feminization in seed soak. It aids in seed soak and popping old seeds. So the discussion when people have asked me, what do you do? What can help with old seeds? Kinetitin with kelp will definitely help do some seed soak, okay? For older seed stock, give that a go. But that will also be used as a foliar or as a root feed. So if you go down kinetitin, you get the dissolution. There's 3 solvents listed. Now here's where I'm going to be an asshole because I want to play with smart minds. Go look up the 3 solvents that are listed by 3 different agencies and see which one's correct before you get into it, because one of them is correct. You need the solvent that's correct to dissolve the kinetitin. You can partially dissolve it and get some, the foliar aspect can be used in partial dissolution. But to get full feminization, you have to be able to dissolve the hormone fully. So make sure you do your research and know how caustic the other one is. It's very dangerous. But once it's done right, you can work with kinetitin, and kinetitin will allow you to use it as a foliar or a root feed. It helps the plant at all stages of life, is the reason this discussion is being had right now. It is good for a seed soak. It is good for the feminization of a plant. It is good for the feminization of a herm plant. So basically, if it's in your feed at all, even a little bit, it helps keep the whole goddamn crop fem. If it's used as a foliar while the seed is developing, all of that seed is feminized. All right. So this is another discussion. Test this. I have. All right. So this kinetitin, and it's listed as Supergrow. You can get it for about $30 a bottle, guys. And it is a publicly available thing used in a lot of industries. It's already used as an ingredient in tissue culture. So anybody that's already involved with a tissue culture lab, this hormone's in the products used to culture out. So if you want to get into tissue culture, you would now be getting the base ingredients to start tissue culture. All right, so that's going to get you there. And basically, that's going to open all those different doorways. So now you can, of course, use your minds and figure out what you would with that information. But, you know, having those hormones available is going to give you a lot of control over what you're doing with your crop. So right here. Kinetitin is also a growth regulator participating in sex control of plants, causing feminization of male individuals, as listed in figure 1 here. All right, so I want you guys to understand, this is not bullshit. These were all people back then that had their degrees. So this is science. So yes, you can turn a male female. Nobody's doing it. There is some reading for you. But that kinetitin usage for me in general, what mattered the most is the feminization of the seed when it's used as foliar. That was huge. Also, it is a PGR, meaning that it is a natural PGR, though this is, you can get it as an extracted form that's concentrated. Obviously, you can't call that natural, but it's extracted from natural source. It is still the same kinetin that is in all of these living bodies, but it is used as a PGR, meaning that if you use it as a treatment on the plant just into flower and it's fully dissolute, it will act as a PGR on flower development. So anybody knows what PGRs do to buds, it is a natural PGR and will do that to your buds. So if you mix it up in the solution, all those bud bloom boosters and all that bullshit you're paying big dollar for that are labels that have private ingredient lists, there's a good chance that it's got some kinetin and some IAA in it. All right, so kinetin. All right, that is my big give all to the community. Do your homework. Read this, read more on the product, look up the solvents, figure out which one is correct. The other two don't fucking work fully. I've done my homework, and get where you need to get to understand this if you're at that level, because it'll help you a lot. I'm doing it just because I'm a science guy. This isn't a commercial for me, but for the guys that are in commercial, this should be making their balls swell because this is a big deal. All right, let's get back to talking shit with Eagle.
This is talking shit with Mystic Mars. This is your night, brother.
Yeah, my wife will tell you that's all I fucking do is talk shit, huh, honey?
Yeah. I think any wife will attribute to that. And your husband talks a lot of shit. I think they'll all testify to that.
I've got a very, very kind and loving wife, and she's a blessing to this world. She is complete polar opposite of me. Fuck yeah.
Isn't that what they say? Opposites attract, though. I mean, you got to have something to keep you grounded and level, right?
I'm trying to get back to you here. You'll have to bear with me. I don't know why my screen doesn't want to maximize again. Where the hell did you go? I bury you. I buried you. Thought I buried you. Hold on, I'm working my way back to you, babe.
That's where the OSB gets me.
Look at how little you are. Wait, oh, there it is. There's the button. There it is, Eagle. Fucking talking
that's where
shit.
That shit gets me. That's where that shit gets me right there. That OSB, man. You can start stacking, screening, man. I get confused once I see the boxes and the boxes and the boxes. I'm like, holy fuck, what's going on?
I do a lot of stuff though. I'm an engineering designer, digital artist, so you name it, I've done it. So like you can even see in that image for a minute, my desktop background. That's a 4K resolution off a real picture a doctor I know took in Tasmania that I digitized for something interesting. My tent just kicked on too. I'd have to switch over the Zoom meeting to go in there, but these are pretty much the pictures. I mean, I don't see any real reason to run in there. You're looking at the same shit here. I mean, unless you want to see them sway in the wind like broccoli, but I do that on the Instagram videos. That one though, that F1 on that one unicorn poop crossed with bucks work, boy, I'm real happy with that. That thing is broccoli, man. I want to reinforce that strength. Like even its smallest branches are so strong, you can just fucking whack it around. It doesn't give a shit. It's great. It's one of those things where you just scrog. What's scrog? You don't even give a shit. So that's, it's nice to keep ones like that. Stuff is just hardy.
So how do you, being out there in California, you've got a wide open market of strains there. I mean, how do you decide what you're going to run and what you won't run? I mean, do you just prefer to sit on your own stock and, run out your own shit that you've accumulated over that 25 years, or how is it hard?
It's both. I'm doing both because I went into it with a goal when I set up, and I've stuck to that goal, which was I started saving the seed when I had a kid. I was like, all right, I'm not going to be able to do a whole lot at different times because of this. I'm going to have to do my other stuff, which is, the majority of the career. But throughout that time, no matter what, I was always smoking. So I had access, and I'm not a bullshit smoker, and neither was anybody I knew. So it was always great stuff or special stuff for its own reasons. So as I went through that stuff, I had that. Some of it was great stuff from Tampa Bay area, coming through the port for that period of 10 something years there. I was smoking 15, whatever it was. And then out here for the whatever it is now, since 06 to now, and whatever it was there. So roughly, like, well, it's probably closer to 27 years now, something like that. But yeah, basically, you know, so I'm doing old and new. So I've got a lot of breeding groups I'm with online. Through, like I said, if anybody wants to get involved, look them up. Brother and Farms are some good guys. Got Growers Collective. There's a lot of good grow groups out there online. And seeds too, if you need autos, that kind of stuff. Those are good guys for that stuff. But that's a group that I work with, and there's a lot of genetic trading, like you do, you know, like for instance, for you, we'll have to talk sometime and we'll do a little trading. But I like to trade because one, it's just like when you're gifting, it's a good experience, right? It's fun to do. It's fun to talk with people and see what they got and see if it's great or if it's bullshit. So, you know, I've traded with people all over the world. I've traded with people in Australia, London, you name it. I've done a lot of trading. So I've got my own stuff that was reserved from a time when that stuff wasn't being done. And then I've got stuff that now everybody's doing that, and I'm getting access to all these newer things and stuff that's local. There's plenty of stuff in Cali that I've saved as well, because like I said, I had it from 06 to now. And during that whole time, I knew a lot of growers, had access to all the great stuff. So, I mean, seed stock's there. But there's some stuff, like I lost a cut. I did have a cut of Blue Dream. That was that SC cut, and it's phenomenal, man. If you've not had the SC cut of Blue Dream in Cali, I highly advise, if you know somebody that gets it, get it. But that's great Blue Dream. And then GDP as well. There's a cut of GDP that just makes anything else as GDP seem nominal in regard. But, you know, Pheno Hunt's always there. There's going to be a new one like that at some point. But, you know, those are two ones that in California, staples. I would smoke them anytime now till I'm done smoking. You know, the GDP and Blue Dream were great staples for me. Also, the oranges. I saw you've got Cali orange, but I love Agent Orange. All the oranges are just great. Tangies, you know, those first time you have an orange strain and you're from some place that has never had those types of cannabis, it blows your fucking mind. The potency, the taste, like, you know when you've had something that was skunk or whatever. I mean, the first time you have something that's truly those citrus and those fruits, and like you really get into it, man, it just blows your mind.
Citrus are really good. That orange is nice for a social, I find. But I've never found an orange that's really not, you know, and I guess that's just me, you know.
Really?
Yeah, I've never had one
So
that's really knocked my socks off. They've been good now. Don't get me wrong. You know, I've gotten a great buzz and everything, but not, you know, nothing that's just laid me right out. But that it's worked, you know, opposite for, you know, I enjoy when I create them or I have them, slice of sunshine. They're always super tasty and they work well for others, but it's just not one of the profiles that hit me.
well, the thing is, like a Pheno Hunt, right? You're still going to find one that's going to have the punch and the better terp, right? And that's what I'm saying. Is like when you can get the cuts, like there's cuts in Cali that they're just, man. And like I said, Rec really destroyed that. It was so common and readily available to see the good cuts out here, and Rec has just ruined that because there was a bunch of fucking dickheads that came in with a lot of money outside of those grow community and came in with, you know, governors and everybody's goddamn children and fucking all that bullshit and tried to take over a market they didn't understand, work in stuff that they wanted to do, but really they were working from seed stock, whereas you've got established growers that have cuts of really good cuts of the stuff, which honestly, if you have the choice and you're a grower, it's seed is great if you're using exploratory work and you're having fun with it or you're doing something new. I get all that. I'm obviously doing that. But if you have the choice and you're going to be doing a large scale run and you know somebody's got the fucking winner, you take the winner. You don't fuck around. You just take the winner. Anybody can, you just do that. So, you know, when you, like if Kevin Jodry gives you a cut of something, grow that shit. He's not going to hand you some bullshit, bro. He's going to say, grow this, you know. He's not going to hand you the seed if you come to California. He's going to say, here, man, you want to take this cut? Because he knows he can't guarantee the seed's going to be what you want, but he knows he can guarantee that cut's going to be exactly what the fuck you want. So the seed and the Pheno Hunt is all to get to the cut, and the cut is for the, you know, that top level commercial grower. You got to have it. Wouldn't have top shelf if we didn't. Just like you got all them seeds, man, and it kills me too because I'm just like you. I'm thirsty. There's no room for it. You got so much room, and you got all those old genetics. I heard you the one night going on, and a couple of those I'd like to see getting grown out. You just don't have no room neither. You need you 10,000 acres.
But most of them I've grown. Them are spare packs or seed beans in a lot of cases. I mean,
so what have you had that for?
Sub's quite on record of being saying I ran more fucking strains of his than he did. I ran 57 strains of Subs, and him himself says he's never fucking run that many of them. It's he created, but he created and moved on. And there's a lot of shit he depended on testers to breed out like myself and give him the answers on what was going on. He was always working on the next project, and a lot of those strains too came from like sub breeders. So there's some of them strains he never even touched. So I've had my fair share of one of my favorites a lot of the years. I mean,
yeah, like for me, honestly, dude, I just not to cut you off, but for me, like my memory's like an elephant from that first time I've smoked all the way till now. No bullshit. I can remember what I've smoked, all of it, and that's fucked up, I think. But really, it's funny. So, like thinking back, there's stuff that was just memorable. Some of it was unnamed. That stuff that just came through different times of year, or was from some special grow somewhere else in the States, and it was just special. But then there's stuff that was named cuts, like just phenomenal for what they are. So what are your top like 5 that you've ever smoked, whether or not they had a strain name or you knew like memorable experiences, like this bud was the stellar, like this was God touched somebody's fucking shoulder to grow this shit. You know what I'm talking about, bro.
Right on. Probably would be shit I had in high school was some pine weed. I don't even remember what the fuck it was, but man, that's my ultimate search right there. That's probably why I'm chasing the pines right now.
Well,
I remember that strain
but I have had the samplers of a few of these things, and I think Warlock sent you your Dream Queen in that pack there. You got to get that Pine Tar Kush up.
Oh, it's right here. It's already fucking sprouted.
Yeah, you'll be able to get some stock scent off it if you get a nice pheno of some of that, and that's what I think it is. Then yeah, that's some good stuff.
I hear the Friesland's good too, as far as that goes. But yeah, that was probably the best. I remember smoking that for probably about 3/4 a year, and that shit wasn't cheap, man. Fucking, and you could smoke one joint of that shit between 5-6 people, and everybody would be wrecked. You would just fucking laugh until your face hurt. And
have you ever had the potency where you literally lose your vision, you black out, you get black dots, and it'll lose it for a couple seconds? Have you ever hit that level of potency yet?
Off of fuck yeah, that's usually from a blood pressure spike.
Then you got all day. Anybody got cuts like that all day? That's my fucking friend right there. That's my all day smoke.
For me, that's it's not the dots. It's the puke.
Once I'm hitting that level, it's like, let me take a knee for the team. Hold on, this is for the team. Fucking yeah, I'm good, dude. That's the way I like it.
I can see the dots and shit, but there's a few times where I've actually gotten so high, I've actually fucking puked. I mean, just fucking right off the bat, just fucking lost my stomach.
Yeah, well, I had a guy named Larry I knew, great guy, but man, he would vomit every time he smoked. And it was one of those things where it got to the point where I felt so bad, I just started like packing him in his own little bowl because I just didn't want to smoke the vomit no more. No, you keep that. That's all for you, dude.
Oh no, I've only done it twice. But it's like I knew, as soon as I was done, I was like, holy fuck, man. Right. I gotta have some more of that shit. And it was only that first, initial hit of it that I guess that really made me, took it.
There were some memorable smokes for me, for sure. The Santa Cruz Cut of Blue Dream. Again, I like that because I had it, know what it is, know what the nugs look like. Fuck, I'd pull open a picture if it wasn't in a folder with a bunch of horrible shit I can't show everybody. But but that is definitely a cut worth having. GDP, if you're out in Cali, and you're already connected and talking with them. Like I would ask Jodry for these cuts because these are things where you don't want a seed of them. You want to know what I'm talking about. Like ask him because he'll laugh because he knows he's got them. But those are the kinds of things you want from here. And the orange too, like man, there's some oranges in Cali that just there's no way to describe them, but anybody that's had them in Cali would know. Like Canna girls, Canna Queen, she probably knows she's in Cali. These are people. She was growing Agent Orange. If she's got Agent Orange, that was one of my favorite oranges. Very, very strong, like tangerine strong, like those little happy tangerines. Whew.
Yeah, I had a burnt pheno of the Agent Orange, and it was a velvet bitch, man. And that's the case with a lot of the orange strains. They're the velvety weeds that just tons and tons of hair, really linky in structure.
That was the problem that I saw with Tangies and Agent Oranges. They both were a little lanky, but there is, I think it was there's an orange kush of some sort, maybe Cali orange. There is one that I've had though that has a very dense, deep, dank orange nug, and it's delicious. And that wasn't a lot because it's one of those things where when it's the good stuff, man, even sometimes it doesn't make it off of the fucking plantation. It's so good, you just aren't going to give anybody that pound to sell. Like, those guys.
That's
You're
what I
lucky to
like
get that.
about the Calio for me is that orange. She's the more indica dom, a tighter bud structure, the citrusy orange, not the burnt
That's
orange.
right.
She's the citrusy
That's what I'm
orange.
talking about. The citrusy orange. That's a good genetic, man. So if you've got that, like that's one of my personal favorites. Like that's good smoke for orange. I mean, you go down the lines of the classic names, but one that stuck out for me that I never saw anybody talk about was I incidentally got to during medical have access to a bucket full of fucking DNA genetics recon. And obviously it was a pheno, but this pheno of this recon, god damn, bro, I've had some potent shit, and this shit was only listing at like 29 and a half, but it was hitting like it was fucking 40. I mean, there was some other shit going on in that cannabis, man. It was so good. So yeah, that recon was the fucking baller. I mean, I'm memory because it's memory like an ex-girlfriend that gave the best fucking head, dude. Like that was good smoke. So I've had some good smoke before from DNA genetic stuff elsewhere, but that one particular was not a big discussion. Strain was really good. So if you happen to have a pack of recon available to you, that is going to, because to me, recon hit every bit of this deep, dank, like almost pine, like you're talking about. The Pinot I had and got to smoke, it was good. I mean, it was that good. Like brag about it good. So those are things I would put out there for me. Like, yeah, send me some recon. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, no, man. I went through a lot. I had a lot of friends that were growing back in Florida. They got locked up. Other ones that have made it this whole time. I've got a brother-in-law. He works down on one of the large 6 plants down there in Florida. That's the largest ones, the first 6 that were authorized. That's actually a disappointment from what I understand. They're trying to push volume. They're pulling down plants once and only pushing 2 splits and trying to do them like little apple trees as fast as they can. I think he said they're moving, though, even that close to like 400 kilos a week in bud. But the sad thing is, apparently the large producers in Florida have shitty genetics. I don't know what the issue is, but he said they're like at best mid-tier mids, like, and that's the best that they're getting in volume at production in Florida right now. I don't know what the issue is with that, but
that's what I'm afraid. That's what's going to happen large scale anyway. When the money comes involved, they turn over. They want what's hot, what yields, and then they don't want a lot of variety. It'll be narrowed down to about 10, and they'll just be fucking hammering that shit. Just like cigarettes, you only see so many brands of cigarettes, so many variations. It's Marlboro XX, blah 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 blah. There's not too many different crafts like cigarettes and shit. You know what I mean? Why put their money into that? They're gonna want numbers.
My fear with it is addition of preservatives like they do with tobacco, where they start doing the same shit where they want to take the cannabis and fucking age it with urea and shit. Fuck that,
And
dude.
it's sad, you know, as much as respect as I have for Mr. Jordy, uh, and I do agree with it, you know, and don't get me wrong here, I do agree with the math. The math makes perfect sense of what he's saying here, but I just don't like it because it's saying, getting back to what I just said, is when he's saying farmers should be regional and find out what's, you know, works well for them in their region, and then that's what everybody should be growing and pushing,
For
so they're kind of
outdoor,
working together and,
for
you know,
outdoor, I
making a good
totally
brand for
agree
that
with him.
area.
For outdoor, I
But
totally agree with him because I've seen the difference, and the biggest difference I've seen though isn't necessarily temperature or moisture. Where I've seen buds the best, those elevation. It definitely, the guys that are putting stuff above 1,400, 1,500 feet and have those larger, higher fields, dude, they're getting better bud. And that's got to come from a lot of the history of the different cannabis. You look at, and indicas that were coming from, you know, high up in the Himalayan regions and stuff where they were at those altitudes. That's the kind of stuff you kind of start thinking about. So, and like this stuff, I got this Caribbean stuff, like it goes to flower and back in 4 days. It's super fast flowering, right? It's very sweet. It's going all over the board and it's great stuff. But you know, it's definitely a warmer weather plant. It thrives when the tent's hotter, and the other material I'm working with is derived from genetics that were from colder regions, and they tend to like it a little chillier, you know. So it's like you have those differences, but I think really where I've seen personally is just from being in Cali versus to other low-lying areas is anywhere in the world I would think if I had a choice and was a large scale cannabis grower, it would be higher altitude. I would take that over anything else, because also with those higher altitudes you're having less issues with different pests, less issues with different contaminants that can't survive those atmospheric levels. So you get up a little thinner atmosphere, the buds tend to get bigger. I don't know if it's being closer to the light or thinner atmosphere, but all of the above. I have no idea, but I just know that high hilltop nugs in Cali are always the best. They just are great outdoor. And you go to low lying valley areas, it's just not as best. It's just not. It's just not. And I don't know, you know, just the scientist in me sees that and says that makes sense with a lot of other types of plants. Some plants do better at higher atmospheric altitudes and others at lower.
regional
Yeah,
thing
now
makes
back to
sense
that,
for me
I
for
would just say like
money.
your area, like here's one for you. You go outdoors, autos are derived from, you know, like ruderalis, Siberian ruderalis, and like you get that auto in the genetic, they do really good in cold environments. A lot of people don't even know that. So like if you have an auto, you can do autos during
They're
winter. I
native to
mean, like they're
Russia.
hardy little plants. Uh, uh,
Yeah, you know, I hear it, boom farms, and you know, I hear them, you know, good fellows up in Canada doing it, but I don't know,
yeah, and
I'm not sold.
they're doing it right because they're at such a high region that that's really where that stuff's native to on the globe anyway. So to be doing those autos outdoor, they're going to get the good results you would want with them. Like my wife's got a master's in biology and stuff, and like we've had a lot of talks about different aspects of plants and stuff. And like the autos, what makes them nice is they're really not about the outdoor. What people wanted them for was really to push them indoor because you still do get additional growth with plant having added light. So whereas a photo plant indoor, you're only able to give that 12 hours of integral light in flower to keep it flowering in general. Obviously that varies a little bit, but in general we call it the 12, right? So if you're not doing that, you can't give it more light to keep it in light flowering. In auto, you can. But an auto comes from a region that had the lowest amount of light, and really, you only need about 4.5, 5 hours of light for most plants anyway to actually survive and live. So all of them could do with less. Now there is an amount of light that your plant can take up in a day that it needs before nothing else is really used anyway. So the question then becomes, how much value are you getting? And honestly, I used to want to argue that it wasn't worth the extra time, but I've seen a lot of heavy auto breeders indoor, and when you put an auto under a good amount of light, and it doesn't, nobody really believes in the full 24 anymore. I've seen a few still doing it, but the plant still needs just a bit of rest. But those guys that are pushing 20 hours on those autos, man, they're fucking donkey dicks out of buckets. especially in DWC. I've seen autos that had thigh-sized colas coming off them just right out of the bucket. And that's hard to argue. Now, the problem with that is, though, how big is too big before you get mold and stuff, right?
Yeah, it's me. Yeah, that's right. That's what I was just getting ready to say. That just sounds like a recipe for mold and fucking problems, right?
And that's
there.
the issue with autos, too. Autos are real prone to bud rot. So that's another thing with it. And that's the issue, though, is that those molds develop in warmer environments. If they were outdoors in 40 degrees, maybe they wouldn't get the mold. You know, so that's where you get into the whole development of autos getting introduced with photogenetics, and or where we are now. Like, there's no super stable autos. Like, it's all such new work, really, and so many photos. Because to go into the auto, there's so many ways you can get back to an auto working in a photo. And like one of the breeders I know we were talking about, he's going to take a new shot, and what he's going to do is save feminized auto pollen from a couple of different autos that he's liked. When he gets a good pheno, he's going to hit them and do the CS, pull off the pollen. And what he wants to try and do is he's going to take another photo female, a cut level, and he wants to take that, and he's going to auto in on that by going around with the one. When that comes up, he's going to take the fems out of that, and he's going to go with the round of the other. So he's doubling in the two autogenetics, and then he's going to get to that third round and then do that final filial in to get to the stable autos again of all three of those genetics, which I'm not seeing anybody doing that now. And in discussion, I think that's really, really smart. I think he's going to get somewhere with it. I think he'll get to a lot more interesting crosses quicker that way.
I was asking Kana about that last night. How many crosses to a photo from an auto did you have to go before it was stable auto? And she was kind of hinting to 4. And is that what you're saying there? You have to hit it 4 times before it's a successful cross into an auto, photo into an auto. 4 rounds.
Well, there's so those percentages change, and I have to clear this up with the wife often in discussion, but it works different depending on the pollen source and what you're going to work with for the raw material at each phase. So if you're going to start,
that was the other question I have too. Is it better to go the other way around? Is it just easier to breed the photo male into the auto and seed it out?
I agree with that notion in my mind, but here's the argument you could be had either way. If you feminize and you're doing feminized auto pollen, one, you know at least everything you're going to be growing along the way is going to be bud. So that side of it is a big plus, right? As soon as you can get a male out of the equation and you're just growing nothing but bud and just using that pollen still, there is no loss. But here's where you get into the issues with that. And this is something I want to share with her too, because she's obviously learning. Everybody's always learning something. So you have to remember, you don't want to get in a genetic lockout. And this is where you get to Monsanto's level shit, where they incidentally get to what they do in filial back crossing. If you take feminized pollen of something and you feminize and you cross something, and now all that stock is feminized, well, you're not getting a male out of that feminized stock, right? No. So now you're at a point where, let's say you have no male pollen, you only had that feminized pollen. Now you're at a lockout. You have no natural males available to you, or no natural male pollen available to you. That's a problem. Here's why. As you delve deeper, you can go quite a few generations of selfing, but if you self something again, the genetic herd gets thinner.
That's weird.
And as you work your way down, you get to a few filials deeper, you start getting sterile seed. And once you hit a certain point, it's all sterile seed. So this is something I had a problem because that's why I have a problem with that, because I really liked the guy, but I wasn't in agreement with this process, and I know where he was going with it. In my mind, that's not a place we need to go with it, or it's going to ruin the plant. All right. And that's just being real about it, because if you get to that point where you know you're at the step right before the sterile step, that means all the seed you sell, if it was all seed that was only available to those people, there's no way to breed it. You can get a cut, but you're never going to be able to breed that stock.
All right.
That's a problem. Don't like that idea, Steve. I like you. You seem like an awesome, don't get me wrong, you'd be an awesome guy to hang and party with, but I just disagree. And that's a personal preference, right? We all can have views, and
I can see it though. I see the need. I personally, as long as it's done through a natural selection and not necessarily test
Yeah,
tube
yeah.
pulled
I
out,
see both sides of the argument. I
genetically
just
pulled
seen where
out.
it's played out. I
But
see where it played out with corn and what happened with Monsanto.
it's going to come to one of these things, though.
Farmers.
It's going to come to one of these things, though. It's either going to be fucking autos outdoors, or it's going to be these sterile seeds. You know.
Well, here's where you get into the bigger problem that I'm not hearing anybody else.
Which one has better quality? I guess, you know, and which one's going to come out.
Here's the bigger problem.
One's going to.
Everybody's talking about other stuff. How are you going to feel if you're a breeder, and whether you're an auto or a photo breeder, you fuck up and you start cross-contaminating the product? If somebody fucks up and auto pollen slips into photogenetics, you've contaminated photogenetics. How far into that do we get? How many breeders fuck up and slip in? Because the first filial cross, right? If you cross a photo and an auto, because we were still on this talk, your first filial cross of a true photo and auto behaves as a photo. So it will flower under your 12. That's 100% of the seed stock of those pure is going to behave photo. It has to be flowered at 12. Your next filial generation, this is with, remember, this is not feminized auto pollen available to you. That gets a different discussion, takes you a hair ahead. But if you're using just the pure, that 100% of that stock is going to behave as photo. The filial pick in that, so you pick a male from within that stock and you pick a female. Now, one, you would hope that they would have that, but it's all recessive at that point. So when you breed that first time, that next set of seed stock at F2 is going to start showing auto traits in males and females. Here's where the real picker gets. And this is why it's hard to go the true way, because it takes more work. But here's where it gets hard, is because now you have to watch all the seed stock. And as the males are presenting auto, so you're going to have to collect from males, and you're going to have to watch for the males that yellow out and start autoing near the end of flower. That pollen has to hit those females that are autoing now in that batch to get to auto the quickest. And that's going to reaffirm that seed stock at F3 is going to be auto, but it's all regs. So the reason you get auto so often at F4 is because that next one is a self. You're taking the phenos out of those that are killer, selfing them, and that's the seed stock that generally you're going to see from large auto vendors, because that's what they're going to do to get to the good stuff as quick as possible, to get a photo to an auto. That's the straight lineage through. You can cheat a little by using feminized auto pollen, and so you're working the fem stuff, and then again, back crossing that fem stuff onto that next batch, and you're already going to have a lot of autos presenting. It won't be the 100%, but it'll be, I forget, my wife told me some number before. I'm going to bullshit here and say 65%. It was some weird fucking number, but she explained it to me. And that basically amounts to the next set of self stuff will be 100% auto also. So that gets you one earlier doing it that way. So you can get there with the fem auto pollen basically like 3 generations in. All right. So, but here's the problem. My worry is not any of that shit. I'm not even worried about that discussion with Steve so much. Like, I understand where he's going with it, and that's not going to destroy cannabis. People always have breedable cannabis. I get where he's going with it, though. I'm more concerned with contamination, because if auto pollen starts contaminating regular stuff and people don't catch it, you're going to get a generation that behaves like a photo and breed that in. Now you're getting a line of stock. Eventually, that recessive auto trait's going to present unexpectedly, because you don't know which fucking seed it was in. And now you've got a problem if somebody all of a sudden was building stock on that seed. So we get into a position where we go, how far and how many generations do we go before there could be a lot of cross-contamination, where you get to the point where all of a sudden you got autos popping up in photos and everybody's pissed because now all of a sudden all these fucking photos are destroyed because now they're autoing. And if I can't re-veg my shit and my cut gets lost or something, you're fucked, dude. Sorry, bye-bye. That's gone forever. Gone forever. See you later. So that's my concern with it. So I highly advise keeping that work separate. Auto people should work purely in autos, and photo people should work purely in photos. And when one's going to cross over, honestly, it should always be the auto workers, because the auto recessive trait incidentally is what they're looking for anyway. You do not want it to be in your photogenetic. You want to make sure photo stays a fucking photo. And that's basically my spiel on that shit,
Yeah, I I have no intentions in ever
I
breeding
look like I'm
overseas.
watching the lag time on us, bro, and I just realized I'm so like overly animated talking with you that I look like I'm giving aircraft signals and shit. I mean, I'm waiting to see this F-16 land on my bed, bro.
I try not to look back. I pause it usually so I don't see myself. Yeah, because I sometimes watch myself. Like, last night, that's what I was talking about last night. I actually, after seeing all the boxes, and then realizing that I was the only one on camera, I refreshed my screen because it's usually paused, my YouTube. And I watched myself bounce around while Indra and fucking American one and was talking and Jack. I'm like, man, I'm like the fucking dancing frog in here and shit while fucking everybody else is talking. I'm like, fuck this shit, man. That's why I cameraed off. I'm like, now we're all off camera and shit. It's now we can concentrate on what's being said instead of watching fucking just me and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I'm sure you see all that shit. You were seeing where I was going with you. I mean, I get where everybody's coming from, their angles and why they're doing it. There's a market for everything, right? So, I mean, that's the reality of it. If there wasn't a market for everything, we wouldn't have a black market. so,
Right on. That's right there. I'm right there with the autos. There is a market for it. Is the weed halfway
I've
decent?
done
Yeah.
my
Well,
fair
I
share.
smoke it with you. Yeah. You know what I mean? If you don't, I'm not a hater of it by any means, or excuse me, any of the other stuff. If we're
I
at a
definitely
festival or
know.
whatever, we're talking and you pass me a joint and say, "Hey, man, that's a fucking auto. I grew this." Am I gonna go? Get that shit out of here. It's no good or it's power. Fuck no. I'm gonna hit
Right,
it.
right.
I'm gonna probably look at it. I'm gonna hit it again and go, wow, that praise pretty good. Good job. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna knock that shit. I'll
Well,
fucking
it
smoke
depends.
in
Now,
it.
here's where we can get into the discussion of autos. Okay, so because autos are new, I have found that there are some autos that can tend to not be so good. So that's true too. But here's the thing: autos, I've found a lot of them are so floral and terpy that they can be more than a lot of photos. So they're pushing that line of terps quite a bit higher than some photos. And not talking about like the genetics that we discussed earlier, like the Cali oranges, the super strong, like locked in photogenetics we all know and love. Like that type of shit, it's good. But there's that other stuff where it's meager. It's not so much. Autos are definitely exceeding that. Autos are testing high now, definitely well within the high photo range. There's no loss there. So the autos, though, what's cool about them is where I see their power is for those DWC 5-gallon bucket growers. Those are the best growers I've seen with them. And the guys that are doing it that way, it's like just harvesting hog legs all fucking day for them. So I mean, and what I did is I did them in cocoa because I'll tell you right now, I've seen all the stuff, seen all the ways, know all the formulations, but in terms of what I'm doing, I want simplicity. My shit is as simple as it can get. Basically, just cocoa, and I'm running Flora Nova Bloom. I don't need anything else in volume. I have liquid kelps. I do use a little bit of molasses at need. You have a little bit of micro as an inoculant in the beginning, and I do use rooting hormone. But in volume, I'm not using much right now. I want simplicity. That's how I keep it. So, but beyond that discussion, when I grew those autos, one of them was very impressive to me. What I can say is until you've had an auto and grown it, one is, how with regular smoke photo, you can smoke it when it's fresh, even before the cure, as long as it's dried and it's pretty good. It's obviously not as good as with the cure. You could smoke it to smoke. Autos, when you smoke them before a reasonable cure, they definitely have a distinct taste that is not photogenetic. It would be new to you if you've never smoked them. So it would you would taste it and you'd taste this rasp. That is what an auto has to it. And it's definitely a little harder in the beginning, but after the cure, that it's just like regular bud. So there's just this little window where if you were just to dry it and smoke it, you'd be like, "Ooh, that's a little different. What is that?" And that would be, I would say to you, now you're tasting an auto. But beyond that, you get past that and you get to the cure, and it happens so quick because you get so much bud with autos that then you notice they don't taste any different. They're just as good. So they were. What was nice about them, though, is I had a tray that got hit by fungus gnats. I didn't notice them. It hit a bunch of seedlings that were in solo cups, and it killed me on a fucking load I was going to do. And I was so pissed. And I ended up hooking up with this breeding group that did a bunch of autos, and they sent me some of those to play with. So I did some playing around with these testers just to experiment and see what they were about. And they're good. They're good. I would definitely say they're not yielding yet. Like, you're not going to just plant them like a regular bean, and if you didn't do training and stuff, you're going to get a massive yield. But if you invest the time to train them down low and tight real early, you have good, strong lighting tight to them. And especially if you're in a water setup like a DWC, those fucking autos are killer. You will get some monster leg nugs out of them that'll blow even some photos away for what the return is for the time period, because they grow so much quicker. So there's benefits to them. If I was in a bucket grow system and didn't want to worry about timers and just flip a light on, I would do autos. That'd be an easy win. And they're a great gift too for a first time grower, because you don't have to worry about it. It doesn't matter if they get 4 hours or 24 hours. Once they decide to start flowering, they're going to flower and they're going to finish. So if you give them to grandma and it's a high CBD strain of auto and she puts it in her fucking flowers, bro, grandma's getting bud. Doesn't matter what time of year she does. It doesn't matter how well she treats them. And you don't really need to give them as much as a photo either. They do seem to eat a little lighter. So I'm sure there's plenty of auto pros that you'll have on, but from the ones I know and from what I've seen and what I've done myself, those are what I've extrapolated from that.
Lowenfels is the only one I can see coming on beating that drum. But I don't even see it. Fucking I don't even like to hear a fucking beginner start on autos, to be honest with you. I mean, go
I got some guys growing
go through the word, pop some regular ones. You're gonna have to come across that bridge at some point. I don't mean to cut you off, Majestic, but you might as well.
I'm with you. I'm a photo guy. I'm a photo guy still, but I will tell you, the guys that I mentioned earlier, they've got some stuff that if you gave them a run, they would probably change your mind. Even if you grow them under 1212, I did that. I was like, I ain't fucking blowing my tent lights out. I'm used to my electric bill. I'm just going to roll them. And you know what? They still yielded what they were supposed to yield. That's another thing, is that added light plant can only use so much. Is the 20 hours or 24 hours a huge? In a bucket grow, I would say yes. In a soil grow with no training, nah, you ain't going to fucking notice. Just do them 12-12 too. You know what I mean? But they saved me because they were put in when my seedlings were supposed to hit flower. And I did some autos to fill the space in the tent that on what I lost. And they caught up and exceeded what I was waiting for on my photos to finish in my standard method, beat them out. And I was smoking those autos before those fucking photos were even cut. That's how quick an auto is. And it was only a couple ounces. But you know what? That couple ounces was the difference between having smoke or not that time. So it was cool. It was something different, you know?
I give you that. I give you that. And I could see that to some extent. But again, we're right back to the other aspect, man. Teach a man to fish, teach a woman to fish, however you want to look at it, and they'll eat forever. You teach a grower to fucking grow with an auto, and they're gonna be paying fucking $10, $15 a seed for the rest of their fucking growth fucking career because they can't clone that shit.
Well, that's where you think like me, is you're stuck with that. And that's where I want to make sure that like people like Canna Queen and people that are new to the whole process, once you've understood you're doing your treatments, whether you're doing STS, CS, whatever you guys are choosing to do, you need to understand you can't constantly feminize in. So whoever your provider, your autos was, at some point you need reg seed or you aren't the breeder. You're doing crosses and stuff, but you're going to get to sterile seed and you're going to get fucked. So whoever gave you stuff, you need to get reg seed and make sure you have regs. If you have regs, you already know this. But for people that are just doing femming on femming, you're only going to get so many filials before all of a sudden beans aren't popping and you're going to be like, what's up? And that's where you need to go read up on genetics and how that works. Because that's science now, not talking about just cannabis. That's general science and genetics. So you can only go so far doing that feminization process before you lock out your gene pool. You're done. Sterile, sterile, sterile. And then after a point, you'll get some that come up, and then that last little bit, and then none after that. Those stop popping. So you need to make sure you got males. because you can collect the male pollen, right? A male auto's still going to die too, but the pollen is the pollen. So you need to collect the pollen no matter what off of the male auto from a reg when you get it. And obviously male selection in autos, boy, you want to talk about male selection in photos being hard. Male selection in autos, that's fucking work. Because you get one shot and there's no fucking chance to go back and not have it. You spill it, it's gone. Like, so that kind of shit is different. So for an experienced breeder, autos are a finesse thing for sure. I would definitely tip my hat to those breeders out there that are working in autos, because that's a lot of hard work to get them where they are now, and they're reasonable now. I wouldn't replace my photos with them, but I would definitely say for anybody in bad situations, tight situations, bucket growers that want quick buds all the time, check them autos out too, man. They ain't so bad.
Yeah, I can see it. I see it again, though. You know, for the same $15 for just a few more days. More days.
I'm doing nothing but
you
photos now. Not arguing you. I agree.
Keep it forever.
I agree.
You know,
that's why is the
they're every, like you said, there's each one, each strain, each, you know, has its purpose, you know, skill set. And
but definitely don't discard.
For me to grow an auto, I actually have to forget every fucking thing I know to go back and start growing autos and shit. You gotta
here's what you would do.
Ground zero.
You would have somebody give. Listen. Here's where it's fun. You get yourself a 3-gallon pot, 2 or 3 gallon, no bigger, because that's all they really need anyway for most of the stuff you're gonna get a hold of. Get a 2-gallon pot. Don't change a fucking thing. Do your cocoa, whatever you're doing now, and just stick it in your veg area. That's where it's gonna live. And just let, like, if Canna Queen wants to send you something that's, she knows femmed auto, take it, dude, and stick it in your veg tent in a 3-gallon. And if you do that, you're going to blow your mind, because these autos are getting good. They're respectable now. That's how I'll put it, right? Like, you can tip your hat to the fucking auto now. They are respectable. They are not the old school ditchweed that anybody that tried them 10 years ago.
I just did 6 baby Hueys from Morningstar. And to be honest with you, out of the 6, I got 2 males, and the other 4 I took and threw outside before they were even done. Like, fuck this! This is my valuable veg space. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, now here's where we get into the talk of what you were given and where you
was going to get out of it.
Yeah,
I swear to God, I took it out of my fucking veg. Swear to God, I was like, it's not even worth this fucking zip. I'm gonna get out.
Well,
of
here's the thing.
Get it out of here. Next round will get me better.
Yeah, you can't contaminate your photos with reg autos, and that's where it gets into that talk, right? Here's the thing, though. That's a huge thing, dude. For somebody in the growing industry for autos, they're a little more covert right now than photo growers. It's funny, but that's because it is pretty coveted process. But the reality of it is that if they gave you regs, that was huge, because collecting that pollen off that male auto, that's a value. That's where people aren't getting them. What's getting distributed and sold? Feminized autos. Why? Because then you can only self them. And that means that the controller is the one that's collecting the male pollen. So you were given permission basically to not have to pay somebody to make autos. So that's the key, is unless you're getting reg auto seeds or reg auto pollen and you're sure that's of what it is, you ain't in the auto game fully. That's how it works. So it's a little different than a photo game. But that's good, because they're doing their own thing, and there's guys that don't want their genetics contaminated early too. They've worked a lot of hardness for stability in those too. One of the cats out there that's kicked off some stuff. I like those meth beans, man. Mephisto does some good stuff. They did good stuff in a lot of the spin-off groups and people I know and other groups. There's base work there, or at least in part from that stuff, and they're potent, good smelling, strong genetics. So that was a good core root. And Night Owl, I saw somebody mention that. That's all root in that too, right? It's all same group, guys, crews. You know, so all that genetic pool is what I'll say, instead of one person reference or thing to avoid all the bullshit, is the genetic pool of the autos in that group is good. Like, if you want a respectable auto, Meth, Night Owl, all those guys, those are good beans. And anybody that says they're growing or breeding off of those genetics, that's good stuff. But for photos, you already know all that. You've got all the photos covered. heard your list and you got access and you got growers. So you're already in that game. Well, obviously, and then there's stuff you don't have from stuff you can't have because people like myself just pop it. You know, it's been gone for whatever time. A fucking dog. Here's my dog that I had. This is Angel. She decided she wanted to come visit for a minute, say hi. Almost killed her with fucking onions and garlic, man. I was so sad.
No, you can't, Trooper. Yeah, I got a bunch of little dogs
let's
like
fuck
that
with
too.
everybody in chat for a minute because I'll just ramble on. I'll go on and do rambling, man, bro. I can go on for fucking days about anything in this. Super, no big deal.
Well, that's what these spotlights are about. You know what I mean? These are your chance to ramble on, fucking deer.
Well, give me some more questions then, bro, because I will just sit there like you. We could just sit here and interrupt each other until eternity's end. Finna never finish the story. Just be glad we're listening, right? Like, that's what men do. Women say, what do men do when they're alone? Well, they get fucked up and they do this shit for hours until they're bored and go to sleep. That's usually camping or fishing or what the fuck ever.
Well, you sidetracked. You squirreled yourself in this one here.
I will, dude. I will totally do that, bro.
You've taken me to California, and then you got me started on your growth there, but then you kind of got squirreled, and then that's where we've left off. You still you could take me down like you haven't took me down like your preferred like medium and grow process, the lights you prefer to use. You can walk me through your
I thought
process.
I pulled that out.
No, you walked me up too, and then we went rabbit. Fucking just jumped right in the hole.
So I was looking for simplistic. I've seen all the stuff. I've seen the soils and everything outdoor here for years, and like I know how it's all done. But I wanted simple, hand it to somebody easy. I wanted to know if I was myself 25 years ago and could go back and say, grow now, don't ever stop growing, fuck what anybody says, all the time, hardcore. It would be probably have been better for my life. Right? Instead of just being an engineer, which still, even though I'm good at it, doesn't ever really pay. So the here's the gig. Straight cocoa, Flora Nova Bloom. I use rooting powder, the cheapest I can get. And I use liquid kelp because it's $8 for a giant concentrate of the good stuff. All right. So all you need in molasses, I get grandma's molasses, unsulfured. Right, you can get sulfur, but there's just no reason. So, and that's it. That's all you need. And I've tested this to make sure it works. And the reason it works is the little bit of excess nitrogen you get in GH line of products, the Flora Nova Bloom will run in any system. It's liquid, so you don't have to deal with breathing dust, right? And it'll run in any system. Well, I use, and then the other things I do use myco. I always inoculate the cocoa with myco just to have some sort of basic microbe going. But other than that, that's it. And I just feed the myco and let it do its thing. And they always come out great. The other line that I'm looking at, though, that's cheaper, it's a dry product, and it's well known in a lot of growing circles already is Mega Crop. That's an up-and-comer. It's a dry product distributed by Greenleaf Nutrients. They also give a sample bag for a cheap price for your first buy. I highly advise everybody try it. It's enough for a good full grow on like a full range, like 4x8. It'll get you through the whole thing. But that stuff is a powder concentrate, and it's got everything. You go read up on that. You'll be very happy reading on that product, and it's a little cheaper. It runs hotter, though. You can't fuck around with Mega Crop. You go too hard with Mega Crop, it'll burn your plants. I found that GH Flora Nova Bloom, it's full enough line of nitrogen for the process that I told you about, where I go right in. So I'm only in veg any given time about 4 weeks, maybe 5-ish. So really, I don't need that much excess nitrogen because seedlings from 1 to 3 weeks are almost nothing. They don't need barely any. There's not some mass roots. It's just a seedling with a little bit of something. So by the time I'm going into flower, it's already looking for that flower level feed, and I just don't really feel a need for it. Anything extra I need to pick up, I get from the liquid kelp that I throw in with the molasses here and there. And that's a super light mix that I just at random decide I'm going to give a little. And then flour. Once I get down to week 6 and I'm at that last feed, 5 to 6, and I'm going to go, okay, this is the last food for this run. I'll lighten up because I keep going. So my stuff that I re-veg keeps staying fed. It just gets lightened up. I don't flush, right? So I'm keeping the nutrients. I'm just letting the plant eat more of what it already has and lightening up the load so she don't get so fucked. And then that's basically my flush, is just lightening up my load at the end, like I'm watering seedlings again. And then back at it, because when I cut it back, flip, get a re-veg. Anything I'm going to keep, anything I'm not going to keep is the fuck out. By then I've already got sprouts that are up and going, so they'll go along for that re-veg ride. I'll check them out, and the process continues. So seed can come up at either time. It either can come up during flower, in the veg pen. It don't matter, because either way my process follows through with that. If it comes up during veg, it gets a couple extra nodes, it's in the flower. I'll let it bean pull, check out the bud, pollinate if it's a good one. If it ain't gonna happen, it ain't gonna happen. Out it goes too. You see, and this process will carry in a circle, and this really distributes well from low to high. And the process of re-vegging this way, for even a breeder to get clones quicker, this is going to be quicker. It would even be quicker to have a tent established to do just this, to spit out clones. You would split thousands. The only thing that's quicker is tissue culture. And unless you've got the 10 grand to get the equipment, the laminar flow, you can build your cheap kits and stuff. I could do it right at home. I'm fully adept in the knowledge to do tissue culture. But the whole thing is it's so much work and so much investment in materials up front to do for somebody at home at any given time, and to have the knowledge bank that fortunately I have, but everybody else would have to go to school or read all the fucking books or get somebody to come help teach them. All of the above are going to be time or money or both. So that you're back into that game. It just isn't feasible. It takes a group or a company, and you're back in that game. But there are micro propagations happening. I've seen a couple guys doing them successfully. Now, in tissue culture, honestly, if it was a well-established, it would be nice to have a company build out tissue culture deliverable cells, a studio build of them. And I could design one up even. I really wish there was just somebody already doing it. Just like a little tent set up 6x6 that they come set up, sterilized, give you an in and out, explain cleanliness, and you just have it, because you only need a shelf like the size of a shoe rack to work in a tissue culture. I mean, you only need a little rack of stuff, and you could have hundreds of plants, thousands of clones, and just any size little ampules and containers. It really is just easy to do. So it's one of those things where if every breeder had access to that knowledge and was doing it already, it would be much easier to express genetics and get to where people want to get. You can even do basically use electricity is one way, so you can shock the material, but the old way is the beater method, and they blend it. So all the fancy terms aside is they just take cannabis bud or whatever, and really they try and use two different materials. So in a lot of cultures, crossing for doing hybridization, what they'll do is they'll take, say, root matter, right? All the cells in the root matter are white or yellowish white, right? But then you take leaf matter of the other plant, and that's all green and full of chlorophyll. They will take enough of both of those matters separately, bring them to a liquid to break down the cell wall, treat them a little bit of alcohols and a little bit of electricity, and boom, those cell walls dissolve. But all of the protoplasts interior of those cells are still there. And if you put them into a blender in a slurry, and you take those two materials and slurry them under a petri dish, they can pull that material out after a period of time, squirt it out, look on the plate, and what they hunt for is they're hunting for the cells that are combined color. So say you have a red flower on your bud. If you had red bud, you'd put it in, and you would put it in with a green leaf on a plant. So, one's green, one's red. Your general input material from the two plants. Doesn't matter what the material is. It's just the genetic is there, whether it's flower, root, or leaf. Doesn't matter. It's still there for that plant. But the color presentation gives you the ability to do this process this way. And they spit it out on the plate. And what happens is those protoplasts and other materials come back together and will rebuild new cell walls. And they will hunt for the ones where they can see that the chloroplasts or the pigment from the flower has merged into the same cell and mixed, because that wouldn't normally happen. But right after that, they can extrapolate that cell, put that into a propagation on a plate for a tissue culture, an agar tissue culture plate, which you can even pre-purchase those to start. And then bam, that cell goes on there. If it propagates out successfully, you've now got a hybridized cannabis plant that was not naturally made, never went to seed, and you can, from that, keep growing it out, move it to another medium, root it, and shoot it. And then bam, you're into a new plant that shouldn't exist. Now you've worked into hybrid cannabis. You've made a new mutant plant that is a cross of those two genetics. And as soon as it breeds, you've now got all new stuff. And you can do this. So you can do lines of it. It's not just one cell. So then they get more advanced and they say, let's extrapolate a bunch of those individual cells that are different, put them into a fine ampule, and you can get fine machinery to do this now. And it'll run lines and trays like micro agriculture. And then you can look at each cell as it develops and examine that individual tissue and take it up where you're running plates that are whole fields of different plants. That's where tissue culture will be. It's that easy. It really is. It's a clean process, but it is something anybody can do. You have to have a laminar flow hood. You have to know clean process. You know, it seems so far stretched for a home grow, but it isn't. It really isn't. If you're committed and you have a little bit of money up front to get started and build into the stuff, it's going to add up. And you know, even if you didn't buy the laminar hood, you're still looking at probably $2,500 to get into it fully, where you've amassed all the materials, you've built enough, you have your clean setup area, like to get into it, to have the chemicals and process to continue it for a period of 1 year, like to get to that point with it. Yeah, you probably need $2,500 without a hood. And that'd be including building a custom hood that would still do the job. But still, you're talking $2,500. Who wants to pocket out $2,500 from something they may not understand, right? So these are all the evolutions that we're going through right now.
So, do you have any techniques you want to pass along for flower? I mean, other than
smoke the shit out of it, bro.
regular techniques, not like like the breeding. Is that how you flower all the time? You cut them short like that, or do you ever let them just go full tilt like they should? You know what I mean?
Well, it's like I said, it's a stretch. Like it's rough estimate, right? Like it's on a month, on 2 months, but that's rough because whether or not I pollinate, that could extend it 2 weeks. Whether or not the bud looks ripe, it might be another 2 weeks. I don't really keep track anymore. I kind of just rough estimate, you know. It's rough estimate. Like there's no science to that anymore. It's kind of just gone out the window. I'm looking at the process of the plant. How do I expedite individual process? How do I keep it simple so that I could go to Eagle and say, Eagle, you've never grown a plant in your life. And you could say, Mark, I have a horrible back problem. I want to smoke cannabis and I don't want to have to pay for it all the time. And I can go, plop, here's a gift bag and a set of instructions and a little bag of seeds. And other than this conversation, if you read and understand what you're reading, you'll never have to talk to anybody again. I want that for cannabis.
A good day. I mean, I enjoy the plant myself. This is the best part of it is
out there that needs that.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
But so, yeah, man. I mean, I've seen horrible things. I've witnessed a lot of fucked up shit. A lot of fucked up shit over.
What are some of your favorites? What are your favorite? Some of your favorite runs? Strange to Grand. You kind of asked me about
my top 10. My top 10. 3 that are named strains that I know that I have personally had that were killer was 2 we already talked about that are staple favorites of mine are the legit cuts of Blue Dream and GDP. Those are delicious, fantastic. Would smoke them any day. You pull them out and say, thank you, I've missed this. Like those are always great. That Recon was memorable. There was, let's see, what else has there been that was super killer? Back in the day, there was the stuff that I never got a name from. And there was a guy bringing it down from Kentucky. And it was the same guy I got that Kentucky bluegrass that I think I got that seed for still. but it was this other stuff. And to this day, I can fucking remember I was so young, but it had one seed in it. And I found it smoking the last bowl because I had checked the rest for seeds because I was already saving. And I was so pissed because it was the best weed I ever seen. It was some of the best to this day. It was still that good. But that stuff was blinding lightning and just bright red bud, solid red. Like, I don't know how they dried it and aged it to even get it to cure and look like it did. It was just like this. It was just like orange and yellow, the whole bud, no green in it, nothing. It was good stuff. But it floated on its trichomes dried. Like the trichomes were so big, you set it on the table and it was like a 32nd of an inch just sitting off the table. It looked like it was a ghost floating. Fucking killer nugs, dude. And yeah, that I didn't have a name to. That was still just some killer. And it was from that same source, but that was the personal batch. You know, that was the not distributed. Like, you got one guy got an ounce because he was dealing the other pounds the guy was selling. It was killer. And then the Christmas bud that came through, a lot of people have talked about that. I've had it twice. Once was in Florida, once was in Cali. It was the same stuff. And Christmas bud was fantastic. I had been told before, I heard somebody in this chat way back say something about it being called Williams Wonder, but I had thought it was that Pine Tar Kush. So I'm not fucking sure. You'd have to have them cleared up. So there's so many strains and people that grow them would know. So maybe Warlock can tell you, or if he's here, or whoever else. But to my memory, I thought that was what that was. But that Christmas bud's killer. That was great smoke. It wasn't the most potent. It was about what it was. It was super special. I don't know if you ever smoked it.
Oh yeah, fuck! I've been smoking for years.
Yeah, well, I just didn't know
How
where
old do
you
you
were
think?
because blood came through everywhere. Think about it. I was
Throw out
in
a
Tampa
shot.
Bay.
How
I
old do
was
you
in
think I
I was
am,
in
bro?
Tampa Bay and smoked the same bud, and I smoked it at least 12 years later, different place and time, and it was that same bud, dude. It was good smoke. But
You
yeah,
had to
and then
take a guess.
God Bud, that Jordan of the Islands, I believe was the one that I have. That God Bud, that was some killer bud. Rainbow right through to the middle, super fucking tasty, like candy sweetness. I mean, that was some good smoke. Yeah, those are all memorable smokes. GDP is still one of my all-time favorites, though. I just really like GDP. I just like the way it smokes, like the mellowness of it, like the potency, but it has this high to it. Like, it's not overwhelming, but it's still good and strong. A lot of good smoke out there. But like I said, there's so much stuff I got going on now. I don't even get to see any of that stuff no more. I'm working my own lines and been going through stuff. So I'm popping old stuff, popping new stuff, breeding it, deciding what I'm keeping. And that's what I'm going to propagate now. I already had that all scheduled out. So my next years were planned 25 years ago. So that's kind of where I'm at with it now.
What's the
It's just
next?
looking at different genetic behaviors and taking the old traits and the new traits and getting where I want to go with it.
What's the next one out of the old stuff that you plan on pheno hunting?
I want to pop open that one I was discussing with you, the one that I believe was like Kentucky bluegrass. That's what I called it. I don't know if that's what it was because that's where it came from. And the taste was pine and lemon, but man, I can't even describe it. It was still more like a Christmas tree too, but it wasn't Christmas bud. This was something different. Definitely a darker smoke, a danker. Like if you remember Christmas bud, this was more that darker dank, like that Cali orange, like that level of dark. But it's not the same stuff. But it was really, really good too. So I'm hoping some of that comes up. Because the thing is, I did have some that didn't come up. I've handed out stuff over the years too. So I've thinned my collection, giving to others over the years. Because have people ask, what do you got? And I got something special. But thing is, they're all one of a kind babies, it was all selected. So maybe I picked 2 out of that. Maybe I got 10 out of that, but whatever I got is what I got. So I got stuff I don't know yet. Don't know what it's going to be. And that is what I had planned on when I did it. Is because all I can do is remember the weed that I smoked and hope that it's anything like the parent stock. And already I've had the one that's exceeded my expectations of what the parent stock would have been. Because I don't know. It's just phenomenal weed. And that's the thing. Is like I'm getting back to these land race stuffs I was out picking out and trips and all kinds of shit, man. So now I'm excited because, you know, my kids is grown and gone doing their own thing, and now I'm getting to pop all this stuff. This right here was probably the nicest, let's call it shelf looking stuff that I put out, and that was that mother plant. I was really happy with that. I really like the look of that stuff out of this recent stuff. But what I'm really looking forward to is what's going to come out of this next unicorn breath. That's where the work's going to be. That's the big deal, is getting that stuff where I want it to be. So, like this, for instance, this is that one plant that you saw, the big broccoli plant, that strong ass fucking plant. This is what the buds look like finished on it when I took it and flipped it. So that's to give you an idea how that one will look. But, you know, I mean, and that's the thing, is you don't know if it's going to be the F1 or the F5 that's going to be the really cool cut that you want to keep. You can keep whatever you want for a cut. It's just stability of the genetics going to be down the filial line. So that's the problem with it. That's why it's good. Like, I've got one breeder I work with. I'm really proud of his work because he got smart and he started accumulating cuts from all the top cuts, and he got legit cuts. Checked it. No, it's good. And now he's doing nothing but selfing and crossing those cuts and putting out good feminized seed of pure cut selfed, which is really nice. That means people that get it aren't going to understand how clean the genetics are going to be, which is cool. Because the one thing I hate that's always plagued it, right? And sadly, it just is what it is. But you're going to have people that are going to say something is it something it's not. You know, like, it is what it is. And how long is that contaminated? What line of whoever's grown whatever? You don't really fucking know. That's just reality. And I think everybody knows that in their heart as a grower. So there's stuff you can know back to a point. But then there's other stuff, and it's like, what is it? It's whatever they say it is. You know, there's that too. So
yeah,
I worry about that.
Out of all my years of growing, I've only taken in maybe 8 strains, 8 clones out of 18 years.
I like to
Maybe
hunt.
8
I like to
clones.
pop
The
stuff
rest
and
of
find.
them's already been from seed. I've hunted the rest of them, the other couple hundred.
That's the way to do it. That's because you know you're going to get something new and exciting too. That's why it's fun to breed and do that process in lieu, because you're getting to see all the new stuff, you know. And like just even this, you know, this was just a sampling out of the seed. I've got so much more stock to go through, and I'm expressing through genetics quickly to push and test out phenos and, you know, hybridizations that I want to work down. That's why I'm really looking forward to this unicorn breath. It's become a very nice thing. So getting through these other crosses to get there, to get something out where it's going to be, I can hand it to you and say, okay, look, that's the difference. The picture I'm showing you now, if Canna Queen smelled this, she'd probably fall in love with this. This smells like fucking cheese and ass, as bad as it gets. Gassy cheese and ass. It is fucking just rank, poopy rank. It's nasty. And you know, I'm not a huge fan of that, but what I like is the strength of this plant. And right next to it, you got this other plant. This is the unicorn breath at F1. This plant smells like fucking peppermint fucking York patties. Like, it's its own thing. It smells that way. It's completely different than anything I've ever smelled. That's a breeding work. There's so many different things in there to get to that point, and that's just the F1. Now, as I'm selecting through, I have the choice. This one smells like York peppermint patties. The other one is something altogether new. It smells delicious and almost the level of mintiness, but it doesn't have that chocolate hue to it. And that is the one I actually really like as well. So I'm deciding which one I'm going to stabilize, and we'll check again at finished smoke. And this is where we get into go, re-veg, check the smoke, breed it if it's good, know ahead of time. All right. That's the whole point. So I'll get to check it, smoke it, have bred it, and then like that was the one worth breeding. The other stuff, I'll either shelf it, give it away, or throw it. Right? Because I feel wrong about throwing it, but I also don't want to continue to breed with something I know I don't want to be breeding with. So you have to be selective, which unfortunately means you can't hold unlimited stock, or at least I don't plan to. I don't like the idea of having way too much shit going on. So I select. And it's easier for me to say I bred it than I didn't breed it and wished I did.
Yeah.
So my 5 right there, that would probably be it. The named ones, I think those were still just constant contenders for a happy place in my smoking repertoire. If I had them regularly, would always enjoy them. GDP, Blue Dream, that God Bud, Jesus, that stuff was so good. And there was a lot of other good ones you probably had. You know, like a lot of the named ones always come through with the waves. You know, like Dairy Queen was really good. I think I heard you just got that. If you haven't grown Dairy Queen, that's good stuff. That's really good smoke. Fucking another one that I saw was that I never got to purchase, but I got to see was somebody was called Purple Dinosaur. That shit was fucking wild. That never made it to the shelf. Too good. And then also, I think another one was Grape Ape that I tried that somebody grew in El Dorado County. That was some good smoke too. Deepest grape smoke I've ever just, it was so deep of a grape. Like Welch's grape juice grape.
So how many beans would you say you've cracked in? So how many strains have you ran so far in your history, or through your grow? Would you say?
Are we counting what I'm breeding? Because that's a lot. let's just call it 100.
Yeah, of course they
Let's
count.
call it 100 because some of them aren't going to stay around. You know, like that's it. But most of the stuff's just going to be stay around genetic. You know, like it is what it is. Like you said, how long you've been growing and you've only kept 8. Most of it's just going to be toy stuff for now, because there's just the stability that's there.
No, I've only taken in 8 clones. I've grown probably 300 plus strains.
Oh, I thought you meant you only chose to keep 8 cuts. I thought you were saying you've only got 8
No. I've only taken in clones, period. The rest of them have
been for contamination. Sorry, I'm high as fuck, bro. I was getting lost there in the conversation. No. So how many keeper cuts have you decided to keep, though, over time out of what you've grown from seed? Or do you just say fuck it and grow from seed all the time?
I keep a lot of shit for long periods of time. My 9-pound hammer I've had since 2013. Since it was a tester for Jinx. And that's why it's an Eagles cut, because it's actually a pre-release
9-pound hammer. Still floating around right in the neighborhood I'm in right now. $65 an ounce, rock hard, great nugs. That is still great smoke. So that's good stuff. Yeah.
That one's after, that his pheno of the Jesus was lost after the one I have. So that's where the purpling comes from. It's after my cut. After my beans comes purple, the new pheno of the Jesus. So that's what makes mine special of the other cuts. That's why I've always kept that one, because that one can't be regraded. Not too many people have that. The rest of them, I just work. I'll keep for a while. Like just right now, I've had 15, 20 strains going. I'm pretty much wiping the slate of everything except my beautiful loser, and now I've got probably 10.
So forgive my ineptness. I don't know what the genetics are in beautiful loser. There's so many strains I don't keep track, and honestly, I don't research them until I'm growing them or talking about them. What's the history in it?
The beautiful loser is that's a cross I did, but I just fuck around with shit. I have a few, but I don't
bro. Here's the thing. This is something I gotta clear.
It's Challenger Deep times Winnie, which is Star
Destroyer. Okay, Challenger Deep I know from Ocean, and that's some killer smoke. So what's Winnie though? I'm not familiar with Winnie.
Winnie is C99 times Durban Poison.
Okay, Durban I've had, and Cindy I've had once. Okay, I know where it's at. Sounds like good smoke. It's really good smoke. That's something too that I hate that I'm seeing is I see a lot of very and I'm going to call it like it is, very yuppie behaviors in the wider cannabis community, and I don't like that behavior. Like, don't call people pollen chuckers. Here's a pollen chucker. This is the only thing that's really a pollen chucker. You got a kid who's got 2 fucking plants. He knows one's a boy and a girl. He doesn't know where the fuck they're from or what they are. He knows he wants the seeds and he beats them against each other. Congratulations. You chuck the pollen from the plant. That's pollen chucker. But if you got somebody with any goddamn knowledge of what they're doing, what they have, and what they want to do with it, don't insult them and call them a fucking chucker, dude. Like, I see people do that and it makes me so fucking angry. Like, that's insulting. Like, don't insult somebody's intelligence and pretend like you're better than them or you're gonna outclass them. I got a 168 IQ and qualified rocket ship parts, ceramic components. Like, I've designed stuff that would blow people's fucking mind, and I get high as a motherfucker. I'm not an idiot, dude. You know, and it kills me when I hear people insult each other. Like, this whole community is supposed to be this warm atmosphere, but there's always somebody that feels like they got to one up the next motherfucker. And it's like, there's enough to go around, bro. There's always going to be enough. I've never heard of people saying, well, other than, okay, I take this back. Now I almost fucking stepped on my toes. Oregon's been saying it a lot because, boy, they'll put out that fucking weight now. They've been doing a lot of weight pushing. But beyond Oregon right now, like, you don't really hear people say, we have too much weed, man. There's too much weed here. You know, that's not a common thing to hear. Like you said, you guys could definitely use for more. And like I said, Oregon can ship across state lines now, so this is going to get interesting. They're making agreements, and there's definitely weight moving. There's some big weight moving a lot of ways right now.
Sure. It's interesting, and you're right. In fact, all the breeders that I've talked to, they all encourage pollen chucking, if you will. You know, they just kind of
I mean, you know what?
And I didn't expect to hear that come out of them. To be honest with you, I didn't expect that at all. But like Breeder Steve, he was like, "Fuck yeah!" You never know; it's going to create the next winter. You can chuck and chuck and chuck.
And like, it's the connotation of insulting somebody's intelligence. Like, just, you know, I'm a smart guy and I'll play dumb as a motherfucker if I think somebody thinks I'm an idiot. The minute I think somebody thinks I'm stupid, dude. I'm the dumbest motherfucker you're ever going to meet today. But on the other hand, I might also be the smartest motherfucker and you just don't know it. You know, like, you got to realize who you're working with too. And I wouldn't sit there if I knew somebody was an asshole. I'm not going to help somebody that I know is being an asshole to everybody else. Fuck that guy. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck you, dude. This presentation of information was meant to be positive for everybody. And I know there might be that one asshole that's listening. I hope I get through to him and say, bro, quit being a dick. You know, like, don't be that dude. Don't be that dude. Your girl don't want to fuck that dude. Don't be that dude. You know, like, that's reality. You know, I hope I could get that message across. But there's a lot of good people, dude. And I mean, like in Cali, I watched the whole evolution here. Like, even during the times when it was legal, there was still a lot of it that was a very illegal process, but it was still just looked the other way because it wasn't really written well into the medical law. So, and that was taken for granted now because recreational destroyed all that. But yeah, I mean, like, that process, that wasn't known unless you're in Cali. Like, just the way that you had to move weight was bullshit. Drive around, fucking pound here, pound there. Couple pounds on the side nobody talked about, like stupid shit people had to do. I knew a ton of collectives and growers and people. Like, it was just definitely, but the bud that you could get as a medical patient in Cali was phenomenal all the time. Like, even some of the worst shitty on the shelf was still better than most people in the country ever saw. You know, so gotta lay it down for that. But yeah, like, there's definitely been some memorable ones. What's your favorites, though? You asked me my 5. Motherfucker, you're taking advantage of me because I'm high and you need to buy me dinner. When do I get a blowjob? Fuck this shit.
Well, yeah. Well, first of all, it's about you. This is supposed to be about you.
No,
flat out. And you did ask me about my 10, and I got about 3 into it. And then we got sidetracked.
Okay, let's keep going then. I want to hear all 10. Like, give me your top 5 first, though, because that's the ones that matter. Even if you don't know what they were, when did you smoke them? What was the story? Like, what were they to your knowledge? Like, that type of thing. Tell me the story of what you smoked where you're like, yeah, that one.
I want to go into that.
It's personal, like sex with a girl.
No, seriously though. I mean, it's not that I don't mind saying. That first one was like I said, was early on there. That nice pine that I'd always been chasing, and then
so that was what got you on the phone, huh?
Yeah, initially, And then my second favorite would be OG Kush, which is
that's phenomenal.
super fiery. I mean, the one I had, I liked the strain before, and then I was lucky enough to be passed a nice cut of it. And brother, I had to quit growing it because it was crippling me. I was monocropping the shit at the time, and so at harvest, you know, I wasn't doing a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? So every harvest, I'd be stuck with what I grew out, and it'd be like 3 months of just fucking couch lock, where I couldn't did anything done. So that shit had to be shelved, man. I as much as I loved it, man. You gotta fucking function. So that's another favorite of mine right there. And I like the lavender kush. Lavender kush is a nice one. Nice.
I've had lavender. That was really good too. I like the mellowness of it. It was nice.
Nice. Yeah, it wasn't too overpowering, but nice taste. Great.
It was here for. It really only hit here for about 6 months, where there was a ton of it going around. I remember about 6 months of lavender coming through. It was good.
Another favorite one of mine is the Red Dragon.
I've never had that. I got What's in that?
I'm not real sure. I'd have to look back in my books. I got that from Nirvana seeds. I think I grew that out around 2010.
I love Nirvana's history.
Oh no! Wait, let me take that back. That's Barney's Farm. That's a Barney's Farm seed, and I had it. A friend of mine grew it out, and I was just overblown by it, and kind of lost track of the friend. So I ended up having to order out the seed. But she was so pungent. The taste on it. I mean, it's like this super berry. I mean, it's such a unique. That's just a flavor profile I've never come across other than in that Red Dragon. And super dense nugs. The nugs were almost spread themselves. I mean, it was just a beautiful smoke. That's definitely probably what number 4. And then
so is there anything that you kept since you found it? Like, what's your longest cut you've held? What's something you've been like, I can't let this go?
I would have to look out for you, but I wanted to say Cheesequake, probably. Cheesequake stood around for a while. That really did. Purple Death Star. Purple Death Star stayed around for a really long time until I lost it in a move. Brother, that's
stayed around a minute.
Actually, when I moved up here, brother, I'm a legal caregiver here in Michigan, fully carded, so I have legal rights to 72 plants. When I moved here north from 200 miles, I had to shut things down. I moved up here with fucking 72 fucking ready to flower plants. So I loaded them up in the fucking. I loaded them up in the fucking snowmobile trailer, and fucking at night, just before nightfall, I loaded them up. So they were traveling in a cooler part of the sun wasn't beating down on the fucking snowmobile trailer. And then they traveled 200 miles north, and they sat up in here in the trailer for fucking 2 days, parked in the shade until I could get a feel of the neighborhood and when things were going and shit. And then when I found I had a good, time, which was pretty much at dusk, door opened. I moved them. I set up a winged HPS 1000, just to cover as much area as I could, and started fucking vegging them again. Under an 18.6 time period, set up some fucking tents. Yep. Set up some tents and then fucking started staggering them back out like I used to have them, because they're staggered out to where and just started firing again. But I was stuck up here with what I could carry because I didn't know anybody up here or nothing. So I came up and I obviously wasn't talking to anybody. So yeah, I
I've
fucking
seen crazy shit. I've seen people panic up in California and like have to move whole fucking potters with like 60 and 100 gallons and getting huge flatbeds and U-Hauls and shit and calling 10 guys, like insane shit they had to do just to get stuff moved from one place to another. We actually had a really unfortunate incident that was horrible for the whole cannabis community happen in the county, El Dorado County in California here. I'm sure, I don't know if you'd heard about that, but that was the one where they had 2 illegal immigrants that were helping farm, and the goddamn guy having them farm got in an argument with them and called the sheriffs on them and didn't tell them that they were armed or what the argument was over, which was well over his legal grow by a large amount. So he already was calling himself in, basically. And he ended up getting shot and killed because he didn't know what he was walking into. And they panicked because they were Mexican illegals and shot him and killed him. So that's going to be a huge fucking hit. And he's a piece of shit for doing what he did. Because, you know, like I said, I know a lot of the sheriffs and officers around in this area, and they're all good people, just want to do their service and go home to their family too. And yeah, that was a huge hit. I mean, that hurt everybody. So that was unfortunate, but you know, he was doing a large illegal grow and he decided to call the cops in and didn't even tell them what they were walking into, and he died because of it. So that's pretty fucked up. I think he ended up figuring out he was drunk or doing meth or something. I don't know, something stupid. Everybody's doing something stupid when somebody dies. Isn't that always the way?
Yeah. 42420 wants to know what's your desert island strain?
Well, pretty much somewhere in the Caribbean. And that's where it came from. That's what that batch was from. I was told somewhere in the Caribbean. That's what I got when I got that.
So yeah, I never really did get out of you. What are you expecting in the flower time on that strain? From what I've seen, it kind of looks like it could be like a
Fast.
9-weeker.
It's the
That sounds
fast,
right.
yeah. I last time I pulled it at 8. It was ready at 8. I looked and was happy at 8. But I'll probably push to 9. I want a little bit bigger. I want them a little bigger. I definitely have problems with humidity. I don't have a good space for drying right now. I'm not happy with that. So I definitely don't want to push into mold. And as soon as nugs get too big, you know, but yeah, right around 8 or 9, I'll start looking good. But this other stuff, it's all new and I'm pushing the plant and I really want to see what it can do. And it's a much hardier plant, the one that I got up, that one that's that initial F1. And I mean, honest to God, dude, it's like fresh, uncut broccoli, like that strength of the stalk of a broccoli stalk, which is rare for me to find in cannabis. I mean, I can literally just beat this thing around and it just don't give a shit. And that, man, I want like that Caribbean stuff much lankier in the branching, and it gets really bulbous, heavy, fruity nugs, but they're so big it just flops. So you either got to choose to, you know, if you scrog, you scrog. I just lattice my plant into itself. But, you know, given that, I mean, if you don't have to do it with a plant, it's much better. And this thing, you don't have to do anything to it. It'll just carry its own weight. And I got a feeling it's going to carry even the biggest things it puts off. And I want to know that if it does, I'll keep it for a cut for a while. And I'll hand it out to a few people outdoors to run because I want to see what it'll do outdoors if it's that sturdy. Because I mean, to get a plant that's sturdy enough, you don't have to worry about bud flop. It's getting hard to do these days. So we'll see.
I find the strains that have that more strawy structure to them, the more thicker stems, you know, when you crack them open, you could almost use that thing as a straw. Find to be
I've had
the
some
more narcotic strains for me. The ass kickers is what I found them.
Yeah, and like this is the another one. This like I said earlier is you can see in the back left is some that Caribbean. That's the biggest plant out of those clones. It just, man, it outdid the other clones. It went nuts. But on the right, that taller lanky plant, it's a little closer too, is one of the new testers of this new cross. I'm not happy with that plant. I was looking at it and it was a prospect because it's the biggest, tallest, and it's internoded well. But you can see the top spear bud on that. Look at how it's just a pinky, and that's at week 5. So I don't like, if a top coal is not going to produce, I just don't see that as a contender for anything. So like that plant won't get bred, won't get run. I don't even have to question it. I'll smoke the shit out of it. But now in the back though, I got a little female of that. It's just getting drowned out for light, so it's not growing as fast. But I do have the secondary contenders. So I have 2 of the tests that I've already chosen for 2 phenos, and I'm going to push the male pollen on them and run a second test of the full F1 and go the full F2 and see how those look. And if they're looking good, then I'll know my plans long term for the full stock to go that way. It'll be even better because this is just tester stuff. If it goes that way, I have other plans. So it's like, that's what it is. So I'm looking to get to a point where I've got stable genetics that I'm happy with so that I can redistribute those to other breeders so I know they're getting something new and special. So if I take what I've got that nobody else has and I take stuff I know is already winning cups and I'm giving that back to the people that are out there growing it and winning cups, they're going to have fun with it too, and I'll feel good about that. It's like my kickback for good old Mary Jane. Yeah. Gotta sell some seeds too, I think, here pretty quick. Have people hitting me up for that fucking shit.
It's a lucrative trade, that's for sure. It's a lucrative trade.
Trading always willing to trade beans.
That's the thing, though, that you mentioned that earlier. I'm not a trader, I'm a collector. That's what my downfall.
Well, yeah, I like to do both. I mean, right? I like to do both. I want to, but really for me, more or less right now, I had 2 things. Like I said, I had that in my head. I had that gift pack in mind. Like I'm honing in on that perfect package. Like I give you just this kit and you're good to go. And like, I want that, and I want genetics that I can match with that so that I can build little gift packs that are, I wish I had something orange. Here's your little orange gift pack. You're going to fucking love it. And I can do that. That's better than selling seeds, dude. Like I know guys that just want to push them to sell, and I get all that, but I really want to be able to offer somebody something special and say, in this little box is your key to success. You will not fuck up because I made sure you won't fuck up. Because I know dumb ways and I know smart ways and all ways you can do it. And this way is dumb proof. Try it. That'll be fun for me. Because to give that to somebody new or people that are, saying, man, I can't grow, or I don't have time, or there's no place for that. Bullshit, dude. You can get one in there. Let me show you. Fucking auto, you can just drag an auto around, let it sit in ambient light, and you're still going to get 2 ounces off it. You have to give a shit about light cycle. Oh, I gave it 6 today, 4 tomorrow. I give it 7 today. It'll survive. That's the thing about an auto. Photo won't do that. It'll go right to flower and finish. So that's where when we were talking about autos, like if I had been, let me see, when I was 14, if I was going to try and snake around the fucking house, dude, I could have had a 2-liter Pepsi bottle on one of them autos and that shit and got away with it. Had that motherfucker on the roof or some shit, the stupid shit you do when you're a kid. Like, no, don't clean the gutters. I'll go do it. It's my responsibility. Dude, I did some stupid shit, but I had fun doing it.
See, I don't know. I guess I was spoiled in that aspect because I grew up in the middle of fucking nowhere, and it was during it was a much different time. Parents, you could just do the fuck whatever you want. We were able to just disappear for days. Oh, I'm over at my friend's house, whatever. And as long as we called, checked in, we were good. Summer days, man. Hell, there's times where I didn't see my parents just fucking eat.
I lived in a big ass city. There were the biggest properties in St. Pete, Florida, like was maybe an acre or 2 at most. Everything was ass city, walls to walls. Anybody that's been in Tampa Bay knows. Like, but fucking dude, that was my stomping ground. And Callie was to get my kid out of the city, so she'd get a little bit more country in her life and have some of that too.
Yeah, I'm very on the record of telling my kids they got fucked. You know, even though I try to keep my kids, out of the cities, it's just a different time. You can't let them out of your sight. There's, the internet scaring you all the time. There's a fucking weirdo everywhere, whatever. You know what I mean? It's it's much different. I remember fucking being, you said you were born in '79, correct?
Yeah.
I hate to do
Yeah,
this.
that's when I crawled out of the testicles and brought my fucking sword looking for fucking war. Crawled out of testicle in '79.
I'm 70. I was born 72, brother. 72.
Sweet.
I was born.
Well, you look much fucking better than I do for '79.
That's some good old fashioned weed smoking for you there, brother. I fucked around. I drank up until by the time I turned 21, I was done fucking drinking. I was just fucking bored with it already, and I kind of gave it up after that. Just smoked a lot of weed, but whatever. But god damn it, I got fucking derailed there where I was going with all that shit. Man. Sorry. You squirreled me. A lot of fun. You squirreled me. Oh, there you go. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing me back. Yeah, when I grew up, man, I remember being thrown in a fucking car. You know what I mean? I remember my dad drinking and driving, and it was acceptable back then. No seatbelts, as many kids as you could pack. No shit. I can remember this is play today. Yeah, that too. I remember for real, man. My dad and my Uncle Bob, them fucking 12-pack of beer between them, headed to the beach with all of us fucking kids stuffed in the back. And then that was it, man. Once you got to the beach, man, you were lost, America,
man. my cousins and I, same type of shit, bro. I remember my uncle and my step pop fucking both being drunker and shit in the front of a pickup. At the time, I think we was 7 or 8 years old, and they was just like, "Oh, you boys hop in the back." They were doing an easy 80 miles an hour. They didn't give a shit. We were sitting against the back tailgate. No, nothing. And they hit the freeway, and this thing had that fucking good suspension bounce. They were just talking, not even paying attention to us. My fucking cousin bounced up out of this fucking gate doing 80, was hanging out by a hand. I had to grab and yank his ass back in, or he'd been gone. They wouldn't even notice. He had that happen when he was 4. My uncle was driving, and motherfucker played with the door as he turned a corner. They dumped him out, didn't notice him missing for like half a mile. There's always some crazy shit, but it's different times. They're like helmets. Like, I get it. You need a helmet on a bike. When I was a kid, we didn't wear helmets. We just did stupid shit on bikes and almost died doing it regularly, but it was a good time.
Oh, that's another thing too. And I understand a lot of that shit's for safety, but man, you've kind of hit the nail right on the head, man. I remember riding fucking bikes, no pads, not just elbow helmets and shit, not just looking silly. Fucking okay, so no handlebar pads, no gooseneck fucking cover. I don't know how many times you hit a jump and just practically. It's amazing I had kids. Probably a reason why I had 3 girls, just constantly crushing my nuts on them fucking bikes and shit. Yeah.
When I was a little kid, I was still under the street lights are out, you should be heading home rules, and everybody playing. Like, I remember before technology, still, like, my grandparents having a party line rotary phone where your neighbor could fucking pick up and listen. And they had a pervert next door, and I'd hear this guy breathing on the fucking phone and trying to call somebody, like that level of still feeling old now. But like being able to sit there and be like, just even having a phone and making a phone call to plan to get together with your friends was a big deal. Now everybody's got phones and shit. They don't even see each other anymore. They're like this, It's not like Eagle and I got to go get together at the bar and have a beer to hang out and talk, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, those days are gone, dude. Those kids aren't even getting. Kids now don't even really think about getting to do that. Like, you remember playing with your friends, and it was like a bike gang. because everybody had their bikes and everybody had to meet up somewhere, and then you'd coordinate. Like every group of kids, every adult I've talked to in that range did that, right? Like you had your meetup point. It was like y'all did this, and like like those things are dying, dude.
I'm gonna really date myself on this. Well, I already threw out the fucking date. You know what I mean? But
right. I get it, bro.
How many of you old motherfuckers remember this shit? This is what I want to remember. The first cable system, the first cable system, no internet, no nothing. The first cable system I ever had, and it wasn't even, I guess you call it cable, was by a company called On. O-N. And On only operated from 6 o'clock in the evening to 1 a.m. at night. And it was like a big old fucking wooden box that you set on top of your fucking TV. And you had to turn on. It was a box like this fucking big with just a switch on that motherfucker. Just a regular fucking side to side switch on. That was it, because it was only one fucking channel. And then,
here's one you probably forgot about. Here's one I gotta fuck with older adults about now. I remember being a kid when the first guy came through selling cable. Do you remember what the initial pitch with cable was? We're selling you cable. Why would I pay for that? I've got TV. Well, you don't have to watch commercials. And it's a solid line. Remember, they sold it on the premise you wouldn't have to watch commercials. Somewhere along the line, I think they forgot why they were getting paid for most of the cable. Because I watch TV now, it's 60% commercial, 40% TV show. Sometimes 70 or 80 on the really high end shows. Like, I came to watch commercials. I feel like you remember fucking Judge Dredd when they were all singing on the radio and it was nothing but TV commercials. Like,
I think I think what's funny is I think cable was ultimately probably, now I think about it, set up by probably the porn guys, because I remember back in that it and on, there was like it was the next generation, and it had like I said, probably about 4 or 5 hours of movies, and then it had the rest of the night, probably from 2 to 4, was like extra adult entertainment there. And you think about it, it's been pushed all the way through it. And then fast forward.
Be honest.
And this is
be
still
honest.
there.
You looked through the squiggles, didn't you? Yeah, you did.
Fuck, I went blind from that shit. See, that's what these wrinkles are fucking right there.
Is that a nipple? Did I just see a nipple?
Fuck,
No, I did cable installation. Dude, I can't tell you how many guys tried to offer me money to pull the crystal out. Come on, man, how much to do that? I was like, if you just work for them, you pretty much figure it out.
And then, I think it's just been that way ever since, man. I remember I moved out to Owasso. Actually, it was a village off of Owasso. I don't care. I don't live there now. Actually, it's on the return address of where I fucking. And by the way, this is very public. If I sent you beans, unless there's a little note inside with my valid address in it, do not send nothing back to that address. That is a different address from another time. And so back in Lennon there, fucking, which is that's a funny story. That address is actually for somebody that gave me shits all the time there in Lennon. Always gave out fucking. He was a colonel. He was the colonel. He was an awesome guy. We had our ups and downs. I actually fucking thought he was gonna fucking chase me down one day because I fucking the day after 4th of July. He's fucking funny. Take this for whatever it's worth. We're rabbit holing now, Mystic. We're rabbit holing now. So I live next to this guy, and this is the guy that he's the return address on all my packages to this day, because we have our ins and outs, but whatever. He's the he's the return address. So if you mail anything, it's going to the colonel. Fucking, but we're sitting there. First time, one of the first times I fucking meet the colonel, and I did not know this at the time. This is one of our ups and downs. First time I met the colonel, it was not on good terms. Not on good terms at all. Yeah, I had lived next to him for quite some time, and a little bit high, whatever, but no. So 4th of July comes, and unwittingly, I don't know. I just moved there, like I said, from an area where I could blow up shit, and I've been known for years to fucking go out of state and go get the mortars and everything, which I did because in Michigan they weren't legal here at the time. So I had made a trip down to fucking Ohio and bought a bunch of fucking fireworks and came back, had fucking mortars and shit. And when I play. So I set off mortars. It was fucking mortars. It wasn't the little sparkly shit. It was a mortar show that went on for almost 6 hours. Boom, 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 boom. And unwittingly set the colonel off. And did not know it. Did not know it.
That's funny.
So, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Oh, I'm sure it wasn't funny at the time, but in retrospect, that's a funny story.
Oh no! The next day, it progresses. The next day, man, I wake up and he is literally screaming in next door, just out. And this is like I'm a new neighbor. I'm trying to be. I just try. I thought at the time. It's 4th of July. I'm celebrating being American, all that good shit, and just didn't realize, all in all, what I was doing there. You know what I'm saying? I didn't realize how bad, that stuff could be, to be honest. And they had set him off, and he was in terrible shell shock from all that bullshit the next day, and was like fucking super, super pissed. And I ended up he had me out there in my underwear the next day, 6 o'clock in the morning, and we're having words for back and forth and then fence. I quickly felt bad and apologized, whatever. Went back in the house, time goes on, and the next year comes around. By now, I'm got reestablished my garden because it's year 2, and I haven't. I was fresh the year before, but I'm back up and running at this point. And I had realized what I had done the year before, and I felt terribly bad about it. Terribly bad about it. But wasn't going to give up my fireworks,
right?
Because I already went down, already did my run and everything, and. Typical. So I went down, grabbed my stuff, and
PTSD so bad he couldn't listen to fireworks. He would actually stay in his house after he went to the Gulf War. Yeah, I remember.
That's what I did to him, and I felt terribly bad. So next year, where I bought my house, and I felt like I should still be able to celebrate, even though I understand his problems and everything. So trying to be a good neighbor, I offered to pay for a hotel room, anywhere. Anywhere.
Take a day on me. Yeah, I get it. That's a good idea. I wouldn't have even thought of that. That's a good idea. Trying to offer him a chance and be like, look, yeah, that's cool. What'd he say?
No, I thank you. We're gonna go.
Told you fuck off, didn't he?
We're gonna go out and take some time. So we'll probably be gone majority of the day. But thank you, but no, thank you. So I go, okay, cool. I'll offer. So I go about my normal 4th of July. Bang, 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 bang. I'm probably 3 hours into it, and I fucking I hear him. I actually just And I actually, this is how it rolls too, because I'm a carpenter and everything, so I actually line up the tubes. I screw them down on a sheet of fucking plywood, and I'm having my nephews unfurl the balls, and I'm running back and forth. I'm not even enjoying them. I'm just running back and forth, dropping them into the tubes, lighting them, and going back for the next one, and going back. So it's like that for like 3 hours.
You
So
want to hear a
next thing
hilarious
I know,
fucking story?
sure.
My stepfather was a carpenter, brilliant with wood. He could woodwork, did dovetailing, beautiful ornate pieces. He actually did one of Daryl Strawberry's houses before Daryl got caught smoking the rock. But he did an ornate staircase for him, and it was, I mean, it was, got to meet him. He's a nice guy though. But fucking, it was funny as shit though. I remember him getting in an argument with my mother, and he made this massive motherfucking ornate TV. You know, it was still when we were at tube TVs. We hadn't quite got to the big screens, right? So you remember how big those motherfucking TVs got. He made this massive ornate, beautiful wooden Churio for the TV, and fucking he got in an argument one day. And I come home, I'll never forget coming home from fucking school, and all of a sudden that thing is gone. Here's this TV just sitting on this little wooden stand, and next to it, this little ugliest thing you ever seen, dude. You would laugh as a carpenter at what he did. He turned it into this little nothing wooden plank box and burned the rest of it. And he'd already gifted it to her, and it was over some stupid shit. So I just looked at it and I remember thinking, that's some crazy shit. He put in like 100 hours on that piece and toasted it in an argument. That's fucking righteous, fucked up anger right there. You as a carpenter know when you do some handicrafted, deep work on woodwork, the last thing you want to do is see them burn in embers.
Yeah, be heartbreaking for all.
Man. Oh, dude.
So this
the
is
crazy
kinda,
stories never stop.
This is kind of the funny ending to that story, because this is all true, and it was never ill intended. You got to understand, none of this was ever ill intended.
Oh, hopefully not.
So I thought, I thought he was gone, or he did take off for a while, but came home and was still 45 minutes to an hour of the shell shock there, boom, 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 since he got home. So 3 hours into it, I look over and I could just see eyes at the fence, just eyes standing at the fence. And I look over and he says, "Eagle, about done?" I looked at my niece, my nephews, and son. I was like, "All right, a couple more, boys. We've had enough." And I shut it down. After that because I knew what was happening. So I just want to be, tell you the respectful end of this. I know it sounds shitty in the beginning. So I told you that I almost had to run from this cat at some point. This is where it's coming up. The next day, I think to myself, well, I feel fucking totally bad for what I did last night. So I'm going to take him some smoke because I'm pretty sure he had fucking smoked anyway. I watched him, head out and in the yard. I was positive he was smoking, watching him a little bit. So I go out, and at the time, I'm growing the Agent Orange. And I again, I heard it again,
oh
Miss Jill.
God,
Oh,
dude,
it's good.
So
I had heard, because Miss Jill, I named it for my dad who died of the Agent Orange and whatever, and I heard her claims that it worked great for vets, for the post stress disorder, and so I thought, this may help him, unlock what I did. You know what I mean? So I go over there, and I hand him this jar, and he's like, "What's this?" I'm like, "Here you go." And he's like, "What is it?" I'm like, "Well, that's Agent Orange." And when I said that, he almost came over the fucking fence because of the fucking name. It honestly was kind of insulting.
Oh, yeah.
I had to take a couple steps back because I thought he was coming over the fence, to be honest with you. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. I didn't name it. That's just what it is. Yes. You asked. And he says, oh, okay. So he stumbles off into the fucking house, and a couple days go by, and then the next thing I know, I'm pulling on my driveway, and he opens up the door, and it's summertime, my window's down. He's like, hey, here you go. Yeah, Colonel, what's up, man? And he just thank you. And then from then on, it was I was handing him fucking stuff all every holiday. I'd give him some stuff. Veterans Day, Memorial Day, all that good shit. I was always hooking him up thereafter.
Shit.
But it was cannabis.
Well, dude, if you're giving him Agent Orange, I love that. That's great smoke.
Oh yeah, from then on, I remember giving him fucking big balls of hash. After every time I make some bubble, I'd sneak him over some bubble, and he was always just super stoked to get that shit. And, I loved helping him out like that. It was ultimately the thing that drew us together and brought us friends. I mean, we had our differences, but in the end, cannabis brought us together and made us friends. Yeah. And that's one thing I think it's kind of funny because he was always afraid. He told me stories of him growing it early on before and coming back and all this stuff, but they could never find it or whatever. And that was in my strange way. That's kind of funny that I know if anything gets sent that way, it's either going to be beans that didn't make it or somebody else sending some beans back. So I know he's still getting to this day, getting packages, random packages that say fucking Eagle on them with his address, and he opens them up and fucking there's some beans in there or something. So either he's still growing that shit or passing them out to some vets or something. But it's still just my kind of way of nodding my head in respect to him. Yeah, he was a great guy.
So I'm sure every once in a while. I thought about that. I think a lot about the way we all think about different things as people, more than just cannabis, like just human, right? Like, and I think my respect is my little gift to myself and the people I grow and distribute to again. By saving good genetics and putting them away safely, shit will keep. And I can tell you guys all this firsthand. When I started collecting, I was 14 and started from that very time. And it was very select what I kept. There was plenty of other stuff to keep, but I only kept the best of the best seed. When it was like the diamond in the rough that you got that rare time of the year or wherever, or from somebody going on vacation to some place and bringing stuff back, those types of events. And just a few. It was always just a few. What did work was keeping seeds in glass vials clean at room temperature, not frozen, not hot. It could never go in a cardboard box in storage, but always at your comfortable, like 70, 74 range of temperature. I checked the seed regularly. Once a year I opened them, vented them, looked the seed over, made sure nothing had been damaged or cracked sitting, because God only knows what happens to it. And every now and then I'd hand one or two out, but in that 1 year check and always keeping them at room temperature for at least a quarter century, seeds easily keep viable. There was nothing special to them. I just soaked them and sprouted them, and they sprouted. There were some that took a long time. Some took, there was a couple that took 3 weeks, but they did sprout. All right, so 25 years in glass at room temperature definitely worked because I did it. That's patience. That's my longest lab experiment, and probably my only one in life that long, right? Because I've already opened them and we're popping them now. So that's the kind of stuff I can share. So venting them and once a year and in glass seemed to work just fine.
So how do you, when we didn't make it to you, how do you like to trim? Are you a wet guy? Do you like to dry trim?
I've seen both at large scales, helped a lot of people trim larger quantities from outdoor gardens and indoor gardens, and done my own. And no matter what, I feel like if you have the time and it's a warm enough environment, you should leave everything on. I feel like the guys that can pull off that 7 to 10 day with being able to leave all the leaf drooping over the bud It just seems like there's something about the terps that comes out just a little sharper and cleaner. But when you got to deal with humidity and shit, it is not fucking worth it. And I personally have to, just to make sure, because I don't want to risk it, I do lop off the big girls on the way in, and I'll leave the, you know, the general sugar leaf and stuff alone through the dry. But I definitely noticed a little bit sweeter, something about having that sugar, those fan leaves on to draw water from while it's still drying to help keep it more consistent. Maybe that would just be the guesstimate, right? Like, I'm not sure why, but I definitely noticed something better about that. So it is what it is, though. My notice could be total bullshit, right? Like, maybe I'm getting too old and my nose doesn't work. I don't know. But yeah, I noticed that myself. But yeah, for me personally, space is too tight. I take off everything like you would think, lop off the fans and leave the buds with the sugar leaves. I don't go the whole trim them down clean to the bud. There are people that do that, though. I've seen plenty of people do it. I just feel like I wouldn't want to do it because personally, I'll smoke that sugar leaf. If it's got trichomes, I'll smoke it. I'm not above smoking. I'm not going to trim out crow's feet on my own smoke. You know, not going to no dispensary or nothing. It's just personal. So why would I pull it out when I like smoking it?
I like to make hash out of it mainly. It's to make sure.
Yeah, that's good too. If you've got all the rig, and I noticed that. How do you like that? Because I was real skeptical. I'll be honest with you. How I've seen people do it out here is a big bucket. They do the multi-layer fucking mesh bags of micron difference, and then they take them, fill them with ice water. And the big kicker was guys telling me that they did crumbled up fucking dry ice. When then they take a paint mixer on a drill and just fucking blow the buds out in there and do it through with a paint mixer. And it worked great every time. And the dry ice with the regular ice made just super killer bubble hash because it kept it so cold. But it was definitely not one of those bubble machines. And I noticed you've got that big blue bubble machine. And I've never had somebody I've seen with one of those to know how good it makes it and then how much waste you're getting out. Like, you feel that's a really good machine? Because I saw your one video where you use it, and like, you feel like there's that other process might be better. Have you ever done the bucket as well, like the 5-gallon with the multi meshes, so that you can get the different levels of refinement and just beat it out?
Of course. God, I've been making hash for years, brother. I got hash videos on my
Yeah,
channel.
I know a lot of stuff, but I am not adept in all process, and I definitely don't make quantities of hash. My closest thing would be scissor hash or finger hash. I don't fuck around with making shit. Seen plenty of it, but I just don't myself know because nobody had that machine. They all did it that one way in the bucket. How much easier is it? You just stuff it with the ice and call it good? That's fucking cool.
No, you don't want to actually stuff too much ice in there. You want to just get it cold and just let the cold process more or less do the work. The ice, too much ice, it packs up and you actually lose a lot of. You lose a lot of it. It doesn't just beat up. It doesn't move around. It just packs up in there. So, you want more of a vortex. You want everything spinning. You want just enough ice to kind of beat things up a little bit. I think you get a lot better yield out of the machines. I definitely have done it both ways. A hand mixing one. I just did a hand rig not so long ago, inspired by the Candy Kate. I seen her mix her one up, and it was like a 20-gallon tub that I rigged up a shower drain and a ball valve on the end of it, and built a stand and shit for it. And it was all right. It yielded well. Too much work for a hand, but it's definitely, don't let me discourage anybody that, if that's all you got is, a stick or the drill ret, the method there. I think it whips it up too much. You're just beating it up and it, introducing too much green matter into it. It's just way too aggressive, in my opinion. And I've tried it. Don't get me wrong. I've tried it, and it did. It just makes more work in the filtering process. You're pulling out more green shit, trying to. It's less quality of a hash. I prefer to this day. Quick runs. I don't beat the. I know people, even Frenchie will say that, wash after wash after wash, you could get more out of it. But I'm done after three. I know people that do four, five, but after three runs, I'm done. I've got all the quality I want out of it, and I know there's still shit in there, but I don't give a shit about that. I ain't working that hard for it. Same thing with about the bags. I don't even use the 25 anymore. There's good hash there. Boom Farms uses 25, makes them a killer hash out of it. I don't want to work that hard for it anymore. I'm utilizing actually probably 5 bags now. I'm pulling all the waste material out with a 220. I'm filtering out one more time with 160. Anything after that, I'm pretty much taking a 110, a 73, and a 45 after that. And sometimes I'll keep them as grade. You know what I mean? If I want to be picky about it, but a lot of times I'll blend them right back together and smoke it in like a festival style. Red Center Farms would call it, I guess. But that's just me. If that's personal, and that's again, even if you were going to take that to the next step and process that into rosin, you could pull that out again. Now you just pull it out 45, pull out that 73, and that
Right.
110. You could actually go 160 to 45, and then all that hash there could be pressed into a beautiful rosin. Uh, skipping some steps and some bags. So, I made a temple ball the other night on air. The only I realized where I fucked up that night on it because I wung it a little bit and tried to utilize a process that I had worked one other time, but this time I'd utilized tinfoil as a barrier, and I kind of it amplified the heat. It trapped it instead of I should have used a cloth like I had prior tried, something to damper the heat a little bit. So instead of the hot water bottle, I actually tried iron, and it melted. I fucking had 15 grams of fucking dry sift in the bag when I started the temple ball process, and I fucking briefly I put the tinfoil on there and I hit it briefly with the iron and I could feel it. I pulled off and part of the bag melted. And I was like, fuck. So I pulled it. I took everything out and I dumped it out and I finished it off in the parchment paper, a little bit with the iron. But I knew what I did wrong right there exactly because the foil instead of a cloth, I could have got all away with a triple layered cloth, just allowed the heat, pressure to work, like you
Right.
would have done with a bottle. But using the foil as a barrier, it's like one-way barrier. It was heating up and not letting the heat dissipate. You know what I mean? It's like going, going, going. You know what I mean? There was no barrier. I
Right.
was heating it up and it was just
When
trapping
you
it.
went back though, I'm sure after the stream you tried to clean it up. Did you look and see if the
Oh,
plastic
I did
actually
it
was like
live
at
on
a
air.
contaminant level? Did you no, but I remember. But did you recover more material, or was there a lot of loss? I mean, was it a pretty good recovery? It didn't look like it was bad. It was like probably just balled up real quick,
No,
right?
no. Because I stayed away from the melted areas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In the melting process anyway. Like if you were using the wine bottle and paper towel or whatever, it sticks to the plastic anyways. And the only way to release
Right.
that is to put it into the freezer and pop it anyway. So that's what I did. I had put it in the freezer and I cleaned it up, and I didn't get away from any melted edge. So it was clean. And actually, I weighted it in the end. I started out with 14. The temple ball in the end was 11, I think it was. So I'd lost 3 grams in the whole fucking air there, which
Yeah.
yeah, for a fuck
Here
up live
I
on
had a
the
question
air, I
for you
still
though.
finished
On
out with
your hash,
a yeah. Go ahead.
everybody I always see making it though. What are your three favorite meshes? Like, where do you get the best out of what you grow? Because I figure, everybody's getting different trichome heads and stalk sizes. So really, everybody's microns really should be different. You'd have to look under a microscope and measure them with a, good size micrometer and get like, I'm just thinking the science side of how I would do it versus the things I've seen. Now, the other thing I saw though was there's a old video. I've scoured the internet. If anybody knows it, it'd be awesome to find it again. But
There was this old documentary about the old hashish makers, and there was this one video about this really well-known processing place for it. And what they did is they built this like clay like house, and the way it was built was around a huge stone roller, like the old millet grinding wheels, like a very nice on a marble though. It's very clean, well cut marble on a rounded marble table, and they had this little guy in the middle, and they were just bringing in hash, raw keef and hash from everywhere, and he was laying it out and breaking it up. And the weight of this wheel was set at a certain weight. They like weighed it to compress, and the heat of the environment and the rolling, they just kept rolling it over, and it really made this awesome like amber reddish hash, completely uniform, because they were mixing it, breaking it up, and then letting it roll in and roll in, and it just caked, and it built this hash cake. And then the guy by hand, this little old man, I kind of felt bad for him, but he looked happy, right? In the video, was sitting there fucking taking it, and he'd cut out the pieces, and he'd start folding it, working it, and working a few more times like dough, and then he basically built it into a brick, and then it got this wrap, and then that was how they were making this hash. And it was just gorgeous fucking hash, dude. But this marble roller was intriguing to me because their scale was for a large community. It was like a whole country or something, dump into one or two of these types of locations. But fucking like you're almost to that scale at a large commercial grow now for producing hash. So is this marble roller at a given weight and temperature really a good way to do it? From what I saw in that video, that's that quality that, like when you make bubble and you get that crumbly, beautiful amber dark red hash that hits so good. Like that's the stuff that's just like the premium to me. Like, and it just looked like a whole brick of that, like just uniformly came out like that pressure process was producing kind of like the same thing you get from, pressure from producing rosins and dabs, where it was just heavy enough where it was getting that partial compression and causing something to happen to make it better. It just looked better. And like up to this day, I remember that video and think, why does nobody do that? Like, there's got to be. I mean, they didn't come up with it from bullshit. There was a reason they developed it after family generations doing it. Like somebody thought it through and thought this makes good hash.
I think that's just the way they learn from generation to generation in
It's
storage.
interesting the evolution of tech, right? Like
To,
look at our
to
tech. Whoever
answer
would have thought
your,
you'd be
your
growing in coconut husks?
to answer your first question, 73 and 90 I find are the full melters. Could be up as high as 110 if you've got a heavy indica strain with some fat resin heads. But usually, 90 and 73 are usually full melt if you've got some good strains going there. Secondly, I what you're doing there is basically just creating enough pressure and heat to decarbonate the hash, just in
See,
the
I thought
similar
that too. I
method.
thought you think it's decarbonate when it's doing it. Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe it
it's
is because of the
it's
time the
just
wheel
the
takes
same
to
process.
transition, and yeah,
It's the
maybe
same
that is what
process
it's
as
doing.
it's the same process as the hot water bottle, and putting the pressure on it, except there's just so much pressure from that stone. You can actually make you a dab out of sift easy enough. You can take like some keef that you've got laying around if it's good.
Yeah, any
If it's
pressure.
good quality, yep, just put that in parchment paper, press on it real hard, and rub it back and forth like this for about 30 seconds, and they should create enough pressure right there. You should be able to open that up and pull out a dab and be able to
Yeah, I
throw
mean,
that into a
I
rig.
trained for mechanical engineering, but like I know the pressures and stuff. But that's what I was toying with. Like, is it decarbing it? What is it really doing? Because it's got to be breaking down all the resin glands and stuff. So they're all, everything's breaking apart. So that's giving that consistent oil moisture. But then what else is it doing? It's got to be decarbonate from pressure and heat, at least partially.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean, just
walking it a
watching the
little
video is really interesting.
it's walking it a little bit further down the chain. I mean, a little bit further down towards the NCB end of it, and a little bit relaxing more effects out of it, more a little bit more couch lock, and it creates a more full spectrum. You know what I mean? Because there's a little less filtration in there, so it's a little more old world. And it's better way to preserve it. You're heating it up instead of each time you're heating it up and kind of locking down that trichome. Locking what you heating it up just enough to lock everything in there. And it's the same way I made
really
that
thought
temple
of it as a
ball
full
that
decarb,
way.
but yeah, I guess it would really. Yeah, that's pretty cool that you
That's
think
when
about it. Like, how long did it take him to figure that shit out? Like, how many motherfuckers did it take to be like, how much pressure and do we got to put on this to make it good? That's pretty cool
I
to
think
think
it was
about. There's no
probably how
written
much loss
history.
it was
Like,
there.
I've read a lot of stuff from back like Mesopotamia and Babylon, all the prior histories where cannabis first was found, but like the history of the real pressing out of the fineness of the hash, like there's nothing of that. I don't think anything I've ever heard of written. I'd love to find that history out. I have to look up more and see if there's something there. It's definitely, but that process, like, dude, it just makes me happy hearing people engineer stuff, like coming out of the dawn, and like just that's what made me drive into being an engineer to begin with. And just that process of going from nothing to something, seeing something out of your mind come to reality is such a rewarding, gratifying experience, which translates to the garden experience in agriculture too, right? And the botany side of anything, including cannabis and geneticists.
See, that's
interesting.
When I made that ball the other night too, if you noted a little bit too, when I was pressing that, I did the same thing, everything you just said prior with the rolling of the stone, except you normally would have used a hot water bottle like Frenchie did, but I couldn't find one on Johnny on the spot when I was kind of coached into it live on the air. So I substituted with the honor. So I had, the pressure and the heat right there that night. And when I do that too, it's the same process like you just talked. How many times did I go back and forth to the freezer that night? I'd press it until I got a consistent color, because you can watch it brindle, if you will, because that's what it reminds me of. The colors, like a brindle pit bull, there's a dark brown, light brown, and I keep working that material until it's a constant brown. Fold it in like that, press it again, and each time, and I do that until I've got a nice consistent brown there. Then I know everything's to a consistent point, and then I fold it back in and on itself one more time, and then start that final seal. Get that rolling, the heat going in my hands to get that one final shell going one more time to seal it, and then I know from then on, it's good. Everything's one common state.
Yeah, because I mean that's how they used to make the old hand hash, just rubbing the nugs in your hands. Oh, that drives me nuts now thinking about it though. But if you got a big field, I mean, just rubbing your hands and then working it in, and just the heat of your thumb in your palm, working it out. And I remember watching a documentary. They said, I guess the way they do it traditionally, at the rate those guys do it, is like, I think they can only make 6 grams a day per guy to make hash that way.
That's a different hash too. That's charas.
Yeah,
that's a different hash because that comes off.
I always pronounce it wrong. Usually. Say it again so I don't pronounce it wrong. Is it charas, or is there another sound in there?
Charas.
Right?
How I've always That's how I've always.
I mean, I've made it myself out of trimming shit just to like do it that way. I've been like heat hand, and you can just tell when it's right, and it was nice, but. Like, man, I couldn't imagine doing that all day, just sitting there fucking sticky hands doing that, sticky hands doing that.
Again, there's a difference there, I'm sure, because that process is when the plant's still alive. They're actually going into the fields and touching the live buds and getting their hands, so it's that live clear resin. It's not a dried, more brittle resin like when you're talking there. That's the difference between like a regular hash and charas, is the live feature.
Right.
It's been taken right from a live plant. You would pay people females back in the day, to run naked through the cannabis plants, and then they would go back through and pull, rub their sticky bodies and pull off that hash off there, and that's straight up. I've heard a lot of them stories, and I thought, God damn, lucky growers. That's got to be some of the best hash ever. Lucky son of a bitch.
This here's titty hash, boy. You're gonna hit this titty hash, and you're gonna learn what it is to be a hash smoker.
Can't be any worse than them fucking Colombian
This
butt
here
nuggets that
strain
made
you're
it over
calling
here.
this one? Yeah, this
The
strain
butt
here is
bullets that made
areola.
it. I'm sure. That's funny. Holy shit, it's 3:23. This one flew by. It's flying by.
Well, shit, you didn't even have time for any questions for yourself. Did we ever even start talking, man?
Almost. Questions for myself. I rarely take questions. You know, I got to get used to that too. I thought about that when you were starting to ask me questions, because usually I'll answer questions. You know, I'm not afraid to answer questions, but I usually don't like to, because it's like, you know, like I said, this is your hour. I like to talk about you. This is your time to introduce yourself deeper into the community other than, you know, behind the keyboard. So I try to stray away from that, but I'm putting myself under the bullet next week, so I guess I kind of thought about that after I said that. I was like, man, I should just answer this shit, because you know, well, I've been pretty adamant over the years. I mean, pretty much everything's out there, either in old forums or posts or whatever.
Yeah, I gotta be fair with you, dude. I am one of the weirdest guys about certain things. I know so many people in so many walks of life, and I'll get so into something at any given moment. Like, there's a lot of famous people I've met and stuff, but I just see people as people. So I only go into something as far as I need to or want to. And that's not to disrespect somebody, right? Like, I'm horrible with music, but I know famous stars, right? So I couldn't tell you every member of a band, who every famous drummer was, but I know the big ones, you know, like, you know who Metallica is, right? Like, you know who Snoop Dogg is, right? You might know the songs and sing the lyrics. I don't fucking know all the names of songs. It's not a disrespect. I just don't give a shit. It's not my life. I'm not a musician. You know, it is what it is. No hate. You know? That's how it is for me. So for you, like, I've watched a lot of videos. I've been here for a bunch having fun with you guys, but that's because my time too. Like, it's your time. So when you said this is my time, no, this is our time. You and I are never going to get back this time. It's a one-way trip, and I'm having fun with you right now. That's why I chat. Like, I see people talking. I'm trying to give a little interaction, but I know, like, they know we're bullshitting right now. So they got lead time. And that's why I put it there. So you can see when we're talking, if I comment, what I say, you know, that way it's kind of a little more interactive than the other modes you're having. That's why I wanted to help get it set up like that.
I know. I just have a little fun with this, because on several levels, because, well, like I was leading to, there I have put, you know, myself full history out there several times, but more or less, I got to do it next week. I'll be point blank I'll be on Embracing Organic, so I'll have 6 boxes next week firing questions at me. So I better get fucking comfortable for questions super quick.
Well,
but
you remember the old TV show Cheers? Remember Cheers?
Yep.
Remember Cliff Clavin? Well, if he had something useful to say and all his knowledge was useful, I'd be like him, right? So, like, anything you might think that I'm pretty well educated and I do a lot of self-study, more than you might get from these conversations we're having fun with, like, abnormally amount of intellect reading. But is there anything you've ever wondered about? Let me help you right now, because, like, I've said what I had to say. Those were the couple important things I wanted to get out there, because I saw things that I wanted to say. Look, here's some real tips. Try this stuff out and get back to me. You know. But, like, what for you would you have you always anything? Throw something out there just off the wall just to fuck with me. I've carpentry, plumbing. I've designed building documents. I've done permits. I've done designs for the NOAA on hurricane radars. I've done all kinds of crazy shit, reverse engineered shit, like done operating systems development for my own entertainment level of just entertainment. I do everything because that's what I want to do. I want to die and say I fucking did it all, man. Fuck that.
Only thing I haven't done is cut open a brain, so hopefully I'll have to skip on just that one and make an exception. But you know what I'm saying. You get the idea. I like the jack of trades to me should be an upgrade. Like once you get there, that's like school and everything's getting your toolbox started. That means you got your hammer, your wrench, and college is you're putting a few more tools, but it's you constructively using those tools to make greater tools and building your wealth of knowledge that makes you into this person you are as a whole, which can be so much more than I just want to be an astronaut when I grow up, or I'm just going to be a fireman. You are a multifaceted individual who is a one of a kind human being that will never exist again. And for all your faults, right or wrong, you still have so much in contribution to the totality of what we are as a people that even the least of us in our internal introspect, meaning the guy that thinks he's worthless, should still have some value so that that can be looked at as a whole and still have impact on society's growth as a whole in a positive direction. That's a little bit of stoner introspective.
Right on.
Just like this. Here's one that should fuck with you as an American. We already got all these riots and shit and protests and shit, but how come the government, when they talk about unemployment rates, only includes the people that are receiving unemployment? Once you're out of unemployment's ability and there's no job for you, guess what? You're not in any statistic anymore. So those homeless people, they're not in any of those statistics. Imagine what unemployment numbers would be if they were honest and put all the people that were left to fall off the books as homeless into those numbers, what our real numbers would be. So don't forget, we have problems like so many more than people even realize. So that's what happens. You stop getting money, you don't have any family support system, your unemployment runs out and you don't have a job, you get kicked out of your shit, you get homeless, all that shit. You're now homeless, whatever happens, live or die, you might get back up. A lot of people do. Some of them quicker than others, but there's plenty of them that fall through the floor and fall through that crack in the American system, and you're not in those numbers anymore. You're not even a figure. So, those kinds of things, I think we can change it. If we can change this shit, if prohibition can change for alcohol and cannabis and anything else we put enough dedication into, we can change. So it doesn't have to be violent. Like right now, people got to do what they got to do. We got a lot of problems with government being corrupt. I'm huge on this. I used to, when in college, I'd come home after a 40-hour work week, 50-hour work week, do a normal job. I was a early dad. I did that full gig. I'd get up in the night. I wasn't no lazy ass parent. I did my shit hardcore and was good to raise my kid and teach her as well as I could, But on top of that, like, I would spend, while I'd be doing my college work, watching C-SPAN, watching our government body, watching it work. And I studied hard and long to know how it all worked: money, economics, the banking system. And I can tell you the people who worked hard over that time. And I can tell you all the people and what they did and who took what and why and who took what lobbying money. And I'll tell you right now, fuck this government's bullshit. They're all fucking corrupt. Everybody at the top is taking payouts along the way. And the problem is, they may have pulled that bullshit a couple of years ago that they ain't taking no fucking lobbying no more. We're going to end lobbying, because they already know they've taken all the money and they're going to have to deliver anyway, and they're already doing it. I should, the ties just change colors in the back room now. That's our problem. It's the same motherfucking people. You can wear red this year, you can wear blue this year. Fuck it. Whatever keeps you up here making the money. That's what they've done to the country. Watched it play out year after year. And that's where we're at. That's why we're here. We're here at this place where everybody's now feeling poor and abused, and nobody wants to deal with it anymore. COVID's probably some bullshit excuse like you and I were bullshitting about before. I mean, think about it. It's just another flu strain. I think I had it in fucking Christmas time. I think I had it in December. You know what I mean? Like, when we got it, it was horrible. I'm sure it would have hurt people bad and probably killed a few people, and it's still horrible. But the reality of it is, it's funny how it's come through before, and there's always these pandemic flus and stuff, and it's happened in history before. But the government didn't do the things it's done now. This is just like, I mean, there's just so many elements to the way things are playing out that nothing feels right anymore. And you can't even trust your own eyes. You can't look at anything and trust what you see half the time. And that to me is scary. You know, like that's a problem. You shouldn't be in fear of anything. My neighbors, like I get to know them, they're all great people. You know, we don't have no problems. All of a sudden, you turn on the TV and the whole world's on fucking fire. There's so many elements to what's wrong with the world that it's not even funny. Media, people trust the media, right? We're here together talking. It's just two individuals, and these people present, they're checking it out, you know. But media is all people forget. It's privately owned. You could get a millionaire. You could be Elon Musk, buy a television station, and you don't have to be there. So you have to look up who owns these stations to really know whose opinion you're listening to. And you have to forget the blonde haired, blue eyed fucking bimbo who happens to be on goddamn every station. You know what I'm saying? Because they're just selling your mind. They're selling what they know people are going to suck up like sheep. And, you know, you get that regular term of sheep where people get so ready to follow the mass mentality. Like I make a joke about it now. They said COVID. Now, this issue didn't even talk about having diarrhea. Which fucking idiot panicked and decided to go peek out and grab every goddamn bit of toilet paper to start the great toilet paper rush of 2020? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck was that about? You know, so that'll go down in the history books. Think about that. People thought they were going to die, and the last thing they could think to worry about, like right away, is what am I gonna need? A clean asshole. I mean, when I'm ready to die, dude, I definitely want to sit there and say, man, I hope my fucking asshole's clean because I need to die knowing nobody has to worry about that. What? You know what I mean? Like, you didn't think to buy food? I went to Walmart just before that happened and caught them dumping all of their growable seed for vegetables just prior to this all happening. Tried to ask them to buy them for a local school to donate for the science department to use. They refused me, told me, no, we can't do that. We got to throw this away. I was like, you're not even going to donate it? No, throw it away. Tens of thousands of packs of seeds. What's that bullshit? All this stuff about the commercial food and they're disposing it. In what sane state of a world does it make sense to dispose of usable quality food stock? Regardless of the commercial, it's all bullshit. It doesn't make sense. You don't think generations of city planning through generations of power and control looked at how civilization is structured, that city dwellings are built tight and dense with no land on purpose to control the food supply? That way, if the little people, the sheeple, get out of hand, then we can raise the bridges and starve them the fuck out and let them eat each other. They did it before. This is centuries of history of power and control and abuse. And it's always, and it's whoever, and they'll pitch an idea, and it's, how do you use Machiavelli? Have you ever heard of the term of Hegelian dialect? Do you understand that? Have you ever heard that?
No.
Okay, so it's problem, solution, reaction scenario. So I want a resultant factor. I want to take over the town, and you're the mayor, and you've got a competitive mayor. And I had to figure out, well, if I can get you to be my buddy and hate him enough that you'd rather I be mayor than him, but I can do the same thing with him, and I go do that with him, and you never know. I talk to him, and I get both of you convinced that I'm the guy everybody should vote for, and then all three of us run, and then I pitch you both off and get you convinced of that. I've now created the result I want, and you both think you got what you want. That's politics. That's Hegelian dialect. That's what they're doing in mass. That's why it's a bipartisan system, because there's really only one party, and it's the rich party, the capitalist rich party. So that's what we live in. I don't see red and blue anymore. I see the poor and the rich. And even some of the people that call themselves rich, it's an illusion. They're the gateway people. The just millionaires, the maybe 1 to 5 million, that just millionaire range, that ain't money anymore. That's just 2 houses. That's nothing anymore. That's the gateway people. That's the illusion people that are put on the front line where you see them so they can say, but you don't see the billionaires like the Epsteins and people. You imagine if Epstein's little black book who went to his island got out? Who killed him? All of them, dude. That's who killed him. They all said, who's in that list? And called each other up and said, well, we better just go ahead and get rid of that issue. And then acted like it didn't fucking happen. And here we sit still. Nobody cares about that no more. I mean, you say the name, but nobody gives a shit. Nobody said who did it. All of them did it, dude. They all did it. They all went to the island. Imagine the amount of congressmen, senators, royalty, all the people that would have been fucking them little girls they were abducting, and they don't want to act like that's really what they were doing. Fuck them, dude. What pieces of shit? And those are the people running the world into the ground. And you know when to mutiny? You mutiny when your fucking captain's an idiot. And that's the problem. The world's in mutiny right now, and they fucking deserve it, dude. They're fucking idiots. They're running us into the ground. It's a warranted mutiny. So I don't have to say shit because it's saying enough of itself, just like everybody else is realizing. You know, you got people crazed enough that all they were going to do is panic and buy toilet paper, and then they're going to have to go sit in their house while you pick and choose what rules are going to be deployed. And meanwhile, everybody's in a goddamn panic and uproar. And all of a sudden, let's talk about this, the debt ceiling. Debt ceiling was so critical prior to all this. How the fuck did they pull $3 trillion out to send to everybody when we had this massive debt ceiling? That's when you realize it's all bullshit. When you're the guy in charge of the whole banking system, the invention of money, how much money do you have when you're the guy that finally gets the most of it? You know what the answer to that is? As much as you fucking say you have. That's how much you have. Just like when you were a kid and you play Monopoly. What do you do when the bank runs? You print more money. You're the bank. You just make it. They ain't fucking idiots, dude. It's a control of the time in the system when you control people with the monetary unit. Monetary unit. Money is the control of modern slavery of all people. It's indentured servitude. Money is debt, really, right? Like you get rich, but if you die rich, what did you do with that money? All that work you did to get that paper, that's worthless. If the economy of a money collapses, what's the money worth? Nothing. It's in good trust. They removed the gold standard. Fuck your gold standard. Now it's the petrodollar. What's it tied to? Your gas tank. And you're always going to want to work. And until there's anything but a gas tank, you're filling it. Petrodollar for the win. They aren't idiots, dude. They've been doing it for generations and families and dynasties. They all know what they're doing. You got a few of them still arguing about who gets to be in charge, like children. We have idiots running the world. You can become a billionaire and hand off your money to your fucking one child who you think's a prodigy, and he could be a fucking idiot, and he gets the power. That's the world you live in, you know what I mean? And it all comes back down on everybody's shoulders. And at the point the shoulders give, the load shifts. You see the load shift, and I mean, what's it done to your area?
It's shitty right now. And, you know, people are going back to work and whatnot, but things are strapped, that's for sure. And they've made most people where they don't want to go back to work, that's for sure. They gave them free money.
No.
That same food supply that they said we had, you know, tons of, that, you know, don't worry. I went to the grocery store and there was no canned goods, no corn, no fucking. So I wonder.
I don't know, man. You know, I understand all sides of all these things, and I can see the bigger picture, and it's all bullshit. Because here's the thing: all of a sudden, you got people panicking, buying guns and ammo, and toilet paper. Nobody's buying self-sustaining supplies to grow food or raise anything for food supply. If you don't have enough canned stock goods, I mean, imagine an inner city fallout without food for 1 week. Have you ever gone? What's the longest you ever gone without food? I did this a couple times in life and studied myself. How long could you make without food?
Yeah, probably a week, easy.
I did 5 days. By 5 days, I was hallucinating. I wasn't even smoking marijuana at that time because I was so depressed. By day 5, I started hallucinating. I was still drinking water. And by day 6, I couldn't help it. I had to take a bite of an apple. But by day 6, I was at the point where I already had, it vaguely crossed my mind why people consider cannibalism. So imagine 2 weeks, a month without food in a major inner city. How long the fallout? How valuable is anything but food when you don't have food? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. When I see people herding up like cattle, that's exactly what I do, dude. I ain't even shy about it. If I see fucking herd of people running towards something stupid, moo, moo, And I just fucking act like cattle. And I do, dude. I didn't give a fuck. Because I'd rather people see somebody being honest with them. Like, you're being stupid, dude. Don't be cattle. Like, don't run out and panic. Don't do this shit. Keep doing what, you know, like it seems like there's an effort for systematic deconstruction of society. And maybe it's by an element that's not the US, but to see it globally means it's a global condition. So everybody's in the know on something being wrong. And for it to hit so hard at home that generations of families are all at this point over it tells you something major is wrong. You know, what do you do with that? Well, revolution is never easy. The history of revolution, I studied it in depth in college, and it is not a pretty thing. It's fucking ugly.
It's ugly. It's always ugly, and it's just a matter of time, really. Every great government.
But you got to remember that it's the control of time. Like, I mean, even if you had, you know, $1 million, you planned to, well, sure, at your age, you might, you know, finish out life good, leave your daughters behind a little something extra. But in the terms of like a full-term investment, running a business, like kicking off something serious where you could put down and say, I'm going to build me a Xerox or a Ford Motor and like really get up to that scales, it just isn't feasible because all of those companies are locked into all the roles we have. You're simply not able to step into those competitive leagues anymore. The system's not structured for it. They did trust busting, but what the fuck's a monopoly or trust bust if the monopoly dissolves, but you end up with 3 or 4 companies and all those guys are buddies? There's no fucking difference. You know, these 2 senators know these 4 guys. They all have kickbacks and lobbying together. You know, maybe fucking Primex and fucking, you know, Lockheed Martin and everybody, you know, sucked up this congressman's dick, gave him a few $100 million kickback, and just keep buying the Tomahawks. You know, what do they do with them? They just blow them up in the desert and order more. But fuck building schools, fixing roads, people's health care. Fuck all that shit, you know. Quickest way to get more money is burn this shit that's costing us way less than we're charging the taxpayer for it and take it all. That's what they did, dude. I had guys tell me coming back from Desert Storm, they found whole new shipments of vehicles dumped and shit. There's all kinds of corruption. How the fuck did Pentagon lose $6 trillion? Do you remember that happening? Day before 9/11 or something, wasn't it? Yeah.
It was 9. You know,
just vanished. Boop. No big deal.
Well, you talk about, you know, how they line in their pockets there. Fucking this is how they're lining their pockets, brother. And I said this the other night. You talk about them wanting to line their pockets and imploding the dollar there. They're fucking doing it by giving us free money right now because people are silly sometimes. And one thing I've noticed from having kids, here's a little peek of that tent there that's usually behind me. You can't see this fucking high back chair. But, there's my beautiful loser over there. Right there, really. That one right there.
A thick looking plant.
Is the best way to make yourself rich in times like this is to give away free fucking money. Because you know why? Just like kids, they don't respect free money. Nobody respects things they don't earn. So what do people do with all that free money? They go back and spend it. They throw it right back into the system. Where does that end up? Right back in their pocket, and then some.
If the system wasn't rigged, it would actually be good because you got to remember, time and trade is what money is in representation, right? When the IOU became interchangeable for barter to continue working, that became currency. All right, so the first asshole decided to take currency and break the stick and keep track of it, and then started with the concept of whether it was interest or taxes irrelevant. It's the same concept, but it's a deficit on the system, right? Because if I start off and say you and I got a system we're going to build with $100 in between us, and we say, okay, that's the net value of the whole system's $100, and we split it up and we give it to our kids or whatever, and we know it's going to change hands, but we know that's supposed to be the net value in the system that's changing hands regularly, okay? But there's more to it. There's complex valuations that are unseen with that initial trade, right? So if you initiate any kind of tax or interest on it, how much money's supposed to be in the system is going to be changed. And that's what people aren't seeing. If you say that I give you, say you come up short and you're a fisherman and I make fishing poles. You go through and we're trading these dollars and all of a sudden yours breaks and you need a new one, but you've spent your money elsewhere. You gave too many to your daughters and you paid whatever bills, whatever the scenario. You've come to the point where the cash currency that solved the IOU is now resolved. Your IOUs have now been given to other people. You're broke again. So now you're back to, okay, well, what do I do? And whether it was you innocently or me greedily thinking, well, what about an interest rate or a tax? Because if you're a governing body, that's what it is. Tax is an interest rate on the system. If you're an individual in a business, it's just tax, right? So, or interest. So I look at you and I say, okay, well, you know, it was $1 or $10, whatever, for this fishing rod normally. Well, what about 10% more? You know, and you and I talk about it. Maybe you agree, or maybe you suggest it. Who cares, really? It's still a problem, and here's why. Because now, if we knew it was supposed to be $1, say, right, but now we say it's going to be $1.10, that whole value fluctuates the whole system. Because now you're supposed to be having this $100 initially, but now we're missing a dime. There's a dime that needs to be in the system for that 10%. Where the fuck is that going to come from? Well, you do what anybody would do in that situation. You kick it down or you eat it, and you have to choose what's the balance. And most people pass the buck, right? Because it's like, well, I'm not going to eat that whole dime. It's not my fault the pole broke. I mean, shit, I just, you know, shit happens, right? That is true. Shit happens. So the thing is, you decide, okay, well, my fish, I'll just catch 10 fish and up them a penny each. It's so small. Nobody will care about that penny. And hell, if that pole breaks again, I'm going to need that extra dime next time. So now I'm going to leave that penny in place and let it stack up. And hell, maybe I'll just leave it enough to back up and save for another pole. Or maybe you say, no, I'm just going to break even on the dime and I'll lower my price back to that $1 after. You know, but either scenario, there's still something missing from the system. Now, what does happen, the truth of it, everybody's goddamn going to do what they're going to do in business and try and make money and in personal to protect yourself, because nobody wants to fall below their value, because that's not how it's supposed to fucking work. All right, we're all equally valued. Nobody's time is less worth any other person's. Life is, we don't know when our time comes, right? So everybody's time matters. So the big difference is now we got to find that money and it's missing. So that's a deficit on the system, because now I've caused one of two things. I've either chosen inflation, and I'm putting inflation on the system by saying now this fish is going to cost this $1. You're going to cause $1 and a penny. I've inflated my rod to the $1.10 for you. Maybe I do the same thing as you. Maybe I don't. Maybe I say, oh, I'm just going to charge that extra 10. He could afford it. Hell, it's business, man. If you could afford $1.10 last time, you can afford it this time. You see where I'm going with this? So that's the problem with the whole system. Is it's structured debt on debt stacked. So that's why when you study it all and you look at it, and simple interest is not simple. It is actually compound. And compound interest is exponential. So like it's all bullshit, dude. And the problem is when you look at those formulas, like the principal interest rate and formula, look at where they're deriving those formulas. It's all bullshit tied to natural processes that they're not following. Because you can't just set an amount and pretend it's there and then inflate it as much as you want or deflate it and expect it to work. It doesn't. It's all bullshit, which means the whole system is structured from the top. Whoever's got the most fucking money has as much money as they say he needs to have, is how it works. Now, in the system, the time has to be able to trade hands. If everybody doesn't have cash, how do you do services when you've built the whole system? And not only that, but the government has now, over time, put it where it says you are now forced to use this for public trade and debt. Right? You're supposed to you have to use currency in trade now. Barter's still done on the side, but you're not going to be in some $600 billion barterer. It doesn't really, play out well without paying your taxes. So the whole thing is just structured, sucking on itself. How does that work? How does this? So that's where you get to looking at the global debt clock or the national debt, and you look at it all and you realize, other than the one or two small countries that are just barely heads above water, the whole globe in total is in debt to itself over $700 trillion and growing, because the whole thing is bullshit. Like on an adult level, it fucking sucks to realize that you've got fucking dummies running the show because they've just been handed off power and wealth over time. And they just did what dad said to do. Fuck, dude, that's frustrating. And that's why I get high. The end.
Fucking talking shit with Eagle.
What are you smoking on over there? I don't think we ever made it there.
Oh, I don't even know. Something more my buddies have. I don't keep track of what I get elsewhere.
Fair enough.
Nope. Got other stuff around. I am at, I don't know if you've been keeping track on the Instagram. I think I'm at the end of week 5. So I still got another like 20 days before I really even get looking at it. And that the one strain gets done really quick though. Last time, I mean, it was ready at almost like 59 days. It was crazy and really nice. So, no. And a lot of the new stuff you just don't know, right? When you start breeding stuff, you don't know the total behavior until you start seeing them play out a little. So we'll see.
How long do you really run them out on your test before you make your cuts?
Whatever's a keeper is going to be a keeper, right? I'm following a profile, so I'm not looking for a cut right up front from something. I'm looking to follow the profile and the nose and the taste and the high. So out of what I test, if I find something good, if I don't, I'm not going to do it. I'll do more of it, right? So as soon as something hits, it hits. Why fuck off? So this time I got lucky. I got 2 that I actually like out of the 10 that I popped of it. And I'm looking at those, hitting them with the males to get to the strong F2. And I'll see if any of that plays out, which is where I'm at with it. If the F2 plays out nicely, because I'm going to distribute it as is. It'll be the couple breeders I know I'm going to give that F2 to. Because F2 really is a breeder, is the pheno hunt you want. You're getting your widest range of new plant material. So somebody's going to get keepers out of that and stuff they can propagate well. So I got a breeding group. I'll distribute it that. And then I'm going to push through myself my own way to F4. And once they hit F4, I'm calling that good. But that actually, though, is partial work. That unicorn breath I'll push to F4, but that's meant to cross over with this stuff here is special. So I'm going to push on that land race, and I want to get that 50-50 with that other stuff, and I'm going to push through for that sweet terp. And I got a direction for the terp, and that's what I want to call Rainbow Bright. Once I get that all crossed in and stabilized, that's the final goal. So that's about 4 rounds out from that F1, I think, on that. Yeah, before it's all done where I want it to be. Yeah, we'll see. I'm a little stoned and pretty late. How the fuck do you make it to 4 in the morning every goddamn night? Goddamn, I'm spoiled on the West Coast. I just realized, like, you're doing it, man. You're doing it. What time do you sleep till?
Actually, I usually fall off about 6:37, and then I pass out from like 7 to 11, and then I'm back up, and then I like nap out sometime between maybe 3 and 4, and then I'm up for the day. I roll on about 5 hours. Seriously.
Yeah, well, I do the same, but usually it's I'm usually an early morning person, but I've been doing the show with you, so I usually do this, and then I'm up usually at 7 or 8 now. But I used to be much earlier. It was like 5:30 or 6. Just
you want me to fucking be? You want me to be honest with you here, brother? Be honest with you how the schedule came about and how I do this.
Absolutely.
Well, it came about with fucking having kids, girls, all girls.
That's how I got on the early schedule. Work, school, late night college. I did late night college, so I'd come home
at one point, I had 5 ladies in this house. So, do the math: 5 women, 5 girls, 1 man. Yeah, it's better to roll at night. I could do whatever I want at night after everybody's in bed. It's the best time to run the garden. I could fucking, I'm quite happy at night. So that's I've been doing this for 15 fucking years. This schedule easy. Yeah. So nowadays now they're growing up and everything. That now it's just I got time to do whatever, and now I play during these hours. It ain't so much necessarily I have to work during these hours now. It's a little bit of playtime.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only got one kid. My daughter's off making her own stupid decisions. We'll see how her life plays out. It's how we all do. Everybody
How
does their
old,
own
if you don't
thing.
mind me asking? How old?
21.
Lexi's age.
Yeah.
Mine are 25, 21, and 17. My three girls.
Well, you got one left that's just on the cusp.
Yeah, she's just on the cusp. That one don't worry me. She's just like Dad, smart as a fucking whip, and she's been schooled by her elders. You know what I mean? She's got the two other sisters she's learned
Right.
from, and then she's
Yeah, it's
smart
good you
like
got
Dad.
tight family. It's good you got tight family. That's a good thing. My family was very tight. We've had a lot of loss over a period of years, but I think that's just what happens with all families. We all aren't going to live forever, right? Got 100 years at best. Got to make what you can of it.
It goes by so fast, realistically. I wish I said this the other day a little bit on air that you know, I wish I would have fucking slowed down a little bit back in the day because they did grow up so fast. You know, I looking back and I was I can't remember exactly which one I was giving. You know, he was a new father, and I says, sometimes we rush. We work all those long extra hours. I remember when them girls growing up working fucking 16 hours a day, sometimes an hour travel each way,
Right.
and fucking to do, give them everything that I thought I could give them. And then, in the end, looking back, I wish I had those fucking 4 hours a day at home. I think they would appreciated it more often, instead of the working them hours to make fucking next to nothing. Or, you can't put the dollar amount versus time at no matter what phase in your life never fucking equals out. But when you
Right.
add in
And
the
that's the trick
factor
of
of your
money, right?
children,
Because like, who are you going to get mad at when money fails? That's the beauty of money for the wealthy and powerful, right? Like if money fails, you can get mad at you want, but you don't know who to get mad at. If your government collapses, like that's why it's like it kills me seeing so many Americans tearing apart their own country. It's like, bro, this might be some outside psyop level shit going on here. This is crazy right now because this is all of ours. This is like something we're supposed to be making better all the time, not worse. Fucking, it'd be nice to see some unison with all things, like a purpose. And that's the thing that I think is the problem is that so much of the system is structured to make people fucking sheep that you get sheep and they don't know what to fucking do because they don't have that information because they've been denied it systemically and just fucking brainwashed with Machiavellianism so that you have everybody convinced everybody's their fucking enemy when really nobody has to be anybody's enemy. We have a globalized society. Think about this. Here's the top level knowledge on it. We have a globalized trade and banking system. So you have a globalized banking syndicate that has been working fine on their own, but yet we have small countries at wars and all these little problems and all these different political systems, but the money flows freely for all that other stuff. So there's two levels of the system. The one that you get to work in when you're powerful and wealthy, and then everybody else. And that means it's a broken system. You wouldn't have that in a good system. You wouldn't. They wouldn't have a break of communication. You wouldn't have I need to be above you you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have a Jeffrey Epstein, right? Like people worry about what they're leaving their families. In a good system, you wouldn't even give a shit about that. Like honestly, dude, I don't even believe in like leaving inheritance. I think it should be a communal level inheritance. Like all kids should be given this flat amount of money when they get to this certain ages, or a child, at this age, even if something happens to their parent, no matter what, the system's going to make sure they're, those types of things. Like there's so much more that can be done on a global level to match where we're at because you have a social system. I mean, and by that I mean like the social media, a communication and mass communication globally in place that we all are comfortable in using now. It's getting huge. So you have that in place, and then you have global money in place, but you have this lag with global politics and global social structures culturally. And those things are at war with each other now. These two outer things and these two inner things are clashing. And that systemically nobody knows how to deal with because it's not happened before. It's new history. How do you deal with something you're evolving through as you do it? You don't. You have to adapt as you go. And if you don't adapt well, maybe you fucking do something stupid and everybody dies. You know, like this is crazy times in those regards.
It is crazy times. I'm sorry to hear that your boy, Road Boy, it does suck. This is fucking talking about it in chat there that he lost 2 aunts and they can't even mourn properly because of the bullshit that's going on.
Yeah.
I feel you, brother. My dad died a few weeks ago and we haven't even been able to fucking have a funeral, nothing for him.
Here's one for you, Roy. I got a buddy of mine who lives in Newark, New Jersey, and he's black. And you know what? He told me, he shows me videos all the time. Cool, we have great time. He showed me videos where him and his goddamn neighbors are out defending the cops from these incoming rioters, and they're fighting them off on this video for 10 minutes, telling them they don't want them there because they have a fucking good neighborhood. Imagine, I mean, this isn't on media. Why isn't the media showing all these videos of the people being like, no, we don't want this here? There is a deliberate push for violence, a push by these companies, these rich people to, I feel like really it's like, oh, there's too many people. We can't risk it. We need to get rid of some sheep. Like there's those people out there like that. They're there and there's a lot of them. That's what's going on. And we have a world being driven by those people. I don't mind a captain that likes a good party. Hell, have a drink, have yourself a joint. But a captain that's insane and wants to rape babies and fucking just pillage the earth instead of think about greater endeavors like the pursuit of space and the pursuit of knowledge is not a captain. That's a fucking lunatic or a group of lunatics.
So, Majestic Marks, will you talk to chat for a second? I gotta fucking open up these veg tents real quick.
Yeah, man. What time are we going to with this anyway?
4:20. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Just so you know, Majestic, you weren't obligated. I always forget to put that in the fucking invitation too.
Oh no, it's all good, bro. I planned on it. I told my wife. Normally I wouldn't be on late because my wife goes to sleep. She's got I can't really disclose that. But in any case, you know, I try to be respectful, and as you can obviously see, we keep our computing in our bedroom. So, you know, I'm not gonna move my bullshit, and she's fine with that. So but 15 minutes will be done and out of this.
Mystic.
I told you I'd be here for this whole deal, bro. I told you I'd do it. Didn't want to puss out on this fucking show with you. You know what I'm saying? We're here for this, man. We're here for this.
All right, there you go. I guess I could pick this camera up and like point you. This camera is mounted, but I could still like point you around the corner, I guess.
That looks like the one that you bred out to. That thing looks like a good yielder.
She's really nice. Let's see here. Yeah, she yields very well. Very nice nugs. Nice pine cone shape. It had the Challenger deep bud structure, but it takes on that the Duraban poison and C99 flavor.
Nice.
It actually has like a grapefruit Danish taste to it, both in the bag and in the smoke. And it's very it's very uplifting and very good for pain. I pass it out to a lot of people. They're pretty. You know, to be honest with you, the first round, I kept most of it, but I passed some out and it went really well. The second time, because I do this for the patients, they took everything. I didn't get, and it was honorable because they were that. I was so honored. They called back. They were like, "You got any of that beautiful loser?" And I was like, "Yeah, man." They're like, "That's what I want." They took all of it. I mean, I was left with a few nugs that time. I'm like, okay, I better go heavy-handed on that next time. So I was super honored by the response on that. So that's why most of them are getting taken out by that for the next run. I kind of counted 50 strains since I've been up here since 17. I've ran. And so this little spot back here is getting ready to be taken down tonight. That little quad, I don't know how good I get in there. A little fucking messy right there. And then there's the next steps over there. And then around the corner there's the test light. It's two plants side by side with a scrog. And then over here, you guys don't get to see this very often. Let me see if I can get a bit more cord. And then back over there is a fucking another 4x8 with HLG 550 and then another light. Nice. And then I can't get back around the corner, but I can go around the bag, I guess. Back I can't. Back around the bag there. There's some more tents back over there.
So what do you do then? Do you just do sets of perpetuation, or do you do them individually? How do you run them with that many?
Well,
Are you run perpetuating per tent?
Oh yeah. Like this comes down 1 month, that'll come down 1 month, that LED's phase comes down prior. So on average, we're talking, I don't want to say how many plants come down. There's, like I said, I have allotted 72, and so I have a veg going, a pre-veg, a veg, and then like a staging area, which this is like kind of the staging area right here behind me. Gotcha. That's where, God damn it. Gotta move my slam ball. I can't move my chair until I move my slam ball. So back over here is the staging area. So these girls are kind of sitting here getting ready for that spot that I'm taking down. You know what I mean? I just showed you that. So they'll go in there and fire next. And then, back over here, right behind the green door is another staging area. It's like an overfill. Back over here, if I need it, there's an overfill right there. And then back over here, fuck it. I guess we're going to do a little show and tell. Here's veg 1, or veg 2. And then back over there is usually loaded down with the clones. So they go from clones to cups to 1 gallons. And right here usually is 3 gallons. This is my 3-gallon veg area usually. But we're going from seed this round instead of a clone system. So we're a little bit further behind. So in this area, they'd be usually 3 gallons right there. And then back over that way would be the cups and 1 gallons. And then they go from there to the staging area where I'm kind of showing you right now. And they sit in these areas. They get transplanted up to from the 3s to the 10s. And they'll veg in them for about a week and a half. And then they'll get fired into flower from there.
Nice.
See, that's kind of what I was hinting at a little bit there, Mystic Marks, is I kind of hinted, I was kind of laughing and hinting to a little bit is, I've been doing this for a very long time. Just, I think sometimes because I don't speak a lot, I listen more to people that they may misconstrue that I don't grow as much as I do.
Oh, I'm sure I already knew you grew a long time. It'd be like, I don't know how to say this or explain it. Like, the band Sublime.
It's better to. This is the way I can.
Like Q-Ball. He's a cool guy. He's a normal guy. I met him. Like, I've met a lot of famous people, like really famous people, and I don't ever get that thing they call starstruck. So I wouldn't know if I'm talking to a star because I never really thought about it like that. I just think about, is the person cool? Like somebody that I was told was cool that on the day I met the person wasn't so cool. That one little race car girl, Danica Fitzpatrick, went in the pits one day. Passes and shit. Dude, she was a bitch to the kids. I saw a bunch of kids were trying just to say hello, and she was like, fucking just nasty. And like, I'd seen so many things for being so sweet, and I was like, it might have been a bad day. I don't know. I thought she was a bitch that day. You know, I'm just like, maybe she was just that day a bad day. You know, like what can I say? But you know, it is like I just see people as people, so I don't. If I honestly, dude, I don't poke in your history unless I get really curious for some reason. So
but
I
that's
would
that's
know.
the thing that's the thing I think's really funny though, Mystic, is you know, I really think that part of it is funny. I really do, and I've said this to my children many times. Is you know, especially when I was on the Michigan Grows Grow show, because you know, if you knew who I was, then you knew who I was and kind of why I was on the show.
Right.
You know what I mean? But what I came to find out for like a year into the show, people were fucking following me and had no fucking idea, you know, if I ever grew a fucking plant. You know what I mean? I was just somebody on YouTube. So they fucking, you know, were following along. So it wasn't too long ago, like I'd say around 30, 40, you know, and into this shit, that I asked a few questions like this. I'm like, hey, you know, a few people, Skillbowl was one, and fucking, I'm like, have you ever really fucking looked down my Instagram and seen anything of my credentials? How many fucking strains I've ran or anything?
You've grown a lot of
and
beautiful
most of them, and most of them were like, no. And then I'm like, well, do me a favor then, you know, just look down it. And like, it was Smiley and a bunch of other albums. And they were like, I gave up. It took like 2 hours to get down your fucking page. And yeah, you've got a lot of shit there.
Yeah, scroll
you know
down.
what I mean? And
you were like an Instagram model, except you didn't have any titties.
Well, that's another thing too. I took a lot of heat there because that was my all-in-one page. And I started using it for my tattoos. And then once I started getting a little bit more serious, I was like, I started taking some shots about the eagle. Look at my eagle. So I was like, well, maybe I should set up a different page for my tattoos. And then I stopped posting that. Then it became all about supporting the show. You know what I mean? And then a little bit less about my grow because I was becoming a little bit more public. You know what I mean? And it's not good business to necessarily show what you got going if you're on the camera every day. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It kind of like leaves some harvest times and real time shit, you know. So I try to tend to just focus on things now, an area at a time. That's why I switched to this, so we could watch these grow up. You know, these have actually grown up.
I don't know if you've seen it.
I don't
have one. I don't have one right now, but I saw a buddy that had one and saw it close up. They're just getting real cheap, like $12 to $20 for these USB microscopes that have like 8-foot cords, and then you can pick them up and zoom them and just pick them up and use them like a pencil. Yeah, dude, you gotta you after you get the fucking feed set up, if like kind of you could set it up so you could do nug shots close up while you're talking and shit. That'd be badass while you're rolling up and
I
stuff.
Can do it right now.
On the desk. Yeah, man. I want to see some close-ups of those trikes and shit off of your, because that one plant looks stellar right there. The one you just, what'd you call it again? What's the big bush right there?
Loser.
Yeah, that's
Beautiful
fucking
loser.
not.
Oh, I don't have cord to go that far yet.
No, it's definitely not a loser.
She's only got enough cord to play on the desktop, but I got a little bud here for you. I can chew that. Hold on. I just got to switch cameras. Not turn it off. I just got to switch cameras. There we go.
Yeah.
This is like backing up a trailer for me. Hold on, let me turn on this light. I always go the opposite way, you know what I mean?
Right. Oh yeah. There you go. Nice.
This is some Mr. Tight's well, I grew it, but this is Dominatrix from Empire Graded.
Very nice. So you're pretty backlogged where you get a good cure on all your smoke?
Brother, I fucking wish. You know, I've talked about that with Smiley.
That's my favorite talk now. Is I always have guys where we all talk about the cure, and I'm like, yeah, but it never lasts that long. Like, as soon as it's dry, I'm smoke that shit. It can cure while I'm
That's what
smoking it.
I talked about that with Smiley. I am a caregiver. So, I do have 5 patients besides myself I have to take
Right,
care of.
right. Yeah. I mean,
And as
there's
much as I
realities
would
and
love to,
you know?
as much as I would love to appreciate a good long cure, you know what I mean? Because I agree. Different profiles will come out in time.
It
But
is good to cure 'em with
unfortunately,
you.
tell that to your patients that want that as basically as soon as it's dry. And I enjoy that too. I enjoy a nice fresher smoke,
It's one of
and
those
that's why
things
I
like
run a
a good
perpetual.
joke. That's a good joke on a first time grower. You're helping, you right when they're about to harvest, be like, damn, that's gonna be good. Yeah, I can't wait to smoke it when it's dry. I don't know, you gotta wait for the cure. What's the cure? What do you mean 3 more weeks, 4 more weeks? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
I'm bad
remember
about jokes,
that.
man. I am definitely a prankster. Sorry, I'm definitely. Yeah, I'll tell you a funny joke. My cousin, I grew up with like a brother. When I told you it's stage 4 chemo right now, the whole bit. But
Sorry to hear that.
he was deathly afraid of spiders, and he did something to piss me off once. So I had these little pull string fireworks that I got when I was coming through the Carolinas, and they were literally super little thin things that a piece of a yarn hanging out either side. You ever seen them? Ever
Yeah.
seen pull string fireworks? Yeah. And I took those and I tied 2 little noose knots on either end, and I went in my bathroom in my apartment, and I had loosened the screw on either part of the plating for the latch plate on the door in the wall. And I was like, saw him. He was hanging out with a bunch of people having drinks in the apartment because I was having a get together. And I fucking put
Like 420.
yeah, I put the fucking firework on the door. And I told him, I said, hey, come here, come here. You gotta go in here. There's this wolf spider in my fucking bathroom, man. This thing is huge. So he goes in all slow. And as he goes in, and I can see this firework, he's not noticing it. And as he goes in, I'm watching him go to lean around this bathroom door to look for the spider. And it hits, and he goes, pop. He jumps straight up where he hit that door frame, knocked himself clean the fuck out, bro. He hit the door frame head and shoulders and fell down. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. I'm so bad about pranks. I deserve the hell I get. Just remember that. But I like that fun. I like to see people laugh. He laughed too. It was funny as fuck. We all laughed.
Well, my friend, you made the gauntlet. It's 421. One thing I bet your
Sleep is for
wife's
the
like,
weak and
thank
the
God. Thank God I want to go to bed.
dead. Nah, I just want my wife to be able to go to bed. She's been being kind because the bed's right here, and she's not looking to fucking pop on here and play Playboy or nothing. So,
I
I
thank
don't
you,
have the camera.
Mrs. I appreciate your
She's
time,
probably
and
she's probably napping on the couch till we're done here. So, but yeah,
all right, we'll
it's a
pass
normal
on.
night for us. I'll definitely like to let her go to bed. So when we're done here, it's fine.
Well, I at least need. I just hit record too. You know what I need? Everybody's saying my pitch for the sound bite's way too long. So you know what I need. Can you just give me the sound bite without having to do this long pitch?
Right,
I love the
right.
long pitch. I love the build up, but everybody else says that shit's way too long. So can I have my pitch there?
Yeah, this is the majestic Mystic Marks fucking talking shit with Eagle.
Perfect. Perfect. The majestic mystic march. You might as well put it on there now. That's a fail safe for me. That's a fucking fail safe for me.
Yeah, it's been fun, bro. Like I said, I was hoping Paul Smiley or some other people on here, but I forgot how it all works. I'm just glad that this wasn't like a 24-hour. It would have been fucking taking a shit with Eagle. Because 5 hours is long, bro.
Well, I always forget to tell everybody that too. They get anymore. I think people just assume it.
It's hard, dude. It is hard. I didn't take it for granted for a minute. I'm being funny, but honestly, it's hard to do this. That's why I did it with you, because I saw a lot of people tiring out and other people stumbling, and I see what you want to do. You're doing this thing to the 420. So yeah, man, I'm on the Cali coast. It made it a little easier. I was like, I can do this.
Well,
I'm not that old yet. I can do this. He's got fucking years on me. Fuck, I can do this.
This is the thing too, is I should do that. Some people I do actually is beforehand I'd tell them, you don't have to go 5 hours. You can go 10 minutes. I'm grateful for whatever I get. You know what I mean? Because time is very precious. So I understand that. I'm grateful for 10 minutes, if half hour, whatever. You know what I mean?
Hey, I got another saying.
This is the way
time is one's most valuable asset. Invested wisely, the yields are great. Squandered, and all's lost.
That's very wise saying right there. The way I see it, I'm here. I'm an open door. This is your hour. That's what I tried to tell you when you started asking me questions about me. This is your fucking platform. This is your night. If you
gave me 5 hours,
wasted talking about me, that's. I'm uncomfortable about that, but I'd rather talk 5 hours about you. But this is the way I feel about that too, about the time span. Because I've had people, if you want to run through your time spot, your spot in 10 minutes, if you want to sit here and go, this is me. I grow this way. I like this. I'm out. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. But in the same aspect, I'm here. I'm not going to cut you off. If it takes you an hour and a half to tell your story and then you get bored, cool. I appreciate that. If you want to fucking hang out with me the whole fucking time, I appreciate that even more, because
everybody's under their own
it's harder to do by myself.
There's people that are doing, already a whole day's worth of God knows what fucking else, and it's hard, man. You're in that tight time frame, but it's a fun thing too. The people that do make it, it's fun, and the people that know it's here now, it's like a little hidden gem for them to check out in the daytime when they're bored. So.
I love doing it. It started out to be fun, but anymore, I love doing it. There's some days that I actually, I'm like, I don't know if I want to do it. Kind of like little kid about it some days. I don't know if I want to do it today. Then it gets closer to time and shit. And then I start getting excited. I'm like, oh yeah, fuck. What was I thinking?
Well, hell, you at least got to make it to 100 episodes. You've done this many. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least have goals. And the other thing is you have people that are getting into the involvement and being on here and stuff, that they're gonna want to contribute, and they'll tell people too. So sometimes you can go from just a few people to all of a sudden one day you're gonna wake up and there's thousands of people and you don't know what the fuck's going on. So
I did set a goal, my friend. It's right here. It's right here. I started out with,
I didn't doubt you did or didn't. I can tell you got goals, motherfucker. I can tell you're an American with goals. You're doing your shit.
No, seriously, this is it. I started out with a fucking notebook paper, and then I was just writing everything, scheduling everything in that notebook paper, and then the paper fell out. And I'm like, I'm going to keep that motherfucker. But then I'm like, I need a book. So I started to buy it 1 year. And then I was like, nope. This goes to the end of 21. I told myself when I picked this book up, I'm going to fucking finish this book. I am going to go to the end of this book. So, like it or not, here or not, one viewer, no viewers. You guys are fucking stuck with me until at least the end of 21.
I can fuck with your head if you ever get bored. If you really want to fuck with yourself and you have an extensive collection that's well documented, you could look up the lineage of things and try and pattern like a family tree your packs of seeds and see what you have the most of, what you don't, and see if there's something special there you didn't realize was special because there's almost none of it. That would be kind of interesting. I don't have that choice. The way I packaged what I saved over time wasn't organized like that. It was just selected well. So you know what I mean? Like you have the advantage where you could be like, damn, I didn't realize this one pack of seeds I didn't give a shit about. It's like all there is and nobody has it but me. You might be sitting on that you know, that Mickey Mantle fucking rookie card, bro. You know, that's something you can fucking put back in there, you know, get it back in the system, give it a punch too, knuckle up.
I definitely know there's some of those in there because, you know, they were only bred one time. They were fucking winners and never got fucking, for one reason or another, never made the menu. So there is for sure some winners in that case.
And that's what I'm talking about, man. That's the, you know, and that's
that
the thing
Purple
is
Death Star's perfect example. Perfect Purple Death Star by North Star bred it out, and it'll never be produced again. He told me himself, if you still got seeds, I'd keep them motherfuckers because they're a gem. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I wanted extras from you. So I've got a 10-pack of them, and he's like, you're lucky.
See, I wish like I had you could take those out as an experienced grower and breeder, pop them, pull out just a pheno, grow it out, and self it, and distribute that, and distribute self to some killer you know is going to be super unique. That would be awesome stuff to do too. That's kind of where I'm going with what I'm doing. It's trying to, I saved from my mill what was great. I don't give a fuck what it really was called at that time. I just know what it was special and saved those memories. And as that's accumulated, now it's time to pop that, because now I know as an older experienced grower and seeing other growers and all, like what's really been there and what hasn't, and it'll be nice to see some stuff refreshed, you know. And that's what I see. The problem is, like, I saw a whitewash when it came out of cookies and glue, so much cookies and glue shit that I felt like it was like White Widow. Like my uncle bought 100-pack in Florida back when it was still illegal, and he got lucky, nobody got him, and he skated through. And he, for 20 years, bred nothing but White Widow in line. Now, when he got it, I smoked his first year's crop. And I've smoked his last year's crop. Nothing alike. Totally different plants. But it was White Widow, bred from start to finish for 20 years. 10 years outdoor in that southern Florida climate, 10 years in Cali. Like, and it's just interesting to see how selection and breeding plays out. So, I mean, that's so many filial generations he's done on outdoor crops that his stuff now, if you were smoke White Widow way back then, it was a very sweet, smooth, clean taste at the time when he first got it, to his selection, which amounted to this very cinnamony, spicy, almost, I don't want to say camphor, that's not quite the right description, but a very different than what it started, because 20 years of selection. Now, if you saw it next to what somebody else calls White Widow, they say, man, that doesn't look like White Widow. I'd say, but I can attest that is inbred White Widow selection for 20 fucking years. My uncle did. I don't like it. Other people might fucking love it. He apparently liked it enough to grow it, you know, because he picked it that way. That was his nose, his selection, you know. So it's just, I don't like liver and onions. Some people love liver. You're going to like what you like. And if you don't put something back out, nobody's going to know about it. Yeah.
Well, that's the deal I decided to do with the sub shit that I have, brother. Is, well, I'm not gonna breed. I'm not breeding it back though. I'm not gonna breed it back. I'm not going through that trouble, because as soon as I do that, the rocks will be thrown. Fucking people will be pissy. I'm
a firm believer in the universe guiding us the way we're meant to be guided. I'm here for the reason I'm here for, and your process you go through is your process. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I feel about it. It's weird because I'm a science guy that's very much a believer in the real magic of the universe, and it's there. So, you know, you're doing what you're doing for your reasons.
This is the what the thought on that, because you're right. There is some gems sitting in there that could be lost forever. You're exactly right. So this is the mentality I'm going to have with that. Some I gave away on 420, some of them strains. I think that would probably be the end of that. Some I gave to Jack. Some of them I'm going to give to Kineos Genetics. and then the rest of them I'm keeping, and I'm going to pop. I'm going to find phenos of that in particular strain, and then I'm going to fucking clone the fuck out of that bitch and pass them on to a bunch of good people free. I don't want no money for that shit. I was going to do the strain anyway. And then fucking, if I ever want it back, I'll make sure it has at least one good home. And then I'm going to move on to the next one. I'm going to fucking,
Right.
pop the next pack and move on, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to go through the process of selling it back.
Well, the big thing is you have an
shit.
advantage. Like I don't bullshit about how I get what I have and what I'm doing. There's stuff I know, stuff I don't. Rough approximation, no different stuff. Certain things I do know what they were based on actual land race. Like there's just some stuff I know. But you have the advantage. You've kept documentation. You kept avid about knowing what's what, and that's a huge advantage because people knowing that helps a lot. Like there's times you just say fuck it when you know you got a winner. You got a winner. Fuck what it's called. But if you can say for sure it came from this, it helps track lineage better, and ultimately that's where you get as a group better breeding process. You have to have accurate lineage, and that's also the reason that even with that being new stuff and unknowns, you still don't want to bullshit about what a cut is. That's pollutant. To me, that's toxicity to the whole community. Like you don't want to say you have this particular top level cut of something, pass it off as that, and then have it not be that, because you're fucking the whole system. That person might distribute seeds, and then you've got this contamination. And that's like fucking yourself in the ass. That's like printing a dildo of your own dick and having it delivered to shove up your own ass later. Like it just doesn't make sense. Like you don't want to do that. Yeah. It doesn't make sense. Don't do it, dude. Don't listen. You don't need to make a cock mold and send it yourself to fuck yourself over. Don't do it. You don't want to have. You don't want to be constantly sending shitty genetics down the line, because then all you're gonna eventually get is an upheaval of shitty genetics. I told you, I'm fucking shock it all, baby.
I was just thinking, God, if that ever comes down to that, I hope I ain't smoking that damn penis breath fucking we're talking about in chat last night.
That was funny.
Oh shit.
It's funny as a motherfucker. That had to happen once. I remember, dude. I'm not homophobic, but when I was real young, man, I had the weirdest thing happen. Went to this house party, and this dude pulls out this giant bong, and it's a fucking cock bong, dude. The one time I passed on smoke, and it was just somewhere I couldn't go emotionally, because that's not me. Nah. And I just don't want to hear from that angle. For me, it just makes me uncomfortable personally. It's okay for you. That's cool. Let me enjoy my America. Don't pass me the dick bong. I'm a pass. No dick bong, thanks.
I want to know if you're going laser mold or plaster.
That's fucking funny. Well, CNC milled is going to get you there quicker in volume, but I mean, for the first prototype of 3D printed, great.
I'm going plaster. I'm going straight up old school plaster. Talking about my dick. We're talking about my dick here, man. I don't want it either burned with a laser or fucking cancer from fucking the day after and shit. That's gonna be either fucking scenario for me. I'll take my chances with fucking good old fucking plaster Paris fill up on the pee hole.
Hey, you never know. That might be next level internet dating. That whole Tinder shit won't be enough. So pretty soon it'll be you mail order a test cock.
No, I'm gonna mail order a test vagina. I'm not ordering a test cock for anything.
Well, you could be a developer. You're producing product. Yeah, that's funny shit.
You know, it'd be funny though. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna go that route, it'd be a great container for some pre-rolls for that fucking penis breath.
What's that, dude? Looks like a pocket pussy. That's where I keep the joints.
That's where my pre-roll, the penis breath fucking stays. That's how they ship it. This is how they ship it.
I've never smelled that smell before. Meanwhile, the other guy, that's so familiar to me. That's funny.
Oh man, oh man, it's
you like
it's
jokes,
for,
Eagle? Yeah,
I do.
You do? I got one for you real quick. I'll see if I can get the punchline off. I'm tired. There's a bartender working one day. This guy comes strolling in and he's got a chimp with him. And he says, hey, buddy, you can't have that wild animal in here. He says, no, it's a trade chimp. And the chimp jumps up in the seat next to the guy and sits down. And he goes, oh, okay. Well, he says, I can have a beer? He says, sure. Hands him a beer. The guy says, that's pretty amazing. And sees the chimp grab a bowl of nuts and pull a nut out, start eating. He goes, oh, wow, he's pretty polite. He goes, yeah, he does what he's told. So, guy lets him eat the nuts, and guy says, wow, he's really hungry. Eats up all the peanuts and looks over, and chimp's eating the bowl. And it's one of those, those fiber bowls. And he goes, Jesus Christ, he's eating the bowl. He goes, oh, I'm sorry about that. I'll pay for that. He goes, no, wow, I've never seen a chimp do that before. He goes, oh, yeah, this one will eat just about anything. He goes, bullshit. He goes, no, really, man, this guy, he's eaten all kinds of crazy shit before. And he goes, you want to take a wager on that? And the guy being a betting man, he goes, I'll bet you a year's worth of a beer every day. And he goes, the hell, eat anything in this damn bar. The guy says, bullshit. So he's sitting there and he looks around and he's, goes, what about that bowling ball? And it's a sports bar. So he goes and grabs a bowling ball and he's laughing. He knows guys and, going to say no. He goes, I don't know. Never tried it. So he hands it over to Chimp and sure shit. Chimp jumps up on the bar, looks his ball up and down and shoves it down his throat. And he goes, holy shit. I didn't think he was going to do it either. He goes, that's the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen, buddy. You can bring that chimp in here anytime. And he goes, I can't wait to tell my people. And he goes, I'll have your beer ready tomorrow. So the guy leaves with the chimp and the bartender's thrilled. He's like, that's the craziest thing I've ever fucking seen. And so he's waiting the next day and the guy doesn't show up for a minute. And he goes, man, second day, guy doesn't show up. And he's got all these people waiting, thinks this guy's going to show up. Week goes by, no show. Finally, he's about to give up. And in comes this guy with a chimp again. He goes, oh, great, man. I was just about to give up. Come on in. Guy jumps in. Chimp jumps up to the bar. And guy says, can I give your chimp some grapes? He goes, sure. So he slides him over the grapes. Chimp jumps up on the bar, takes a grape, looks at it, turns around and shoves it up at ass. He goes, well, what the fuck do you do that for? He says, oh, well, after the bowling ball, he's checking it for size.
That's a good one to go out on. That's a good
one. All right, Eagle. Let's close this out, buddy. You survived it. You survived talking shit with me.
Episode 81. I survived. I appreciate you hanging out, brother. It's been a fun episode.
We did it, Eagle. We did it. We made it. Did the full deal, brother. I'm cross-eyed now, so I've told my jokes, made my folks, and had my smokes.
You want to give yourself, before you go, you want to, again, give yourself a shout out or anybody else a shout out before you go? It's a good time for that.
I mentioned a few earlier on. I'm not any commercial guy or nothing. Just knowledgeable. I'd like to think, anyway. So, yeah,
I think
that
so.
was it, bro. Yeah, but yeah, no, right now my whole thing's been the simplistic gift hunt. Like, I want to know that anybody that said I've never tried, don't know how, don't think I can do it, I can with 100% assurity say yes, you can. And I want to know that they don't fail. So that's the hunt. Yeah. But yeah, man, I'm always up to bullshit, as long as the wife, it's the weekend, like I said, on Monday through Friday, normal gig, but on like a Friday or Saturday night, if you aren't having problems, you just want some bullshit, man, I'm glad to jump bullshit with you for a minute. So
You've qualified now. Yeah, you know the rule. You had to
you
do
never
this
know. Next
before
time
you
I
can
can
jump
show up,
in.
man. Next time I might show up naked in my fucking, mud boggers and fucking hat. You never know. I mean, you never know, Eagle. I could get tempted.
Don't make me
Well,
tempt this.
my dog decided that the show's over too. Are you
Don't
done?
don't make me
You're
use don't make me use the censor button next time. I've never had to use it.
Yeah, this is what I have to deal with. The 6-pound chihuahua harasses me for this. It's a horrible life, I tell you.
I've got a few of those dogs that size, man. Them dogs
This is
right there,
you said
those
you had a
bulgy
Torquay as
eyes.
well. Yeah.
Yeah. They got so much character. Them dogs right there versus the big dogs, man. I don't
She's
know what it
all
is.
emotional for sure. She actually had a seizure or a heart attack the other day. We just had to bring her to the vet. It was pretty scary because it's like a kid to me. I love my daughter, but this dog is family, you know what I
And
mean.
them smaller dogs are diabetic. I've seen it. The tongue comes out. They get stiff as a fucking board. You don't know what the fuck's going on.
Well, she did this weird thing.
It
I
can be
didn't even see it because
scary.
I was in the middle of a piss. We had just
They
gotten.
get
It's
wobbly
crazy how it
head.
happened. My wife has another dog, and it's cockapoo, I think. It's poodle. Yeah, I think cock spaniel and poodle mix. And he's really fine matte hair, and his nails are real hard to get at. And he got into bird. What's it called? Bird spurs. You know what I'm talking about, where they get the grass and it just digs in. And we got a bunch out, cut him real good, but there was some around his balls and his junk and shit, and it was already digging, and he would not let us get him. And I didn't want to like try and force it, so we brought him in there to try and have them do it. And while in interlude of that happening, we left the little one home, and we come home, and as soon as we came in, I had to take a piss. So I went to take a piss, and right when we come in, my wife thinks she's getting excited, and she just like falls over sideways and starts like seizing. Her head went back, and she went into this weird like barking howl, like repeatedly, like it looked mechanical. So my wife thought it was a seizure. I wasn't sure if it was a heart attack, seizure. As soon as she picked her up and handed her to me, I tried to listen to her heart, and I could hear her labored breathing, and then she snapped out of it. So it was all 30 seconds. But I was like, I was literally having your heart in your hands, like this little 6-pound piece of fucking. Oh
Scary.
God, I love my
Can't do
animals.
nothing.
Yeah, you know,
It's a scary feeling, man. It makes you
losing
feel
any
helpless.
any life form you love, if you're a loving human being, still is when life is something matters to you, then you're gonna have emotions happen. It's normal.
You know, you want the
Sorry, go ahead,
craziest
man.
fucking thing I've ever fucking seen in my life, as far as an animal goes. I never seen this ever. Never even heard of it. Never even heard of it. It was craziest thing I ever seen, and it was wild. Uh, One of our dogs, she had a litter, and it was, oh my god, she went like almost what's the word I'm looking here for? Lethargic. Yeah, there you go. I got a tooth in the front when I get
Right,
cotton mouth.
got real
Sometimes I
sleepy
stutter a
and
little bit.
tired. Yeah, wasn't awake. Yep.
Real stiff. Yep. And we were wondering what the hell. We that the next day we wondered where in the hell's Lowell. Have you guys seen Lowell? And we went in the bedroom, and she's there, and she's like kind of stiff, and we're patting her. And we're like, man, she must got into something. She ain't feeling good. And we were worried about her because she was nursing. We were afraid she was sick and gonna pass something on to the babies. And
Right.
we went to move her, and when we moved her, her legs had opened up, and her fucking nipples had exploded, brother.
Oh,
It had looked like seriously, it looked like she had been shot. On almost every one
wow.
of her bags had burst open from too much milk, and like the puppy's getting like older and not drinking as much, and her
Wow.
overproducing, they
I've never
burst right open. Oh yeah, it was fucking the craziest thing I ever seen in my life. I mean, it looked like somebody had shot her in every one of her mammary glands.
wasn't
It
like an
fucking
infection or something causing it, like inflammation, or was it just
no,
over
no,
milk? Maybe that's what
overproducing
happens when
milk.
they get
Yeah,
too much milk and they have to be milked. Because that
yeah.
happens.
And so
That
we took
actually
her.
happens with cows. Cows, like I know cows can bleed out if they don't get milked.
When we took her in, she was had some burst, and then on the way there, that we you could see it happening. You couldn't see it happen. You could see it in her because we had her wrapped. You could see it in her face. You know, she was just tighten up. And by the time we got there, almost all of them had burst. And so we we went in and they wanted outrageous. What they told us to do with her? What they did? The suggestion? They
What's that?
cabbage,
What?
cabbage.
I
Yes,
thought
and it worked.
cabbage.
It worked from the grocery store. They
Wait,
wrapped her up initially, and
what the
then
fuck? You
they
wrap your
they
dog in cabbage? Wait, I'm so tired. This doesn't make sense. How the fuck did cabbage help? Explain this.
there is chemicals, and I had to go home and look it up too because I was a little pissy about it too.
Right?
I
I'd
go
have been
home
like, what are
and
you
looking
talking
it up,
about?
and it's an old remedy
Huh,
for skincare. You can actually do it as a human for wounds. I never knew it.
interesting.
It's just something in the guy. You'll have to look it up to I'm sure this is striking your curiosity enough. You'll look,
But yeah, because there's all
but
kinds of weird shit. It cracks my wife up because I'm into like the most weird shit that I read up. Like, what's funny is a
so
traditional thing. Have you ever seen the Russians like in a bathhouse? They actually like have these plants they beat they in the steam baths and they like get people to beat their backs to like clean your pores and shit. I'm like, man, I bet that feels good. Like your back itches as a man. They clean your back
I'm
out real
here to
good, get
tell you.
abrasion.
I'm
Whip me,
here to tell
bitches.
you. It worked. It worked within 10 days of they said to limit the actual like cleaning. They were like change it like twice a day and wash her up a little bit in between, but don't get in there with too soapy. It's actually bad. And
Right.
within 2 weeks, she was good as new, backing up. You couldn't even tell anything had ever even happened.
Hmm.
That's the God honest truth. I wouldn't even lie to you about none. I don't have no reason to, but there's something in the cabbage that helps the skin
No,
rapidly
I believe
repair
it. Well,
itself.
that's like on the discussion of the matter at hand. Is tricontinol is another natural PGR, and that's just a extract out of alfalfa. So you can actually buy over the counter from GNC alfalfa that you can consume, and you can mix that in your mix, and that's getting you tricontinol and nitrogen because it's high in nitrogen as well. So if you grow alfalfa sprouts, since people do seed sprouted teas and they do cover crops, if you do alfalfa as either or both, you're giving a large amount of tricontinol, which is a huge PGR for bud boosting. So you get big thick buds from that. So like that's pretty cool that you know that's not a huge thing for people to realize, just that one thing. Like if you're an established no-till system where you've got a built biology, it's different. But right up front, building a cover crop and no-till, you're just nutrients are being taken by those plants until they're put back in the system. So it takes a cycle to get them in there. You're supposed to work stuff over. So you have two different methods. Like I'm the simple system. I'm in pure cocoa. I've seen it all. Like for now, I'm happy. until something cool comes along that blows it away. Like, oh, that's another one. Here's something I've been looking at. I see nobody looking at that I got bored and was like, how do I resolve CalMag issues with cocoa? And this is going to crack you up because there's not a big distributor because it's being used for livestock feed. Peanut husks. The shell of peanut, I read up on it. It has all the benefits and same as perlite when it's ground rough. And it puts off, guess what? Calcium and magnesium as an excess of those. So in place of perlite, you could literally use ground peanut husk. And I've been trying to find a place to get a producer that has it that's not salted and it's used. But the problem is it was already an idea that peanut hulls and husks are used in cattle feed. They turn it into pellets. So to find that in between right now, I haven't really seen any place to get there. There's peanut farm that I haven't contacted. So anybody commercial looking for something interesting to research, there's the fun one. Right now, it looks like peanut hulls would be a great in place of perlite for the people that are having perlite runoff issues for no-till and large organic growth. Somebody would have to contract it and also have to test it.
In my yard. To be honest with you, I can just get tired of seeing this. Well, that's why I switched to the fucking chunky cocoa. Honestly,
so yeah, like peanut hulls ground up where it's that in between. Yeah, I really think that would be awesome to have that. So if I could find it, I mean, obviously, if somebody was allergic to peanut, I don't know how that works because I don't have a peanut allergy and I haven't done the homework on that. But I can't see where the inert hull inside of a medium would do much. But you know. Beyond that, it seems like a great option. Imagine that, just having cocoa and peanut shells and not having to add CalMag, and then you just use your normal feed nutrient. That'd be nice. So I don't know. I'd have to test it, and I don't see any research on it. But yeah, that's where I'm at with current. Like, what do I do when I'm bored? That's the shit I was looking at. Peanut hulls. Fucking stoner.
You never know. There's a need for it. It might be the next way. You too, man. You too.
Yeah, I keep pulling back in on you, so I want to let you get sleep since you're hours ahead of me.
Yeah, I still gotta do a little bit of work in the garden. I think I'm gonna hit the lawn real quick before I go to bed, and then I'm outie. Still a few more hours to go. So appreciate you though coming on and hanging out.
You know, well, yeah, you being here got night after night. Show, so like, I'll have to bullshit another time. We had fun.
We did. We will. We'll have more fun. Thank you for coming on. Yeah. And thank you for the missus for make sure you pass that on. That we're very, very grateful to cut into the bedtime thing. So. You know, you guys have a good night. I'm sure it's getting late bedtime there, and I gotta do my shout outs yet. And then I'm out. Shout outs, and then I'm out.
Yeah.
Again, look forward to seeing you in chat, and hopefully we'll see you in one of the after sessions sometime soon.
Yep.
Have a great night, my friend.
Peace, bro.
Peace. Mr. Mystic Marks, not Mystic Majestic Marks.
Yeah. Any way you look at it, that's just a tag. But yeah.
Right. I want to at least try to get it right once tonight.
We're talking private, you know.
Right. You have a good night, and I want to start these fucking shout outs. So I got 33 plus, hopefully, in here in chat. So it's time to start ripping them off. If you want to sign out, that's cool. If you want to sit through them, you're welcome.
Oh, yeah. I don't mind standing on, but I'm going to get off of the Zoom here so that she can go to sleep. But I'll keep the YouTube up. I'm going to keep watching the stream.
All right.
Till you close out anyway. How the fuck do I get out of this meeting? You can see my screen, right?
Yeah, I'll kick you out, brother.
There you go.
I'll make it easy for you. I'll just kick you out.
Awesome.
Good night, brother. Thank you. Good night, man. Mystic Marks, thank you very much for hanging out. I appreciate your time so much. Trinity Farms, Johnny Caniseed, Budsville, USA, Chris Mertz, 420, DOA Grown Meds, Chris Mertz, Floppy Moist Flops. Almost fucked that up. That's an easy one. Bill Sid. Who else is in chat here? Oh, it's got to be more than this in chat. Come on. Jimmy One for Life. That's a new name. Welcome. How you doing here? Hope you enjoyed tonight's show. DLP 2372. How you doing? I haven't seen his name yet, but Purple Thumb OG usually checks in around this time. How you doing? I hope you have a great day, my friend. Who else we got in chat? You guys been Ned Denver. How you doing? Shout out to you, Green Mountain Grower, Smoke and Grow Fraser, Miss D's Nugs. I always appreciate seeing you guys in chat. Hope you're happy, Miss D's Nugs. I did take your advice, and I had no choice. They point blank asked me to be on the show and chat, so I will be on Embracing Organics next week, in part because Miss D's Nugs kind of talked me into it a little bit. So back to the shout outs. Who's left here? I think that might be good. Everybody. You guys, TW. Shout out to you. Shout out to the Major General 420 Army. Who else? Matthew G. That's a new name. How you doing tonight? Red Eye Rustler. Who else is here in the chat? Hans Warrior. I appreciate everybody that tunes in every night. I believe I seen Spartan Grown tonight. Abolish Farms, Canna Queen. Who else did I see in chat tonight? Your boy Roy Boy. Bag Seed. I know I see. God, man, it's hard to sometimes keep track. Trinity Farms, can't forget you. Who else? Oh, that's as far back as I can go, guys. Right off the bat, I want to also thank Miss Nudie Grower, Jack's Green Stock, Boone's Farm, Smiley's Gardens, the American One. All those were in chat. Sergeant Pepper, Cannon Trooper, Charlie's Farm. If you're watching, Charlie, you said you'd be back tonight, but we're looking forward to and are missing you very much to watch us during the day, Charlie. Farmer Willie. Farmer Willie, hopefully, we'll be back hanging out in chat tomorrow. Who else could I be forgetting right off the top of my head? Well, so many great people. Again, Dung Beetle from this week, Indra. Thank you for tuning in. That was an amazing episode, John Indra. I can't wait to get him back on the show. You know, he's been a fun one, man. Because he's a little bit older. You know, it's back and forth a little bit. I had him lined up for the Michigan Bros Grow show, but one thing led to another, and didn't come on. But it finally was able to come on here, and I can't wait for him to come back. I mean, we just really scratched the surface of Indra and his stories. I'm telling you. He will be, if I have my way, a reoccurring guest on here as frequent because I enjoyed his take on life. I enjoyed his everything he's done. He's just a great guy, and it'd be cool if we could get him to hang out a little bit more. Of course, we've had Breeder Steve this week. We've had Loki Grows, was an amazing guest. You know, I mean, grab the phone. I'm an idiot. Days go by fast, and I do want to thank everybody. So we had Mystic, we had Indra, we had Smiley, we had Candy Queen, we had Jack, the American One, Dun Beetle, Loki, we had Breeder Steve, we had Brokashi this week. We have Husky Gardens tomorrow. And basically, yeah, My Herbs Now will be here Sunday to round out the week. And then we have another awesome week next week. Already pre-lined up. I ain't even going to tell you yet. I'll tell you Sunday we'll be here. Got to tease you a little bit. Keep you tuning in, I guess. But trust me not. More great people, more fun stories, more fun rabbit holes, I guess, because, you know, it ain't. I try to make it about cannabis. I really do. As Canna Queen called us out last night. Tired of his seeing the bongs, people hanging out with their bongs. I do try to make it cannabis related, but you know, let's make it real life. I like to hear about a little bit of everything, and I think you guys enjoy that. So, Koski, Grokoski. Yeah, I said it right, Chris. Thank you for hanging out. Ridge Patch, that's a name I haven't seen. Lexi's still hanging out. Hell yeah, Lucky Lex. I love you, girl. Be too crazy for you. I don't know if I got you, but there you go. Thank you for hanging out. I love hanging out with you guys. What time? Hold on. What time? What channel next week? This channel. Oh, I'll be. Oh, I got you. I got you, Johnny Canasy. It'll be on Embracing Organics on their channel. I believe it's on 9 o'clock. Uh, 9 o'clock on Thursday. Yeah, 9 o'clock on Thursday on the Embarrassing Organics channel. I'll be their guest. I think it might even be a reverse of this show. They're gonna actually grill me instead of me talking to somebody else. I hope you guys enjoy the rabbit holes. I hope you guys are still enjoying the show. Episode 81. You know, like I said, I'm gonna keep doing this as long as I can do it. And you know, one other thing I want to touch on, guys, and this may be a bummer, it may not be a bummer. You're right, Chris. It's usually about 10 after. Um, I was thinking about doing a 710 show, some kind of special episode for 710. Um, I will hit you up, DOA. I will hit you up. God damn it, not fucking rabbit hole. I hope you guys are still enjoying this after episode 81. I am not giving it up anytime soon. So I hope you guys keep tuning in. Oh, 710, that's what the fuck I was talking about. I wanted to do an episode on 710, but then I seen that cannabis events are opening up in Michigan. And there is an event in Michigan. Clio Cultivations is having their, well, should have been annual, but it's past the time. Either way, they're having an event. First one I've heard of. Fuck the COVID bullshit. So 710, there's an event in Clio, Michigan. If you want to fucking hang out with me, it's where I'll be on 710. Hanging out with a fucking cool bunch of motherfuckers in Michigan, Clio, Michigan, at that event. So if you're in Michigan, 710, I'll be down there for most of the day. And hell, I might even do a live episode that night there. I don't know. It depends on how that works out. I have to see what I can whip up. There's a few weeks. Worst comes to worst, I can figure something out. I hope to be back home in the nest by the time the show airs. But if not, like I said, I'll fucking do it live on the road. I know I fucking how to do shit. Might just be a live episode from the 710 festival, the Clio Cultivation. There you go. So no 710 episode. Party at 710, live and in person. If you're in Michigan, you want to get high, you want to medicate, 710, Clio Cultivation, I'll be there. So look forward to that. I'll have slaps with me. If you guys haven't got your winnings, again, they'll be going out as soon as I get the stickers, which will be here any day. So they will be going out. We'll be giving out more seeds here in the next few days. So stay with me, hang out, enjoy yourself. I love having you. seeing you guys every night means the world. It really does. You guys know the routine here. All I ask in return is to wish positive vibes on somebody, anybody, help somebody out. Random acts of kindness do change lives. You know, we might not be able to change the world, but might be able to first steps first. Start with that. Crazy thoughts, crazy concepts, crazy days. I love you guys. I'll be back here tomorrow night, 11:30, Husky Gardens. Hope you guys will be here. If not, it is what it is. I hope to see you soon.